Chapter 910. Cha Bai could be said to be burning with anxiety right now. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would regret making that bet if Hu Fei showed his fire concept any later. Once Duan Lingtian went back on his word, their fire peak would lose a monstrous disciple who could make fire peak the first peak of the five-element sect 3 years later. Yes, yes. Hu Fei suddenly heard Cha Bai's exclamation. He was so shocked that he shuddered. His mind was in a complete mess. He did not have time to think about anything else. He hurriedly nodded his head, not daring to hesitate at all. At the same time, wisps of flames gradually solidified on his body. They rose up and shrouded his entire body, making him look like a fire god. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy began to stir in the sky. The heaven and earth phenomenon gradually solidified into form. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons also appeared before the eyes of the crowd. At once, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, stared at the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian is definitely going to lose this bet. This was what most of the people were thinking at this moment. Although the bet was initiated by Duan Lingtian, they did not think that Duan Lingtian would win. Most of them thought that Duan Lingtian was persuaded by Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, to leave Wood Peak and join Fire Peak. As for the bet, it was just a cover to fool the crowd. Only a few of them were deep in thought. First of all, it was naturally Qi Yu and Huang Daniu. Secondly, it was Guocheng, the sect leader of the Five-Element sect, and his direct disciple, Nangong Chen. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment. It was obvious that things were not that simple. Very soon, the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Hu Fei's head began to solidify. The number was still increasing. 10, 20, 30. Not long after, the number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons stopped increasing. One by one, the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons spiraled down and entered the eyes of the crowd. Most of the people narrowed their eyes as they stared at the silhouette of the ancient horned dragon in shock. Some people even thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. They couldn't help but rub their eyes. After a while, they confirmed that they hadn't seen wrongly. 80 ancient horned dragon strength? Tianjun looked at the 80 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky and muttered, It's really the 7th level intermediate fire concept. However, how is this possible? 7th level intermediate concept of fire. It was the concept Hu Fei was currently displaying. It was no different from the concept he had before he entered the profound assimilation formation. In other words, there was no change in Hu Fei's appearance when he entered the profound assimilation formation. He didn't obtain even the slightest benefit. What happened? Whether it was Tiangu, the peak master of Earth Peak, Yufang, the peak master of Water Peak, or Nangong Yi, all of the young talents had a confused expression on their faces. In their opinion, this was something that was impossible. However, the scene in front of them continued to shock their visual nerves, constantly telling them that everything was real. Peak Master Cha Bai lost? All of a sudden, someone whispered. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was especially ear-piercing in this deathly silent atmosphere. It's you, Duan Lingtian, you did this. What did you do to me? All of a sudden, a hysterical roar resonated in the air, causing everyone to snap back to their senses. It was Hu Fei who had completely regained his senses. He retracted his gaze from the 80 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky and glared at Duan Lingtian. Oh. It was as though he was going to fight Duan Lingtian to the death. In the beginning, when he came out of the profound assimilation formation, he already felt that something was amiss. At that time, he tried to sense his fire concept. In the end, he realized that his fire concept did not seem to have any difference compared to before he entered the profound assimilation formation.
He was puzzled for a while.
He thought it was because he had just come out of the profound assimilation formation and could not clearly sense the changes in his fire concept. However, when he saw that Tianjun, Tan Huan, and the others had raised their concepts by 2 levels, he was completely relieved. In his opinion, if the others had raised their concepts, it was impossible that he did not. However, when sect leader Guochong asked him to show his concepts, Duan Lingtian stopped him and even mocked his master for bragging. He even made a bet with his master. He bet that his fire concept did not raise at all, and it was still at the 7th level intermediate fire concept. At that time, he could not figure out why Duan Lingtian would say that his concept did not have a breakthrough. Coupled with his own senses, he could not help but feel a little guilty. Subsequently, after he was distracted, he was shocked to the point of being out of his wits by his master's shout, and he hurriedly displayed his fire concept. When he saw that he was still at the 7th level intermediate fire concept, he was stunned. He was stunned. He was completely stunned. What the hell was going on? The first person he thought of when he regained his senses was Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, all of this must be Duan Lingtian's doing. Otherwise, how could Duan Lingtian be so sure that he did not make any progress in the profound assimilation formation? Don't tell me that it's really Duan Lingtian's? Seeing how Hu Fei was shouting at Duan Lingtian, the rest of the people also shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. They had clearly heard the bet that Duan Lingtian made with Cha Bai earlier. Based on his words, it was as though he had confirmed that Hu Fei's fire concept did not have any breakthrough before and after he entered the profound assimilation formation. When they first heard that Duan Lingtian had made such a bizarre bet, most of them thought that Duan Lingtian did it on purpose. They thought that he wanted to use this as an excuse to switch to Fire Peak and become Cha Bai's disciple. However, it seemed like Duan Lingtian did not have such intentions at all. This was because Hu Fei's fire concept did not have any improvement after he entered the profound assimilation formation. He was still at the same spot. At this moment, they recalled what Duan Lingtian had said earlier. All they could think of was that it was a divine prophecy. When they heard Hu Fei shout, the first thought that popped up in their minds was that Duan Lingtian must have done something to Hu Fei in the profound assimilation formation, preventing Hu Fei from using the concept energy to comprehend the higher level of fire concept. Duan Lingtian, what did you do to Hu Fei? Cha Bai's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice. As the peak master of Fire Peak in the 5-element sect, this was the first time he had suffered such a huge loss. On top of that, he was defeated by a young man who was not even 30 years old yet. This made him feel ashamed and angry from the bottom of his heart. He could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian right away. However, when he realized that Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, had locked onto him, he knew that he would not be able to touch Duan Lingtian even if he were to risk his life. For this reason, he could only try his best to suppress the endless anger in his heart. What can I do to him? In the face of Cha Bai's inquiry and the gazes that were filled with doubt, Duan Lingtian replied calmly, Peak Master Cha Bai, everything needs to be based on evidence. You please don't slander me. Duan Lingtian's words enraged Cha Bai as he said angrily, if you didn't do it, how did you know that Hu Fei's fire concept did not improve at all after he came out of the profound assimilation formation? Cha Bai's words made the crowd nod their heads secretly. That was right. It was already considered strange that Hu Fei's concept did not improve after he came out of the profound assimilation formation. However, what was even stranger was that Duan Lingtian actually knew that Hu Fei's concept did not improve at all. When these two things were put together, it made people's imagination run wild. Peak Master Cha Bai, don't tell me that you're regretting the bet you made with me? You're the one who personally asked the sect leader to witness the bet. You won't deny it, right? Duan Lingtian did not reply to Cha Bai. Instead, he changed the topic and said nonchalantly, Of course, I'll admit to the bet. However, no matter what, you must give Hu Fei, me, and Fire Peak an explanation for this matter, no matter what. Cha Bai said in a deep voice as his eyes turned sharp. When he reached the end of his sentence, He even used the entire fire peak to pressure Duan Lingtian. Since Peak Master Cha Bai is willing to admit to the bet, then that's for the best. However, I really don't trust your character. How about this? Why don't you give me the 7th level Thunder concept fragment first? I'll give you an explanation after that. What do you think? Duan Lingtian grinned and said unhurriedly, "You." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Cha Bai flew into a rage. He had the urge to attack Duan Lingtian right away. In the end, he did not make his move because he was afraid of Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. I hope that you can give me a satisfactory explanation. Cha Bai took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. At the same time, he lifted his hand and threw a purple fragment straight at Duan Lingtian. 7th level Thunder concept fragment. After catching the fragment, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He had comprehended a total of 4 types of concepts, and he also had concept fragments that corresponded to the 4 types of concepts in his hands. However, among all the concept fragments, the Thunder concept fragment was the lowest level. That Thunder concept fragment was obtained after he killed the strongest powerhouse in the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, Bai Nanxiang, with a talisman that his cheapskate father left behind. It was only a first-level Thunder concept fragment. Earlier, he had the intention of exchanging it for a Thunder concept fragment. That was why he made such a bet with Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, and obtained a high-level Thunder concept fragment from Cha Bai. Now that he had obtained the 7th level Thunder concept fragment, Duan Lingtian was delighted. Duan Lingtian, I've already given you the bet. Now, you must give me and Hu Fei an explanation. You must give Fire Peak an explanation. Chapter 9-11. The moment Cha Bai's words left his mouth, everyone's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian. Hu Fei stood still on the spot as his body began to tremble slightly. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with a ferocious blood-red color. A bone-piercing hatred could be seen as he glared at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Hu Fei seemed to have transformed into a venomous snake that was hibernating in the dark. He could attack Duan Lingtian at any time. Don't worry, Peak Master Cha Bai. Since I've said that I'll give you an explanation, then I'll definitely give you an explanation. After Duan Lingtian kept the 7th level Thunder concept fragment, he took a deep look at Cha Bai and smiled. However, I still have to thank you for giving me this concept fragment, Peak Master Cha Bai. Cha Bai's face turned solemn when Duan Lingtian exposed his scar. He snorted coldly. Cut the crap. I'd like to see. How are you going to explain this to me? Peak Master Cha Bai, what you want me to explain is, how did I know that your trash of a disciple's concept did not make any progress? Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Fei as he spoke. There was no lack of provocation in his words. Hu Fei, who had long vented all his anger on Duan Lingtian because his fire concept did not make any progress, had a drastic change in his expression when he heard Duan Lingtian calling him trash. Duan Lingtian, you're seeking death. At the same time, Hu Fei could no longer hold it in. He let out a hysterical roar and flew towards Duan Lingtian. Like a venomous snake that had been hibernating in the dark, he opened his mouth and bit at Duan Lingtian.
Whoosh.
When Hu Fei flew out, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. After it merged with his 7th level intermediate fire concept, it turned into a flame that soared into the sky and shrouded his entire body. At this moment, Hu Fei seemed to have transformed into a giant flaming beast. He opened his bloody mouth and pounced towards Duan Lingtian. It was as though he wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. Above the void, the power of heaven and earth stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon took shape. A total of 180 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons followed Hu Fei and pounced on Duan Lingtian rapidly. The momentum was extremely vast. It was as though Hu Fei had transformed into a flaming beast that carried the strength of 180 ancient horned dragons. Wherever he passed by, The sound of air explosions rose and fell continuously, setting off waves of terrifying airwaves. A strong wind swept out along with the airwaves, blowing away all the decorations in the palace. Some murals even left the walls and fell to the ground.
Die.
Hu Fei, who had transformed into a giant flaming beast, arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in an instant. He let out a hysterical roar and punched out like a falling meteor. A fist wrapped in flames smashed towards Duan Lingtian. It was as if a giant flaming beast had slapped out mercilessly. With the power of this punch, Duan Lingtian would be crippled even if he didn't die. Hu Fei. Horror dawned on Cha Bai's face. He did not expect Hu Fei to attack Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's innate ability was so powerful that he could easily toy with Hu Fei and the Gold Peak's Nangong brothers. If Hu Fei were to attack him now, would he not be looking for trouble? Everyone present, including Cha Bai, thought that Duan Lingtian would use his innate ability to create an illusion to confuse Hu Fei. However, Duan Lingtian's action was beyond everyone's expectation. Faced with Hu Fei, who was charging at him menacingly, Duan Lingtian did not dodge at all. Instead, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. The boundless origin energy swiftly transformed into numerous bolts of lightning that were like violet snakes of lightning, and they coiled around his body, causing him to seem like a god of lightning that had descended to the world.
Boom, 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 boom.
The continuous low rumbling of thunder clapped together with the bolts of lightning that twined around Duan Lingtian's body. The continuous rumbling of thunder was extremely intimidating.
Boom.
An ear-shattering sound of thunder resonated in the entire palace in an instant, causing the three young disciples from Water, Fire, and Earth Peak who had a lower cultivation base to have a change of expression. They quickly covered their ears with their hands. Then everyone saw it again. In the face of Hu Fei's menacing punch that was filled with boundless flames, Duan Lingtian threw a punch as well. He did not dodge at all as he went up to meet the punch head-on. It was obvious that he wanted to fight Hu Fei head-on. When Duan Lingtian threw a punch, bolts of purple lightning could be seen dancing around his fist. They intertwined to form a net of electricity. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian's fist and Hu Fei's fist finally collided.
Bang!
The fist that was twined with bolts of purple lightning that twined around it, and the fist that was twined with blazing flames that looked like fire snakes collided with each other, creating a loud and terrifying sound. Not only that.
Boom, 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 boom.
At the moment when Duan Lingtian and Hu Fei's fists collided, the bolts of purple lightning collided with the strands of blazing flames in just a blink of an eye. A series of terrifying air explosions were heard. After the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air, a terrifying gust of wind swept out in all directions from where Duan Lingtian and Hu Fei were standing. On the floor beneath their feet, countless cracks spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they had engulfed the entire palace, forming a gigantic spider web. Not only that, the tremors on the floor shattered many of the windows on both sides of the palace. The pillars in the palace trembled as if they would collapse at any time. However, no one was paying attention to all of this. Everyone present was staring intently at the two young men who were fighting head-on. Their robes were bulging, their hair bands were broken, and their long hair was flying in the air.
Boom, 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 boom.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the bolts of purple lightning intertwined with each other, creating a series of thunderous booms. Then, they suppressed the blazing flames in one fell swoop, crushing them. Crack. The crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. In the next moment, everyone saw Duan Lingtian's body leaning forward abruptly. His fist was covered with intertwined bolts of purple lightning, crushing the flames on Hu Fei's fist as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. As the sound of bones cracking could be heard, Hu Fei let out a painful groan. Then, as if he was pushed by a huge force, he flew out like an arrow released from a bow and slammed into the wall of the palace.
Boom.
With a loud bang, Hu Fei's body brushed against the wall and fell to the ground. His body was curled up in pain, trembling. Wah! Wah wah! Hu Fei spat out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood in a row. The blood formed a scarlet stream around him. It was a ghastly sight. This feeling is pretty good. Just when the entire place was in a dead silence, a faint voice could be heard all of a sudden. It was Duan Lingtian who had sent Hu Fei flying with a punch. After the intertwined bolts of lightning on his fist disappeared, he stretched his arm gently and muttered to himself. At once, everyone present was petrified. Pretty good? When everyone regained their senses, other than Xiaobai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, whose expression had changed drastically as he flew toward Hu Fei to check on his injuries, the rest of the people had their eyes fixed on Duan Lingtian. Good lad. Chiyu's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a surprised expression. When he saw Hu Fei attacking Duan Lingtian earlier, he initially thought that Duan Lingtian would use his innate ability to create an illusion to deal with Hu Fei. It had never crossed his mind that not only did Duan Lingtian not use his innate ability, but he also did not dodge at all. Instead, he met Hu Fei's punch head-on and sent Hu Fei flying with just one punch. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was similar to Hu Fei's. Both of them were at the 7th level void interpretation. However, the concepts that both of them had comprehended were not at the same level at all. Hu Fei had comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept. Since the thunder concept that Duan Lingtian cast earlier could completely crush Hu Fei, it was at least at the 8th level intermediate thunder concept. It might even be at the 9th level intermediate thunder concept. Duan Lingtian, you actually managed to comprehend such a powerful thunder concept? Huang Daniu's eyes were wide open as he stared at Duan Lingtian in a daze. He was completely shocked by the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. That punch was like the god of thunder. It instantly sent Hu Fei, who was charging at him menacingly, flying away. Duan Lingtian's attack was clean and efficient. Even the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head did not have the time to solidify. It's at least at the 8th level intermediate thunder concept. Guocheng narrowed his eyes. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, a hint of surprise could be seen on his face. Duan Lingtian was a Wood Peak disciple. He was a variant who possessed an innate ability. His cultivation base was at the 7th level void interpretation, and he had comprehended the 3rd level intermediate wind concept. This was his understanding of Duan Lingtian before today. In Guocheng's opinion before today, Duan Lingtian's strength relied more on his innate ability. If it was not for his innate ability, let alone his 2 direct disciples, Duan Lingtian would not even be comparable to Duan Lingtian's Fire Peak's Hu Fei. However, today Duan Lingtian had given him a huge shock. He did not use his innate ability. With just a punch, he managed to send Hu Fei, who had made the first move and had the upper hand, flying away in a clean and efficient manner without any hesitation at all. As it turns out, this Duan Lingtian has not only comprehended the wind concept, but he has also comprehended the thunder concept as well. His 3rd level intermediate wind concept is just a weaker concept that he has comprehended. The intermediate lightning concept that he comprehended at the 8th level and above is his true trump card. Tiangu sucked in a breath of cold air and murmured, I can't believe I thought his strongest concept was the 3rd level intermediate wind concept. Now, it seems like he must have raised his thunder concept when he entered the profound assimilation formation this time. Yu Feng took a deep breath. In other words, his intermediate thunder concept was already at the 6th or 7th level before he entered the profound assimilation formation. This was because when Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the 5 Elements X Wood Peak, he had demonstrated his wind concept. Chapter 912. While Tiangu and Yufang were still in shock, the other 5 Element Sect's young disciples were stunned as well. Duan Lingtian is so powerful. Initially, I thought he's only good at using his innate ability. I can't believe that he's so powerful even without using his innate ability. In the past, I only heard that he has comprehended the 3rd-level intermediate wind concept. Now, it seems like he's hiding it very well. The thunder concept that he has comprehended is able to help him send Hu Fei flying with just one punch. It must be at least the 8th-level intermediate thunder concept. It might even be the 9th-level intermediate thunder concept. The young disciples, including Tianzhen and Tan Huan, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of dread in their eyes. This Duan Lingtian has actually comprehended such a powerful thunder concept? Nangong raised his eyebrows as his face turned slightly solemn. If he uses his thunder concept and 3rd-level intermediate wind concept, even if he doesn't use his innate ability, unless I've comprehended the 1st-level advanced water concept, it's impossible for me to be a match for him. At this moment, Nangong could feel a heavy pressure weighing down on him. Although he could clearly sense that his water concept had undergone a great change after he came out of the profound assimilation formation, he had no idea how much it had improved. Only by displaying it would he be able to know exactly what level his water concept had risen to. However, he was certain that it was at least the 9th-level intermediate water concept. Or perhaps it was the 1st-level advanced water concept, which was also the void transformation concept. Nangong Chun stood next to Nangong. His eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian as a strong battle intent rose in his eyes. It was as though he could not wait to fight 300 rounds with Duan Lingtian. In the distance at the corner of the palace, Hu Fei's injuries gradually recovered after Cha Bai fed him a healing medicinal pill. Hu Fei's face was extremely grave. When he inadvertently glanced at the purple figure in the distance, besides the bone-piercing hatred, there was also a trace of fear that came from the bottom of his heart. If he was defeated by Duan Lingtian's innate ability today, he could only accept it. This was because this was not the first time he had suffered under Duan Lingtian's innate ability. However, today, he had been defeated by Duan Lingtian in a direct confrontation. Moreover, it was under the circumstances that he had made the first move and gained the initiative. For a moment, a sense of helplessness rose in his heart. At the same time, endless resentment rose in his heart. If it wasn't for this Duan Lingtian tampering with the profound assimilation formation, I would have comprehended the 9th-level intermediate fire concept long ago. If I had comprehended the 9th-level intermediate fire concept, why would I be afraid of him? Thinking of this, Hu Fei's hatred for Duan Lingtian deepened. In his heart, he was almost certain that Duan Lingtian had done something to the profound assimilation formation. That was why his fire concept did not improve at all. In his opinion, if Duan Lingtian did not tamper with the formation, he would not have been defeated by Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he was filled with hatred. He hated Duan Lingtian. He hated that he could not tear Duan Lingtian into 1,000,000 pieces and burn his bones into ashes. Master. Hu Fei lifted his head and looked at Cha Bai, who was just inches away from him. His eyes turned red as tears welled up in his eyes. With a trembling voice, he said, "You must seek justice for me. It's Duan Lingtian. He's the one who destroyed me and prevented me from comprehending the 9th-level intermediate fire concept in the profound assimilation formation." When Hu Fei reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with intense hatred. "Don't worry." Cha Bai nodded his head with a gloomy expression. Even if Hu Fei did not say anything, he would not let Duan Lingtian go so easily. First, Duan Lingtian had humiliated his direct disciple during the Battle of the 5 Peaks. Then, he had caused his direct disciple to end up empty-handed in the profound assimilation formation. Not only that, he had even cheated him of a 7th-level thunder concept fragment. And now, he even injured his direct disciple severely. This was a provocation. A blatant provocation. Ever since he became the peak master of Fire Peak in the Five Element sect, this was the first time he, Cha Bai, was provoked like this. Duan Lingtian. Cha Bai walked up to Duan Lingtian slowly. His eyes were gleaming with coldness. Now, you can explain to me how you know Hu Fei gained nothing in the profound assimilation formation. Or perhaps, you've done something that caused Hu Fei to gain nothing in the profound assimilation formation. When Cha Bai reached the end of his sentence, there was a bone-chilling coldness in his tone. The moment Cha Bai's words left his mouth, everyone, including Qiyu, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. In fact, they were also very curious about what Cha Bai had just said. Hu Fei had gained nothing in the profound assimilation formation. Nobody, including Hu Fei himself, knew about this matter beforehand. However, Duan Lingtian was able to reveal it as though he was a prophet. Peak Master Cha Bai, if you say that, you think too highly of me. Do you really think that a young brat like me would be able to tamper with the profound assimilation formation left behind by a martial monarch powerhouse? Duan Lingtian shook his head. The way he looked at Cha Bai was as though he was looking at an idiot. Humph. Cha Bai snorted coldly. Stop trying to twist the truth. If you didn't tamper with it, how can you be so sure that Hu Fei gained nothing in the profound assimilation formation? Or perhaps you're going to tell me that you're able to see through the level of the fire concept that Hu Fei has comprehended before he even displayed it? When Cha Bai reached the end of his sentence, a mocking smile could be seen on his face. Peak Master Cha Bai, I can answer your question right now. Duan Lingtian was not bothered by the mocking smile that appeared on Cha Bai's face. The moment his words left his mouth, his gaze landed on Nangong Yi, who is not far away. Nangong Yi, can you do me a favor? When Nangong Yi saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he felt a little strange. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but nod his head. Go ahead. He did not have a good impression of Duan Lingtian, but he did not have a bad impression of him either. Now, show your water concept that has undergone a transformation. You only need to show it a little. Remember to put it away before you trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian told Nangong Yi. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Some of them could vaguely guess what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. However, they could not be certain at the moment since it was just too unbelievable. Nangong Yi was one of them as well. Interesting. Interesting. Nangong Yi smiled and took a step forward. Speaking of which, after I came out of the profound assimilation formation, I don't even know how much my water concept has improved. I'm very curious if there's really someone who can tell to what extent my water concept has risen to before I can trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon when I slightly display my water concept. The moment his words left his mouth, the air around Nangong Yi began to tremble slightly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Soon after, wisps of faint mist rose in the air and twirled around Nangong Yi's body, rolling and rising continuously. It's done. As soon as the mist appeared, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth. That's it. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Nangong Yi immediately withdrew his water concept and asked in astonishment. In fact, he was merely accumulating his strength earlier. He did not even have the time to fully display his water concept. The heaven and earth energy did not even have the time to react. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head before he looked at Cha Bai and asked calmly, Peak Master Cha Bai, can you tell how much Nangong Yi's water concept has improved after he came out of the profound assimilation formation?
Buffed.
Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Cha Bai could not help but chuckle. Don't tell me you can tell? It was obvious that Cha Bai was admitting that he could not tell. That's right, I can tell. Under Cha Bai's stunned gaze, Duan Lingtian nodded his head before he looked at Nangong Yi and said with a smile, Nangong Yi, your water concept has improved to the 9th level intermediate stage. 9th level intermediate stage. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone, including Cha Bai and Hu Fei, shifted their attention to Nangong Yi. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Show your water concept. Let's see if Duan Lingtian is right or not, Guocheng said to Nangong Yi. At this moment, even he, the sect leader of Five Element Sect, could not help but feel astonished. This was his first time hearing that someone could see through another person's concept under such circumstances. Yes, master. Upon hearing Guocheng's words, Nangong Yi did not dare to slack off. The air around his body began to tremble again as wisps of mist appeared. In the end, it transformed into a vast blue wave that shrouded his entire body. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon began to form above Nangong Yi's head. In the end, it transformed into 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. With just his concept alone, he could mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. This was the symbol of the 9th level void interpretation concept. It's really the 9th level intermediate water concept. Tianjin could not help but exclaim out loud. After he retracted his gaze from the 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, he immediately shifted his attention to Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with astonishment. It's really the 9th level intermediate water concept. Nangong Yi sighed. He seemed to be a little disappointed and discouraged. It was apparent that his goal was the void transformation concept. However, Nangong Yi quickly regained his senses. Together with the others, he looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he could not help but ask curiously, Duan Lingtian, how did you see through it? Other than Bai and Hu Fei, whose face was slightly gloomy, the rest of them also had a hint of doubt on their faces. I'll tell you about this later. Duan Lingtian smiled before he looked at Bai. Peak Master Bai, are you satisfied with my explanation? When Hu Fei slightly displayed his fire concept, I could see that his fire concept did not change at all. Duan Lingtian replied, Humph. Who doesn't know that Nangong Yi has comprehended the 9th level intermediate water concept or the 1st level advanced water concept after he came out of the profound assimilation formation? You must be guessing. Chapter 913. A blind guess? Bai's words stunned Duan Lingtian for a moment. Then, he could not help but burst out laughing. At this time, he also noticed that the moment Bai opened his mouth, more than half of the people present on the scene changed their gaze when they looked at him. It was apparent that they were all swayed by Bai's words. No matter if you say that Nangong Yi has comprehended the 9th level intermediate wind concept or the 1st level advanced wind concept, you still have a 50% chance of getting it right. Bai looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered, In my opinion, you're just lucky. Look at me. All of a sudden, a cold voice resonated and suppressed Bai's laughter. It was Nangong Chun who had been standing at the side. He took a step forward and looked at Duan Lingtian before he opened his mouth. The moment Nangong Chen's words left his mouth, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to him, causing him to become the center of attention. I wonder if Senior Brother Chun has comprehended the 9th level intermediate Earth concept or the 1st level advanced Earth concept after he came out of the profound assimilation formation. Earlier, Peak Master Bai said that Duan Lingtian was actually just guessing when he saw Senior Brother Yi's concept. I wonder if Duan Lingtian can get it right this time. The few young 5 Element Sect's disciples, including Tianjin and Tan Huan, kept shifting their gazes between Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen.
Duan Lingtian.
Huang Dania looked at Duan Lingtian. His face was filled with confidence as he said loudly, If you can see the concept that Nangong Chen has comprehended, and Peak Master Bai still says that you're just guessing, then take a look at mine. The moment Huang Dania's words left his mouth, horror dawned on Bai's face. Was it not obvious that he was deliberately slandering him? Let's wait until he can see the concept that Nangong Chen has comprehended first.
Bai sneered.
Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Huang Daniu. Then, he looked at Nangong Chun and said, "You may begin." Nangong Chun nodded. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet trembled. An earthen yellow energy rose up around his body, giving off a vast and boundless aura. "It's done,"
Duan Lingtian said.
When Nangong Chun heard this, he put away the concept of earth that had yet to activate the power of heaven and earth. Congratulations! You've already comprehended the first-level advanced earth concept. Duan Lingtian congratulated Nangong Chun. With his current spiritual power, as long as someone released the aura of Intent Realm with the experience of 2 lifetimes, Emperor Wu could easily identify the level of that person's Intent Realm. Just like how he could use his spiritual power to probe the cultivation of many people. First-level advanced earth concept. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Guocheng, the sect leader of 5 Element sect, was the first one to react. He looked at Nangong Chun with a burning gaze. "Chun, are you?" Before he could finish his words, the earth concept around Nangong Chun's body had already risen. The earthen yellow energy continued to rise until it reached its limit.
Whoosh!
The power of heaven and earth stirred in the sky, and soon, it gathered into a clear heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. With just the concept alone, he could mobilize the power of heaven and earth to form 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. This was the symbol of the first-level void transformation concept. It's really the first-level advanced earth concept. Senior Brother Chun is so powerful. After coming out of the profound assimilation formation, he has already leveled up by 2 levels and comprehended the first-level advanced earth concept in one go. With Senior Brother Chun's current strength, he's already considered terrifying even if he doesn't borrow the power of heaven and earth. How terrifying would he be if he borrows the power of heaven and earth? Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, was the first to exclaim in surprise. Subsequently, the group of young disciples could not help but whisper among themselves. They had one thing in common. Their faces were all filled with shock.
Haha, good.
Guocheng could not help but laugh out loud when he saw his direct disciple had made such a huge improvement after entering the profound assimilation formation just once. Nangong Chun's face was still cold. However, Duan Lingtian could see that there was a hint of surprise in the depth of Nangong Chun's eyes. It was apparent that Nangong Chun was not cold on the outside, but cold on the inside. Congratulations, sect leader. At this moment, Tiangu and Yufeng smiled as they congratulated Guocheng.
Sigh.
Nangong Yi, who was standing by the side, glanced at Nangong Chun and could not help but sigh. Not only were he and Nangong Chun twins, but they were also born rivals. Since they were young, he had always competed with Nangong Chun. However, he had always lost more than he won. It had always been like this. It was like a curse that was difficult to break. Chabai, don't tell me you still think that Duan Lingtian is just blindly guessing? Chiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, asked with a sneer on his face after he shifted his gaze away from Nangong Chun and looked at Chabai. Chiyu's voice was not loud, but it entered the ears of everyone present. At once, everyone's eyes shifted to Chabai. Chabai's face turned slightly grave. Was Duan Lingtian really just blindly guessing? When Duan Lingtian saw the specific level of the concept that Nangong Yi had comprehended, he did think that Duan Lingtian was just blindly guessing. However, he was a little uncertain right now. However, at this point in time, could he show his uneasiness? Humph. Chabai glanced at Chiyu nonchalantly and snorted. Chiyu, you're right. Even until now, I still think that he's just blindly guessing. It's not strange for him to get 2 guesses in a row. What if it's 3 guesses? Huang Daniu, who was standing at the side, could not stand it anymore. He glanced at Chabai in disdain and sneered. We'll have to wait until he sees through your current concept. A cold gleam flashed in the depth of Cha Bai's eyes. However, his face remained calm as he replied nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian. Huang Daniel did not waste any time as he looked at Duan Lingtian and greeted him. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. However, he was not in a hurry to ask Huang Daniel to display his earth concept. Instead, he looked at Cha Bai and said coldly, Peak Master Cha Bai, before I see through the specific level of Duan Lingtian's concept, I want to confirm one thing. If I can see through the specific level of Duan Lingtian's concept, does that mean that I don't have to explain to you anymore? Duan Lingtian emphasized the word explain. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. As long as you can see the specific level of Huang Dania's concept after he comes out of the profound assimilation formation, and you only need to see the concept of another Fire Peak disciple that I brought from Fire Peak, you don't have to explain anything to me anymore. You don't have to explain to me anymore, Cha Bai said nonchalantly with a gleam in his eyes. Very well. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Since the sect leader is here as well, I believe that you, the dignified Peak Master of Fire Peak, would not lie to me. Humph. Cha Bai snorted coldly. A cold gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. Daniel, let's begin. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Daniel. Huang Daniel also displayed his earth concept in a timely manner. Of course, the moment he displayed it, he immediately retracted it. The heaven and earth energy was not triggered, let alone forming a heaven and earth phenomenon. Ha! Daniel, you're really a monster. When Duan Lingtian retracted the earth concept that Huang Daniel had slightly displayed, everyone present had their eyes fixed on him. However, Duan Lingtian could not help but burst out laughing. What's wrong? Huang Daniel's eyes lit up immediately. Then, as though he had just recalled something, he said excitedly, Don't tell me that Brother Nyo has really comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept? If that's really the case, Brother Nyo will be the first genius to raise his concept by 3 levels after coming out of the profound assimilation formation. Before Huang Daniel entered the profound assimilation formation, he had only comprehended the 6th level earth concept.
This was not a secret.
Everyone present knew about it.
Uffed.
The moment Huang Daniel's words left his mouth, Cha Bai had already sneered out loud. Raise your concept by 3 levels? Are you daydreaming? Just when Huang Daniel was glaring at Cha Bai, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth. Daniel, since someone thinks that you're daydreaming, why don't you show him how your daydream will turn into reality? I'm very curious to see what kind of expression he'll have when that time comes. If he really has comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept, I won't look for any other Fire Peak's disciple anymore. You, Duan Lingtian, won't have to explain things to me anymore. Cha Bai sneered. No matter what, he did not believe that Huang Daniel would be able to raise his 6th level intermediate earth concept to the 9th level intermediate earth concept just by entering the profound assimilation formation once. You're the one who said it. Upon hearing Cha Bai's words, Duan Lingtian smiled before looking at Huang Daniel. Daniel, let Peak Master Cha Bai have a good look at your earth concept after it has transformed.
Ha! All right.
Huang Daniel laughed out loud. He had unconditional trust in Duan Lingtian. Since Duan Lingtian had said that he had comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept, then he must have definitely comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, waves of khaki energy began to swirl around Huang Daniel's body, emitting waves of vast and majestic aura that continued to rise. Whoosh! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy began to swirl and eventually gathered into a heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 100 silhouettes of ancient horn dragons. It's really the 9th level intermediate earth concept. Tiangu could not help but exclaim out loud. At this moment, other than Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniel, Qi Yu was the only one who was calm. It was as though he had long believed in the words that Duan Lingtian had said earlier. The rest of the people stared at the heaven and earth phenomenon above Huang Daniel's head. Most of them were dumbstruck as though they had just seen something unbelievable. Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, was the first one who was shocked. Impossible! Impossible! How is this possible? Cha Bai kept shaking his head. He could not believe that everything that was happening before his eyes was real. Dainyu, looks like you've snatched Hu Fei's good fortune in the profound assimilation formation. That Hu Fei didn't even get a single thing when he entered and exited the profound assimilation formation. You, on the other hand, managed to raise your Earth concept by 3 levels. Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was exceptionally bright. Chapter 9:14. This means that the profound assimilation formation knows its stuff. It knows that I, Brother Niu, have great potential. As for Hu Fei, he's just an ingrate. I don't think the profound assimilation formation would even take a fancy to him. Huang Dainyu grinned. When his gaze landed on Hu Fei, it became even colder. Barf. Hu Fei had just wiped away the blood stains on the corner of his mouth. The moment he heard Huang Dainyu's words, he was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale right now. Huang Dainyu, you're seeking death. Cha Bai's expression changed right away. A majestic aura swept out from his body and pressed down on Huang Dainyu. However, before his aura could even get close to Huang Dainyu, it was already dispersed.
Whoosh!
A figure appeared in front of Huang Dainyu. It was none other than Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak.
Bang!
The moment Duan Lingtian saw Qiyu appearing in front of Huang Dainyu, a loud sound resonated in his ears. In the next instant, he saw Cha Bai was sent flying out like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. He crashed through the wall of the palace and disappeared before his eyes. A huge hole appeared on the wall. Qiyu. Soon after, a furious roar resonated from behind the hole. Cha Bai returned to the palace with his face covered in dust. He glared at Qiyu angrily, but he did not dare to make any move. Scram! When Qiyu saw that Cha Bai still dared to return, he glared at him furiously. It was as though he had transformed into a glaring King Kong. Cha Bai's face turned grave. In the end, he clenched his teeth and left the palace with Hu Fei and the other Fire Peak's disciple disappearing before everyone's eyes. Duan Lingtian, what level is your thunder concept now? Why don't you show it to us? Guochong looked at Duan Lingtian. As for what happened just now, it was as though he did not see it at all. Or rather, he had completely ignored it. Upon hearing Guochong's words, everyone shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Among the 10 young talents who came out from the profound assimilation formation, other than Hu Fei, who did not make any progress at all, Huang Dainyu and Nangong Chen had made great progress as well. Before Huang Dainyu entered, he had comprehended the 6th level intermediate Earth concept. After he came out, he had already comprehended the 9th level intermediate Earth concept. Even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel shocked by this. Huang Dainyu's improvement was beyond his expectations. Perhaps it's because Dainyu's physique is more suitable for the Earth concept. Therefore, his comprehension ability in the Earth concept is far from what ordinary people can compare to. This was the only answer that Duan Lingtian obtained after searching through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes. Nangong Chen had comprehended the 8th level intermediate Earth concept before he entered. After he exited, he comprehended the 1st level advanced Earth concept. Although his Earth concept had only risen by 2 levels, the increase in strength was far from what Huang Dainyu could compare to. What a joke! The 1st level advanced Earth concept was an entire 100 ancient horned dragons worth of strength more than the 9th level intermediate Earth concept. The two were not on the same level at all. However, at this moment, whether it was Huang Dainyu or Nangong Chen, all of their attention was on Duan Lingtian. Looks like I have no choice but to display it today. When Duan Lingtian saw the situation before him, he could not help but smile wryly to himself. Under the watchful eyes of the others, The air around Duan Lingtian's body suddenly rippled before thunderbolts that resembled purple electric snakes appeared one after another. They were solidified thunderbolts. More and more thunderbolts appeared as they collided with each other, emitting a series of muffled thunderclaps. It was the thunder concept.
Boom, 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 boom.
A series of muffled thunderclaps reverberated in the air. The purple thunderbolts that coiled around Duan Lingtian's body formed a net of electricity that enveloped his entire body. It made Duan Lingtian look as though he had transformed into a thunder god. The descent of the thunder god shook the world.
Whoosh.
In the air above Duan Lingtian's head, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon gradually formed. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared one after another and entered everyone's eyes.
10 of them. 20 of them.
30 of them. The number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons was still increasing. Soon after, it finally came to a stop and stopped increasing. The strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. 9th level intermediate thunder concept. Huang Daniu could not help but exclaim out loud when he saw the 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the air. 9th level intermediate thunder concept. At once, everyone's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian again. In the depth of their eyes, there was only astonishment. The purple-clad young man in front of them looked like he was only around 25 years old. His actual age was not more than 30 years old. A martial artist who was not even 30 years old had already comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept. Although he had the help of the profound assimilation formation, with such a comprehension ability, let alone a third-rate sect like the Five-Element sect, he could be considered as having a good innate talent even if he was in a second-rate sect or even a first-rate sect. I can't believe that not only does Duan Lingtian have an unfathomable innate ability, but even his comprehension ability in terms of concept is so good. As expected of a variant. It's said that a variant like Duan Lingtian who possesses an innate ability is also known as God's favored child. God's favored child. Duan Lingtian is indeed famous. The 4 Water Peak and Earth Peak's disciples, including Tianjun and Tanhuan, could not help but exclaim out loud. Even Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, and Yufeng, the Peak Master of Water Peak, were no exception. At this moment, the way they looked at Duan Lingtian was a little complicated. How good would it be if he was a disciple from their Earth Peak or Water Peak? Unfortunately, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. The Wood Peak has really gotten lucky this time. Both of them thought to themselves tacitly, Duan Lingtian, before you entered the profound assimilation formation, what level of intermediate thunder concept did you comprehend? Qiu asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. At once, everyone, including Guichong, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. They were also curious about this. 7th level. A gleam flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Huang Daniu had already burst out laughing. Duan Lingtian, you're stronger than me in every aspect. However, the benefits you obtained from the profound assimilation formation this time are not as good as me, your brother Niu. Before I entered the profound assimilation formation, I, your brother Niu, comprehended the 6th level intermediate earth concept. After I came out, I comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept. When Huang Daniu reached the end of his sentence, he beamed with joy. Ever since he met Duan Lingtian, he was not as good as Duan Lingtian in every aspect. This caused him to be filled with depression. Now that he finally had the chance to surpass Duan Lingtian, he felt happy from the bottom of his heart. When Duan Lingtian saw how Huang Daniu was showing off in front of him, he rolled his eyes and ignored him. If Huang Daniu knew that he had only comprehended the elementary thunder concept before he entered the profound assimilation formation, he wondered what kind of expression he would have. Naturally, Duan Lingtian would not expose himself out of boredom. Making a fortune in silence was the way to go. After Huang Daniu made such a scene, the gazes that were on Duan Lingtian gradually shifted away. They no longer regarded him as the center of attention. Duan Lingtian had entered the profound assimilation formation and raised his 7th level thunder concept by 2 levels. Although it was not bad, it was nothing compared to Huang Daniu and Nangong Chun. Naturally, this was also because they did not know about the real changes that had happened to Duan Lingtian. If they knew about it, they would be so shocked that they would stand there for the entire day, unable to move at all. The profound assimilation formation this time is really strange. First, it was open continuously for 60 hours, and then there's someone who did not gain anything from it. Guochong frowned. He had a feeling that this matter was a little strange. The profound assimilation formation was opened continuously for 60 hours. Could it be related to Hu Fei? After all, among the 10 people who entered the profound assimilation formation, Hu Fei was the only one who was not affected. Tiangu could not help but guess. I think it's possible. Yu Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed. Qiu agreed as well. When Duan Lingtian heard the conversation between the peak masters of the 4 peaks, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He did not expect this at all. Unknowingly, Hu Fei had actually become his scapegoat. If Hu Fei knew the truth, he would be so angry that he would vomit 3 liters of blood or even die. Let's disperse. We'll depart on time in half a month,
Guochong said again.
The moment his words left his mouth, his eyes swept past Qiyu, Tiangu, and Yu Feng. It was obvious that his last words were meant for Qiyu and the other 2. Qiyu and the other 2 nodded before leading the disciples in their respective peaks away. We'll depart to the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu in half a month? Perhaps the other 5 element sect's young disciples, including Huang Daniu, did not know what Guochong meant when he said they would depart in half a month. However, Duan Lingtian knew it very well. This time, the 5 element sect had paid such a huge price to open the profound assimilation formation. It was undoubtedly for the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu. In the secret treasure, there was something that the 5 element sect desperately wanted. The thing that the 5 element sect wanted the most was none other than the profundity fragment that might exist in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was also the key for a powerhouse at the peak of the void to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. These 4 spirit fruits are the cultivation resources that Arwood Peak obtained after becoming the first peak of the 5 element sect. There are exactly 2 types of spirit fruits. Each of you can have 2 different types. On the way back to Wood Peak, Chi raised his hand and 4 spirit fruits appeared in his hand. The 4 spirit fruits were divided into 2 types, and there were 2 of each type. One of them was completely green in color. Its entire body shone with a green luster and emitted a faint and elegant fragrance. The other one was completely green in color. Its entire body was covered with tiny red lines that crisscrossed with each other. Green origin fruit? Blood scar fruit? The moment Duan Lingtian saw the 2 spirit fruits, his eyes could not help but turn serious. Excitement and joy could be seen on his face. He who had gone through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory immediately recognized the 2 spirit fruits. Both of them were spirit fruits that were exclusively used by void interpretation martial artists. In terms of medicinal efficacy, they were not inferior to the origin-enhancing fruit that he and Huang Daniu had consumed previously. You really can get whatever you want. Chapter 9:15. Sect Leader. Are these spirit fruits given out by the sect? When Huang Daniu took the 2 spirit fruits, he asked curiously, "Doesn't that mean the other peaks will get them as well?" Of course. Qiyu nodded. However, the treatment of the other peaks is not as good as Wood Peak. After all, Wood Peak is now the first peak of the 5 element sect. This time, the sect's elders went out to purchase and paid a huge price. They managed to obtain a total of 10 spirit fruits that are exclusive to void interpretation martial artists. These 10 spirit fruits will be distributed according to the ranking of the 5 peaks. Wood Peak is the first peak, so we'll get 4. Gold Peak is the second peak, so we'll get 3. Fire Peak is the third peak, so we'll get 2. Water Peak is the fourth peak, so we'll get 1. As for Earth Peak, it's the lowest peak, so we'll get nothing. Qiyu finished his sentence in one breath.
What?
The moment Qiyu's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu could not help but be shocked. Earth Peak didn't get a single spirit fruit?
Yes.
Qiyu nodded and sighed. Come to think of it, Earth Peak's current situation is just like Wood Peak's situation in the past 20 years. There's no difference between the two. No wonder all the peaks in the 5-element sect are trying their best to move forward. None of them want to be the lowest peak. As it turns out, the competition between the 5 peaks in the 5-element sect is actually so intense. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Although he had long known that the competition between the 5 peaks in the 5-element sect was intense, he did not expect it to be so intense. It could even be described as tragic. No matter what, Wood Peak will be the first peak in the 5-element sect for the next 3 years. No matter what the sect's resources are, Wood Peak will always have the priority to get it. Qiyu smiled. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu nodded with a smile on their faces. With these spirit fruits, I believe both of you will be able to raise your cultivation base to a new level in a short time. Half a month later, there will be 20 young disciples, including both of you, who will leave the 5-element sect together with the peak masters of the 5 peaks. Qiyu glanced at the spirit fruits in Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu's hands before he said slowly, Peak master, where are we going to go with such a big fuss in half a month's time? Huang Daniu asked with a confused expression. As for where exactly we are going, you will naturally know in half a month's time. All of you must seize the time to cultivate and raise your strength as much as possible. Only by increasing your strength will you be able to survive in the place you are about to go. When he reached the end of his sentence, even Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak, could not help but turn solemn. As he spoke, he reminded Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. The place they were going to in half a month was a place that could endanger their lives. What? Huang Daniu's expression changed. He didn't expect that the place he was going to in half a month would be so dangerous. Duan Lingtian's face was calm, so calm that it was frightening. Of course, the reason why he could be so calm was because he already knew where he would be going in half a month. That place was the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu. It was filled with opportunities, but at the same time, there was a certain amount of danger. Compared to the danger in that place, the biggest threat was still the young powerhouses who would enter the place together with him. After all, it was not only the people from 5-element sect who would enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. Duan Lingtian knew that there would be 4 major forces from the southern of the northern desert: Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect. Back then, the reason why Skywolf Fort organized the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and selected the most outstanding young talents from the 10 great dynasties was all for the sake of obtaining the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu. Later on, the people from Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect arrived at Skywolf Fort one after another and forced Skywolf Fort to take a share of the loot, taking away many young talents from the 10 great dynasties. Originally, he wanted to go to the Blade Sect, but who knew that an unexpected event would suddenly occur on the way, and he was pursued by the members of the Skywolf Fort. After the sudden change in the Devil Seal tablet, he unconsciously came to the eastern district of the northern desert and even entered the 5-element sect's Wood Peak by chance. No matter what, I'm indebted to the 5-element sect. If it wasn't for the 5-element sect, I wouldn't have had the chance to make such a big breakthrough in the profound assimilation formation. Although I can get the same treatment if I go to Blade Sect, I'm still enjoying the same treatment from the 5-element sect after all. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. For this reason, other than fighting for some treasures for myself, I'll also help the 5-element sect and Wood Peak find the things they want in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This way, I'll be able to return the favor. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Qiu had been looking at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. When he told them about the danger of the place they were going to in half a month, his eyes never left Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. Soon, he saw horror dawning on Huang Daniu's face while Duan Lingtian remained calm. The difference between the two was obvious. At this moment, he had a higher opinion of Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, no matter if it's Wood Peak or the Five Element sect, it's impossible for them to restrain Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, under Duan Lingtian's leadership, the Five Element sect will definitely be able to walk toward the unfathomable glory in the future. When Qiu thought about this, he sighed deeply. Soon after, the three of them returned to Wood Peak. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, Qiu left. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Huang Daniu finally regained his senses from the absent-minded state he had been in throughout the journey. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "I noticed that you seem to be very calm throughout the journey. The Peak Master said that the place we're going to in half a month is dangerous. Aren't you worried at all?" When Huang Daniu reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but ask, "Worried? What's there to be worried about?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then, his eyes narrowed as he muttered, "How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den?" Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, but it was still heard by Huang Daniu. A gleam flashed across Huang Daniu's eyes as he forced a smile on his face and asked, "Duan Lingtian, do you know something that I don't? You're quite smart, aren't you? Just from these few words of mine, you can already tell that I know something that you don't." Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh as he scolded him. "Duan Lingtian, even if the Peak Master doesn't want to tell me, don't tell me that you're unwilling to tell me as well?" Huang Daniu looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly. His face was filled with anticipation. "I remember, there was someone who was boasting in front of me earlier. He said that his concept had increased by 3 levels after he came out of the profound assimilation formation. However, my concept had only increased by 2 levels, so I can't compare to him." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Huang Daniu with a faint smile on his face. Huang Daniu could not help but smile wryly. He felt like he had shot himself in the foot earlier. "Duan Lingtian, you can't be so petty, right?" Huang Daniu was stunned as he asked with a bitter expression on his face. "If I'm not mistaken, the place that we're going to with the Peak Master and the rest in 2 weeks should be a secret treasure left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu." Naturally, Duan Lingtian would not be so calculative with Huang Daniu over such a small matter. Facing the bitter expression on Huang Daniu's face, he no longer teased him and told him everything that he knew. A secret treasure left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu? Huang Daniu was stunned when he heard this. However, his eyes narrowed when he regained his senses. A powerhouse like Emperor Wu. To him, such a thing only existed in legends. However, there was no doubt about how terrifying a powerhouse like Emperor Wu was. He was a powerhouse who stood at the peak of the Cloud Continent. A secret treasure left behind by such a powerhouse would, of course, be something extraordinary. Unknowingly, Huang Daniu's breathing had become rapid. He only managed to catch his breath after a long time. His eyes stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as he asked, "Are you sure about this, Duan Lingtian?"
"What?"
"You still don't believe me?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "Why don't you think about it? Why would the group of 5 Element Sect senior officials suddenly activate the profound assimilation formation to elevate our strength? Isn't it because they want us to help them look for some things in the secret treasure of Emperor Wu?" Huang Daniu was speechless. However, his eyes were gleaming with a burning light as he muttered to himself, "This is really exciting. There must be a lot of good stuff in the secret treasure left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu, right?" The current Huang Daniu was like a completely different person compared to the Huang Daniu who had a fearful look on his face earlier. As the saying went, birds die in pursuit of food just as men die in pursuit of wealth. It was undoubtedly referring to the current Huang Daniu. Alright, let's go back and cultivate first. Duan Lingtian snapped Huang Daniu, who was still in a daze. There's still half a month left. Try your best to break through to the 7th level void interpretation. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time facing those young powerhouses from the other sections. There are other sects. Huang Daniu, who had snapped back to reality, could not help but be stunned.
Of course.
Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly. Otherwise, how dangerous do you think the secret treasure left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu is? The real danger is not the danger in the secret treasure, but the danger that comes from the other young powerhouses. When you're in the secret treasure, even if you really manage to obtain any treasure, you'll still need to have the ability to protect it. Otherwise, everything you do is destined to be a wedding dress for someone else. As Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone became solemn. Upon hearing this, Huang Daniu took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Understood. It's good that you understand. Let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Huang Daniu and flew towards a 3-story pavilion at the mountainside of Wood Peak. That was the place where they had been staying recently. Duan Lingtian, I've thought about it seriously. Something seems to be wrong. Why would the sect senior officials bring us, the young disciples, to the secret treasure left behind by a martial monarch powerhouse? Wouldn't it be fine if they brought the elders of the older generation? Huang Daniu seemed to have recalled something and asked with a frown, the elders of the older generation are much stronger than us. If we go, we'll only be cannon fodder in front of the elders of the other sections. What if I told you that the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu Powerhouse has an age restriction? Chapter 9:16. There's an age restriction?
How?
Huang Daniu had a puzzled expression. You should know about the age-measuring pearl, right? As long as we use the age-measuring pearl as the material and supplement it with some other inscriptions to form an inscription formation, it can completely restrict people above a certain age and prevent them from entering and exiting the door enveloped by the inscription formation. Duan Lingtian explained patiently. So that's how it is. Huang Daniu was enlightened and asked curiously at the same time. According to what you said, the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu has this kind of inscription array as a restriction?
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded. How old is the restriction? Huang Daniu asked curiously. 40 years old. Duan Lingtian said. 40 years old? In other words, only martial artists of the younger generation can enter. No wonder. Huang Daniu was enlightened. When he recalled Duan Lingtian's words earlier, he felt a trace of heavy pressure. The pressure pressed down on him to the point he felt slightly suffocated. Then let's hurry back and cultivate. At that time, when the young experts of the various sects enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure together, there will definitely be a lot of battles. After Huang Daniu finished speaking, he didn't wait for Duan Lingtian's reply and turned into a bolt of lightning, entering the 3-story pavilion on the mountainside in the distance and disappearing before Duan Lingtian's eyes. This fellow, Duan Lingtian, was stunned by Huang Daniu, and then he couldn't help but smile bitterly as he returned to his room on the 3-story pavilion. After returning to his room and sitting cross-legged on his bed, Duan Lingtian didn't dare to have any hesitation as he stuffed the 2 spirit fruits in his hand into his mouth. The spirit fruits turned into a cool juice that flowed down his throat and into his body. 2 different spirit fruits naturally had different medicinal effects. If it was an ordinary martial artist, they would absolutely not be as bold as Duan Lingtian to swallow 2 different spirit fruits at once, because it was easy to cause the medicinal effects of the spirit fruits to conflict. Once the medicinal effects conflicted, a powerful force would emerge and explode in the body, causing great damage to the meridians and internal organs in the body. At the very least, he would suffer from qi deviation. At the very least, he would die suddenly. As for Duan Lingtian, he was naturally not an ordinary cultivator. He was not worried that the medicinal efficacy of the two spirit fruits would conflict because of competing for the initiative. He knew that even if the medicinal power of the two spiritual fruits entered his body at the same time, they would not be able to take the initiative. This was because there was another medicinal power hidden in his body that was countless times more overbearing than the medicinal power of the two spirit fruits. The medicinal strength of the rebirth pill. Sure enough, just as the medicinal power of the two spirit fruits merged with Duan Lingtian's Yuan Li and was about to clash for the initiative, an even more boundless medicinal power appeared. The moment the rebirth pill's medicinal effect discovered the medicinal effect of the two spirit fruits, it was as though it had been injected with chicken blood as it swept out from his dantian. After the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill fused with his origin energy, he urged his origin energy to rush towards the two spirit fruits' medicinal efficacy. Just as the two spirit fruits' medicinal efficacy were about to clash, he crushed them in one fell swoop.
Bang!
After a short moment, the origin energy urged by the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy and the origin energy urged by the two spirit fruits' medicinal efficacy converged together, and the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill also took the initiative as it rampaged within Duan Lingtian's body. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt the meridians in his body tremble, and even his internal organs started to tremble. Duan Lingtian did not dare hesitate as he hurriedly concentrated his mind and calmed his qi. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Sword Dragon Form. As Duan Lingtian started to meditate and cultivate, the origin energy that was rampaging within his body once again returned to the right track and circulated according to the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Sword Dragon Form. According to this speed, it won't be long before I can smoothly break through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he sensed the origin energy that was rapidly flowing through his body like a raging wave. He was filled with excitement. Previously, with the help of Nangong Chen's spiritual energy, the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill had urged his origin energy to break through to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage in one go. Moreover, it had also opened up the bottleneck that led him to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage. This time, as the medicinal efficacy of the two spirit fruits merged into his body, the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill had entered his body once again. Although it was not as fast as before, it was not slow either. Moreover, other than the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, the medicinal efficacy of the other two spirit fruits continued to merge with his origin energy and merged with his origin energy.
Bang!
It felt like it did not take long before Duan Lingtian noticed that the origin energy in his body that was like a raging wave had broken through the bottleneck and helped him to successfully break through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage. The moment he broke through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body underwent a tremendous change. It was a qualitative change. What a powerful origin energy! After breaking through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He was filled with joy. At the same time, the origin energy that was urged by the rebirth pill continued to surge out rapidly. It flowed through the meridians in Duan Lingtian's body in an orderly manner, helping Duan Lingtian to advance further. Time passed by quietly. Duan Lingtian lost track of time as he cultivated. However, he could still clearly feel the changes in his body. Ever since he had broken through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage, the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill continued to guide the medicinal efficacy of the other two spirit fruits to cultivate according to the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Sword Dragon Form. It was as though he would never feel tired. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel that the bottleneck leading to the 9th level of the void interpretation stage had appeared. After an unknown amount of time, He could once again sense that the origin energy that was rolling out of the meridians in his body had quickly broken through the bottleneck leading to the 9th level of the void interpretation stage.
Bang.
A light sound resonated in his body, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but open his eyes. Excitement appeared on his face. I've broken through. 9th level of the void interpretation stage. As the milky white origin energy around Duan Lingtian's body spread out, the heaven and earth energy above his head roiled and gathered to form a clear heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of 120 ancient horned dragon silhouettes seemed to be telling everything in the surroundings that his current cultivation base was at the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. Suddenly, the origin energy around Duan Lingtian's body shook before disappearing without a trace.
Ah.
Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, his body trembled, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered on the floor in front of the bed and bloomed like a red rose that was dazzling and eye-catching. Before he could wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, sword dragon form. Currently, Duan Lingtian hurriedly circulated his mental cultivation method to return the restless origin energy in his body to the right path, as he was afraid that he would be injured by it again. Earlier, it was because he was busy trying out the origin energy after his breakthrough that he forgot to continue guiding the restless origin energy in his body. Once the restless origin energy went out of control, it ran amok in his body and even injured his internal organs. The medicinal strength of the rebirth pill is already overbearing. Coupled with the medicinal strength of the other 2 spirit fruits, the 3 of them added together is far from what my body can endure. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, Duan Lingtian could also notice that the medicinal strength of the 2 spirit fruits was almost depleted after helping him break through 2 levels consecutively. It would probably not be long before it was completely exhausted. After an unknown period of time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the medicinal strength of the 2 spirit fruits was completely exhausted. However, even though the medicinal strength of the spirit fruits was completely exhausted, the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill could not be retracted immediately. It continued to circulate the origin energy to rush forward. After another period of time, Duan Lingtian noticed that his cultivation base had increased again. The bottleneck to the void transformation stage had also appeared.
Boom.
The overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill circulated the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body according to the 9 dragons wore sovereign techniques, sword dragon form's mental cultivation method for 1 cycle before it crashed into the bottleneck. The bottleneck trembled, but it did not show any signs of breaking through.
Boom. 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 Boom.
Under the urging of the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, the origin energy seemed to never know exhaustion as it crashed into the final bottleneck of the void interpretation stage again and again. The bottleneck that showed no signs of breaking through in the beginning gradually loosened. In the end, it almost broke through a few times.
Boom.
The origin energy swept out again and violently crashed into the bottleneck again. The bottleneck loosened for a while, and it seemed like it was about to break through. However, it did not break through in the end, and it still stood there firmly. I should be able to break through it one more time. Duan Lingtian secretly took a deep breath. However, to his dismay, he realized that his origin energy had actually slowed down after circulating for half a cycle under the influence of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill. The overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill came and went quickly. In just a blink of an eye, it entered his dantian and hid there. Let's give it a try. As Duan Lingtian secretly smiled wryly, he circulated the remaining half of his origin energy on his own and continued to charge towards the bottleneck to the void transformation stage. The bottleneck that was already loosened only trembled slightly, but it did not break through. Compared to the origin energy under the urging of the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, The origin energy that Duan Lingtian circulated on his own was pitifully weak. It was as though he had not eaten anything, just a little bit more. Even without the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, I should be able to break through it after circulating it for another 100 cycles and successfully break through to the first level void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he continued to circulate the origin energy on his own to break through. After a while, Duan Lingtian circulated his origin energy for another 5 to 6 cycles. The bottleneck kept on loosening, but it was still unable to be broken through by Duan Lingtian's origin energy. Duan Lingtian. Just when Duan Lingtian wanted to continue, a familiar voice resonated from outside the room, causing him to return to his senses and open his eyes. Just a little bit more. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he got off the bed and went forward to open the door. He looked at the young man outside the door. Xueqi, why are you here? The person standing outside the door was none other than Xueqi. He was Ke Zheng's direct disciple. At that time, he had met Ke Zheng and his disciple in Drift Cloud Town, and it was under their lead that he came to the Five Element sect. Chapter 9:17. It was the Peak Master who asked me to call you and deign you. Xueqi smiled. The Peak Master is looking for us? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Could it be that half a month has already passed? Yes. Xueqi nodded. Only you and Dainyu are left now. Once all of you are here, we can head to Gold Peak to meet up with the Peak Masters of the other 4 peaks and the young disciples of the various peaks. Us? You're going as well? Duan Lingtian was stunned. It's not just me. There are 3 other Wood Peak disciples that will be going as well. Xueqi smiled. Even though I don't know where we're going, but since our Wood Peak is the number 1 peak of the 5 Element sect and has 6 quotas, whereas the quotas of the other peaks are inferior to ours, I presume it won't be a bad thing. Wood Peak has 6 quotas? Aren't the other peaks the same? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he never imagined that the Wood Peak would have so many people going this time. At the same time, he was curious as to how many quotas the other peaks had. Yes. Xueqi nodded once more. The quotas this time are distributed according to the ranking of the 5 peaks. Our Wood Peak is the first peak, so we have 6 spots. The Gold Peak is the second peak, so we have 5 spots. The Fire Peak is the third peak, so we have 4 spots. The Water Peak is the 4th peak, so we have 3 spots. As for the Earth Peak, we are at the bottom, so we only have 2 spots. Xueqi finished speaking in a single breath. So, in this way, our 5 Element sect will have 20 young disciples and the Peak Masters of the 5 peaks this time? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he muttered to himself. I'll go call Dainyu, then we'll go meet up with the Peak Masters. After informing Duan Lingtian, Xueqi headed to the ground floor of the pavilion and knocked on Huang Dainyu's door before calling Huang Dainyu out. When Huang Dainyu came out, his face was rosy and brimming with energy. Duan Lingtian, do you want to train? After Huang Dainyu greeted Xueqi, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who stood in the sky, and grinned as he asked confidently, How do you want to train? Hearing Huang Dainyu's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but squint his eyes as he asked with interest, How about this? I won't draw support from the earth energy, and you won't use wind concept. The 2 of us will fight each other with our bare hands. How about it? Huang Dainyu's eyes lit up. He was eager to try. Dainyu, you actually dare to challenge me. It seems like your breakthrough this time is not small. Duan Lingtian smiled. How is it? Do you dare? A bright smile appeared on Huang Dainyu's face. His words were filled with provocation. Why not? However, we'd better stay away so as not to disturb Xiao Xian's cultivation. Duan Lingtian said fearlessly. At the same time, he glanced at the master bedroom on the 2nd floor of the pavilion, and a trace of gentleness flashed across his eyes. Immediately after, he flew out and headed straight for the distant horizon. In front of Huang Dainyu and Xueqi's eyes, Duan Lingtian gradually turned into a small black, floating in the distant sky. Duan Lingtian, you're really straightforward. The smile on Huang Dania's face grew wider, and he flew out at the same time to follow Chenwei. These two fellows. The peak master is still waiting for them. Chenwei laughed bitterly as he shook his head, and then he followed as well. High up in the sky, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu stood in confrontation as they looked directly at each other, and their bodies emitted dense battle intent that would erupt at any moment. Huang Daniu stared at Duan Lingtian with a strained mind as if he was facing a great enemy. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, and his gaze was extremely calm. It was as if Huang Daniu wasn't a threat to him at all. Of course, he really felt that Huang Daniu wasn't a threat in his heart. When Huang Daniu had just come out, his acute spiritual force had detected Huang Daniu's cultivation at the first possible moment. 8th level Void Interpretation Stage. 8th level Void Interpretation Stage. 9th level Intermediate Earth Concept. This was Huang Daniu's current strength. Daniu, make a move. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. Duan Lingtian, you have to be careful. I'm no longer the same Huang Daniu from half a month ago. Huang Daniu could not help but warn Duan Lingtian in a deep voice when he saw how casual Duan Lingtian was. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian was underestimating him.
Come.
Duan Lingtian nodded, and the smile on his face did not change. Huang Daniu's face sank when he saw this. Although Duan Lingtian was his friend, he could not help but feel slightly angry when he was looked down upon by Duan Lingtian. He was slightly unable to hold it in. Ha! Suddenly, Huang Daniu shouted, and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. Subsequently, it merged with the rolling earth concept and transformed into waves of khaki energy. A small portion of the khaki energy condensed and formed a thick stone platform under Huang Daniu's feet. Bang! As soon as the stone platform appeared, Huang Daniu's legs had already kicked out like a running cheetah. He landed on the stone platform, causing the stone platform to shatter into pieces. Then, it was shattered into pieces by a vast force. In the next moment, with the shattered stone platform as the center, a vast rolling airwave swept out and transformed into a gust of violent wind that blew in all directions. It blew so hard that Chenwei, who stood at the side, could not help but squint his eyes. Chenwei's robe fluttered with the wind and fluttered. At this moment, Chenwei's eyes could not help but narrow when he saw Huang Daniu, who had transformed into a figure that was difficult to capture as he charged straight for Duan Lingtian. He was shocked in his heart. When did Daniu's strength become so strong? Chenwei did not have the time to react when he saw the 210 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that followed Huang Daniu in the sky. He could not help but be dumbstruck for a moment. He knew very well what it meant to display the strength of 210 ancient horned dragons without the use of a spirit weapon. An 8th level Void Interpretation martial artist could do it by casting the 9th level Void Interpretation concept. A 9th level Void Interpretation martial artist could do it by casting the 8th level Void Interpretation concept. If it was a middle-aged powerhouse from Wood Peak that displayed such strength, he would not be surprised. But the problem was that the person who displayed such strength was Huang Daniu. Huang Daniu, who only displayed a cultivation at the 6th level Void Interpretation stage and 6th level Earth concept almost a month ago. The current Huang Daniu was like a completely different person compared to the Huang Daniu from that time, and it gave him a strange feeling. Bang! He did not have the time to react when he heard another loud bang sound out. At the same time, an even more terrifying airwave swept out and set off waves of vast violent wind that blew onto his body and forced him back by a few meters. What happened? Chenwei used all his strength to open his eyes that had unconsciously narrowed, and he quickly saw the two figures that were colliding in the distance. They were two young men. Now, the two of them were facing each other with their fists. The two people in front of him could be considered to be his acquaintances. However, at this moment, he felt as if it was the first time he got to know the two people before him. Besides the 210 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above the robust and tall young man, there were even 220 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above the violet-clad young man. The strength of 220 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Ninth level void interpretation stage martial artist. Ninth level void interpretation concept. Duan Lingtian. Chunwei was shocked to the point his mouth opened wide, and he was dumbstruck as he looked at the violet figure in the distance, and he was unable to recover from his shock for a long time.
Bang.
Another loud bang sounded out, and it shocked Chunwei to the point his body trembled, and he could not help but shudder. He clearly saw the dense violet lightning that was coiled around Duan Lingtian's fist swept out and easily crushed the khaki energy that was coiled around Huang Dania's fist. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's body leaned forward. On the other hand, Huang Daniu was blasted flying by the punch like an arrow that left the bow.
Barf.
Huang Daniu, who was blasted flying, flushed. His vital energy and blood were in a mess, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After a while, Huang Dania finally came to a stop after flying for several tens of meters. After consuming a healing pill, Huang Dania's injuries were almost completely healed. Of course, this was also because Duan Lingtian had held back. Otherwise, it was impossible for Huang Daniu to only suffer such minor injuries. Duan Lingtian, you freak. Monster. You've actually made a breakthrough to the 9th level void interpretation. Do those 2 spirit fruits have such powerful medicinal efficacy? Huang Daniu could not help but curse out loud after he regained his senses. His voice became softer and softer as he spoke. The reason he dared to challenge Duan Lingtian earlier was purely because he thought he had some understanding of the medicinal efficacy of the 2 spirit fruits that Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak, gave him. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had only made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation during the Battle of the 5 Peaks a month ago. Even if Duan Lingtian completely absorbed and digested the medicinal efficacy of the 2 spirit fruits, he would only be able to raise his cultivation base to the peak of the 8th level void interpretation at most. It would be impossible for him to make a breakthrough to the 9th level void interpretation. However, the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed today made him realize how wrong and ridiculous his previous thoughts were. You think that I haven't made a breakthrough to the 9th level void interpretation? Upon hearing Huang Daniu's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. Nonsense. Huang Daniu said snappily, if I knew that you've made a breakthrough to the 9th level void interpretation, who the hell would want to fight with you? I don't have the hobby of asking for a beating. When Huang Daniu reached the end of his sentence, he looked gloomy. Upon seeing Huang Daniu's gloomy expression, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. His smile was bright and sunny. Duan Lingtian, Daniu, both of you, when did both of you become so strong? Chunwei flew forward and stared at both of them with his mouth agape. Both of your void interpretation concepts made a breakthrough to the 9th level in the profound assimilation formation? Also, Duan Lingtian, you've actually comprehended the thunder concept as well? At this moment, there were too many questions and questions in Chunwei's heart. That's right. Our concepts made a breakthrough in the profound assimilation formation. However, my intermediate Earth concept has indeed been raised to the 9th level in the profound assimilation formation. It's raised by a total of 3 levels. Huang Dania grinned. You mean, you've comprehended the 9th level intermediate Earth concept now? Chunwei stared at Huang Daniu with his eyes wide open. His face was filled with shock. Chapter 9:18. That's right. Huang Dania's face was filled with pride. In the profound assimilation formation, I managed to raise my 6th level intermediate Earth concept to the 9th level Earth concept. When Huang Daniu reached here, he looked at Duan Lingtian again. The smile on his face became even more proud. In this regard, I'm much stronger than Duan Lingtian. His intermediate thunder concept was originally at the 7th level. When he raised it to the 9th level in the profound assimilation formation, it only increased by 2 levels. When Duan Lingtian saw that Huang Daniu was trying to find a balance in this matter again, he shook his head and ignored him. I've long heard that the profound assimilation formation is not simple. However, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. It actually raised both of your void interpretation concepts to the 9th level. Chunwei exclaimed with a face full of envy. Then, Chunwei looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled wryly. Duan Lingtian, I thought you've only comprehended the 3rd level intermediate wind concept. I didn't expect you to have also comprehended the 7th level thunder concept. Before this, he was like most of the people. He thought the reason why Duan Lingtian was so powerful was because of his innate ability. Without his innate ability, Duan Lingtian would not even be ranked among the outstanding young disciples in the 5-element sect. However, at this moment, he realized how stupid and ridiculous his previous thoughts were. Duan Lingtian, this guy really hid his strength well. Huang Dania's eyes flashed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Now, I wouldn't be surprised even if he exerted a 3rd concept, the void interpretation concept, besides the thunder concept and wind concept. Huang Dania's words made the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitch unnoticeably. Although he knew Huang Daniu was just saying it casually, he could not help but feel a slight ripple in his heart. He really did comprehend the 3rd void interpretation concept. Not only did he comprehend the 3rd void interpretation concept, but he had also comprehended the 4th void interpretation concept. His earth concept and sword concept were both at the void interpretation concept level. However, Chunwei did not take Huang Daniu's words to heart. As far as he was concerned, it was already shocking that Duan Lingtian was able to comprehend 2 types of void interpretation concepts at such a young age, and it was impossible for him to comprehend a 3rd type of void interpretation concept, even if the Duan Lingtian was a variant. Your cultivations. Soon after, Chunwei glanced at Huang Daniu before shifting his gaze to Duan Lingtian. His face was filled with doubt. It's all thanks to the few spirit fruits that the Peak Master gave us that our cultivation base is high. Those spirit fruits are the cultivation resources that the sect gave us. Huang Daniu laughed. Only now did Chunwei come to a sudden understanding, and the envy on his face grew even more. Yet there wasn't the slightest bit of jealousy. He knew very well in his heart that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu deserved everything they had. Without Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, it would be impossible for Wood Peak to shake off the fate of being at the bottom, let alone becoming the first peak of the 5-element sect. If Wood Peak could not shake off the fate of being at the bottom, even if the sect obtained the spirit fruits, it would not be distributed to Wood Peak. Let's go. The Peak Master is still waiting for us. Chunwei called out to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian before flying out. Duan Lingtian nodded his head and followed Chunwei with Huang Daniu as they flew up to the sky far away. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, again. Behind Qiyu, there were 3 other Wood Peak disciples. The 3 young disciples were around the age of 35. It was obvious that they were also going to Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy swept out and quickly detected the cultivation base of the 3 of them. All of them were at the 4th level void interpretation, similar to Chunwei in the past. He had already noticed it when Chunwei came to look for him. Currently, Chunwei's cultivation base had already broken through to the 5th level void interpretation. You're here? When Qiyu saw Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, a rare smile appeared on his calm face. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu greeted Qiyu with a smile before they stood next to him. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, senior brother Huang Daniu. At this moment, the 3 Wood Peak disciples standing behind Qiyu greeted Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu respectfully in unison. It made Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu feel flattered. In terms of age, These 3 Wood Peak disciples were older than them. Let's go. Qiyu brought along Duan Lingtian and the other 5 and flew straight to Gold Peak. In just a short while, they arrived at the sky outside of Gold Peak. Over there were already 2 groups of people standing separately in the sky and gathered together. When they noticed the arrival of Duan Lingtian and the other people from Wood Peak, the 2 groups of people gathered their attention and quickly locked onto 2 people from Wood Peak, Duan Lingtian and Qiyu. When Duan Lingtian had just arrived at Wood Peak, he had already killed a direct disciple of a Wood Peak elder. After that, he even forced the Wood Peak elder to cripple his own cultivation base. From that moment on, Duan Lingtian's name had already spread throughout the entire 5 Element sect. Later on, Duan Lingtian even became famous in just one battle during the Battle of the 5 Peaks. He defeated Brother Nangong, who was the strongest among the younger generation in the 5 Element sect before he came to the 5 Element sect. He obtained the first place in the individual and team battles of the Battle of the 5 Peaks and helped Wood Peak to become the first peak of the 5 Element sect. Currently, Duan Lingtian's reputation in the 5 Element sect could be said to be soaring. He had even surpassed Brother Nangong from Gold Peak. Some of the 5 Element sect's disciples even secretly regarded Duan Lingtian as the new strongest person among the younger generation in the sect because he could defeat Brother Nangong from Gold Peak. Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, had originally been quiet for many years. However, during the Battle of the 5 Peaks, he made his move like lightning and severely injured Qiyu, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, twice. At that moment, the 5 Element sect's disciples who were present finally knew. Qiyu, who was known as the second strongest person in the 5 Element sect, did not have an undeserved reputation. He really possessed such strength. From that moment on, Qiyu had also become the hot topic of many 5 Element sect's disciples. Peak Master Qiyu. The 2 groups of people were the people from Water Peak and Earth Peak who had arrived first. Yufeng, the Peak Master of Water Peak, and Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, came up to greet Qiyu with a smile. Peak Master Yufeng, Peak Master Tiangu. Qiyu responded to each of them with a smile. He was very polite. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and glanced at the people from Water Peak and Earth Peak one by one. He noticed that other than the 2 Peak Masters, Yufeng and Tiangu, there were only 5 young disciples from both peaks. Among the 3 from Water Peak, other than Tan Huan and the female disciple from Water Peak whom he had met twice, there was another female disciple from Wood Peak. There were only 2 people from Earth Peak, and both of them were familiar faces. They were none other than Tianzhen and the male disciple from Earth Peak, who had also met Duan Lingtian twice. The number of young disciples from both peaks combined was not even comparable to the group of Wood Peak's disciples, including Duan Lingtian. The people from Fire Peak are here. Suddenly, a Wood Peak's disciple could not help but exclaim in a low voice. At once, other than Duan Lingtian and Qiyu, the rest of the people present on the scene shifted their attention to the 5 figures that were flying towards them from afar. These 5 people were led by one person. The person in the lead was an old man dressed in red. He was none other than Qiyu, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. Behind Qiyu, there were 4 other Fire Peak's disciples. These 4 Fire Peak's disciples were led by Hu Fei as they followed closely behind Qiyu. Since everyone is here, let's set off. At this moment, before Yufeng and Tiangu could even greet Qiyu, a loud and clear voice resonated from the direction of Gold Peak, attracting everyone's attention. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could see a total of 6 figures flying towards them from the direction of Gold Peak. Among them, the Peak Master of Gold Peak, who was also the sect leader of 5 Element sect, Guocheng, was leading the group. Behind Guocheng, the 2 brothers, Nangong Chun and Nangong Yi, followed closely behind. One of them was moving while the other was still, displaying a peerless elegance. Behind the 2 of them, there were 3 other Gold Peak's disciples. All of them were young disciples who were around the age of 35. It was obvious that they were also preparing to go to the martial emperor's secret treasure. Sect leaders. The moment Xueqi appeared, the people from the other 4 peaks bowed slightly. They either nodded or bowed slightly. Most of them only bowed to greet him. Only the 4 peak masters and Duan Lingtian were exceptions. They only nodded their heads in greeting. For a moment, Duan Lingtian, who was standing among the group of 5 Element Sect's disciples, stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens when the other 5 Element Sect's disciples bowed. If it was someone else, perhaps Xueqi would be slightly dissatisfied. However, when he realized that this person was Duan Lingtian, he completely lost his temper. In his opinion, as a variant, Duan Lingtian could temporarily join the 5 Element Sect. It could be considered as a blessing for the 5 Element Sect. As for those complicated formalities, Duan Lingtian had the right to ignore them. Let's go. Xueqi nodded his head at the crowd before shouting out softly. The instant his words left his mouth, Xueqi led the 5 Gold Peaks disciples and flew towards the southwest direction. Since he had to take care of the Gold Peaks disciples, he deliberately slowed down his speed. Let's go. At this moment, Qiyu, Yufeng, Tiangu, and Chabai called out to the young disciples that they brought with them before following the group of Gold Peaks people closely, like shadows. That Emperor Wu's secret treasure is in the southwest. Flying all the way to the southwest, Duan Lingtian could not help but squint his eyes as he muttered, "That direction is located between the south of the northern desert and the west of the northern desert. It's closer to the 4 major forces in the south of the northern desert." In the ancient desert city in the south of the northern desert, in the Skywolf Fort, in an underground palace in the inner fort, 5 people stood in front of a high platform. Looking at the high platform that was shrouded in fog, each of their eyes were gleaming brightly. "It's going to be 3 hours soon," the only middle-aged man among the 5 said in a low voice. "The profound assimilation formation is about to close. It's time for the 9 of them to come out." One of the old men among the 5 had his eyes lit up all of a sudden. He looked at the fog on the high platform in anticipation as though he was waiting for something. Time passed by quietly. What's going on? It's already been 4 hours. Why hasn't the profound assimilation formation closed on its own yet? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that there's something wrong with the profound assimilation formation? Chapter 919. The 5 people on the scene were none other than the 5 Vice Fort Masters of the Skywolf Fort. The 5 Vice Fort Masters were led by Luo Fu. Next to him were Meng Li, Ning Can, Yukong, and Feng Wei. Feng Wei was Luo Fu's disciple. At the same time, he was also the only middle-aged man among the 5 Vice Fort Masters. The other 4 were old men in their 70s. At this moment, the 5 of them had a grave expression on their faces. They knew very well that the profound assimilation formation would only be open for 3 hours at most before it would close on its own. At this time, the people inside would come out, and the concept they comprehended would more or less improve. However, 4 hours had passed, and the profound assimilation formation still did not show any signs of closing. It was as though something had gone wrong, and they could not help but feel anxious. "Don't tell me something has really happened?" Feng Wei had a grave expression on his face. "I don't think so. The profound assimilation formation is an inscription formation that was personally laid out by a martial monarch powerhouse. Logically speaking, it's impossible for something to go wrong." Luo Fu shook his head. His wise eyes shone brightly as he stared at the fog on the high platform. Something must have happened in there that we don't know about. Although Meng Li, Ning Can, and Yukong did not say anything, they were also staring at the profound assimilation formation on the high platform in front of them. A hint of worry could be seen on their faces. Compared to the 5 Vice Fort Masters' restlessness outside the profound assimilation formation, it was calm inside the profound assimilation formation. 9 young talents sat cross-legged in various places as they comprehended their concepts in silence. Around the bodies of the 9 young geniuses, strands of materialized concepts seemed to be rising. It was either wind concept, fire concept, water concept, thunder concept, or earth concept. All 5 of the above belonged to the nature concept. There was another person whose body was surrounded by strands of sword-shaped energy. It was the materialized sword concept. Among them, 8 of the young geniuses sat there motionlessly like statues. Only one of them had his brows furrowed and relaxed from time to time. This was a young man dressed in white. He looked to be in his early 30s. Although his eyes were closed, his face was unusually cold, especially the strand of black flame mark between his brows. Just a glance at it was enough to cause one to feel apprehensive. At this moment, the black flame mark seemed to have come to life, burning brightly. "Ghost Elder, how did you do it?" At the same time, a voice suddenly sounded in the depths of the white-clothed young man's mind. It was filled with surprise. In the depths of the white-clad young man's mind, there were 2 masses of vast concept energy gathered near the strand of solidified soul. They were like 2 masses of clouds that kept rolling. One of the concept energy was green while the other was red. It was the concept energy that corresponded to the wind concept and fire concept. Humph! At the same time, a cold, hoarse, and aged low snort suddenly exploded in the mind of the white-clothed young man. "It's only an inscription formation set up by a mere martial monarch stage inscription master. How could it be difficult for me to obtain the ghost flame? Although the remnant of my soul right now is far from my prime, it's still very easy for me to extract some of the concept energy from this inscription formation and force it into your body. If I was at my prime, then even if I extracted all the concept energy refined from the wind concept fragment and fire concept fragment and poured it into your body, it wouldn't be a difficult matter." When the hoarse and aged voice reached the end of his sentence, it was filled with disdain. Based on his words, it was as though he was looking down on the profound assimilation formation set up by the martial monarch powerhouse he was currently in. Yes. What martial monarch powerhouse? He's nothing in front of you, Ghost Elder. The voice that spoke earlier had a hint of flattery in his tone. Then he changed the topic. "Ghost Elder, with the 2 concept energy that you extracted, to what level can my wind concept and fire concept be raised to?" "Void transformation concept." The hoarse and aged voice resonated again.
Void.
"Void transformation concept? Ghost Elder, you're not joking, right?" The voice of the former was filled with shock. "Ever since you obtained the Devil Seal Tablet's fragment by chance, and my remnant soul resided in your body, when have I ever lied to you?" A hint of anger could be heard in the hoarse and aged voice. "Of course not. Ghost Elder, please don't take what happened earlier to heart. I just thought it was too unbelievable, and I was too excited." The voice of the former was filled with panic. "Humph!" The aged voice snorted again and continued to say, "Zishang boy, remember this. What I can give you is far beyond your imagination. As long as you remember the promise you made to me and help me reconstruct my soul in the future, I won't mistreat you." The aged voice said again. Yes. Zishang's voice resonated in a panic. He did not dare to slack off at all. "All right. I'll return the control of your body to you now. You'll merge the 2 concept energy that I extracted for you with your 2 concepts." After the hoarse and aged voice finished speaking, it became completely silent. At the same time, the black flame mark between Zishang's eyebrows disappeared without a trace. It was as though it had never existed. It was extremely strange. Zishang slowly opened his eyes. A fierce gleam flashed across his eyes as he muttered to himself coldly, "Duan Lingtian, I'll give you a big surprise the next time we meet. Even if Ghost Elder can't make a move on you, I can still destroy you. As long as I obtain your Devil Seal Tablet, my future will be bright. Even those powerhouses like Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent will be trampled under my feet sooner or later." A wicked smile appeared on Zishang's face as he muttered to himself. After a while, he finally stopped laughing Subsequently, Zishang closed his eyes again and merged the two concept energy in the depth of his mind. A vast flame rose around Zishang's body, accompanied by gusts of green wind. With the help of the wind, the flame raged even more fiercely. Time passed by quietly. 3 days passed by in just a blink of an eye. It's been 3 days, but the profound assimilation formation still hasn't closed by itself. In the underground palace of Skywolf Fort's inner fort, Ningkan kept pacing back and forth on the high platform that was shrouded in fog. His face was filled with worry. He was worried about his direct disciple, Zishang. "We've already waited for 3 days. There's no need to rush now," Luo Fu, who was standing by the side, said. However, although he said so, there was still a hint of worry in his eyes. Huh. Suddenly, Luo Fu raised his eyebrows as though he had noticed something. He stared at the profound assimilation formation on the high platform, which was also the fog that was visible to the naked eye. The fog was stirring and showing signs of shrinking. The profound assimilation formation is closing. At this moment, Ningkan came to a halt. The other 3 Skywolf Fort's vice fort masters, who were sitting cross-legged cultivating at the side, opened their eyes one after another and stood up. They looked at the fog that was shrinking on the high platform. Soon after, the fog disappeared. 9 figures sitting cross-legged on the high platform appeared before their eyes one by one. There were 8 young men and 1 young woman. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize the young woman with just a glance. She was Yi Ling, whom he had met once during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. She was the strongest person among the younger generation in the Darqing dynasty. After the martial competition of the 10 dynasties had ended, Yi Ling had stayed in Skywolf Fort and was heavily nurtured. Compared to the past, her cultivation base was as different as heaven and earth. Soon after, the 9 people opened their eyes one after another and woke up. Zishang, how's the progress of your wind concept? Ningkan was the first to look at the white-clothed young man who was his personal disciple, Zishang, and asked impatiently, "Master, Zishang didn't disappoint you?" Zishang smiled faintly. The air around his body stirred and emitted a scorching aura. After a few moments, a vast flame rose and shrouded Zishang's entire body. It made him look like a majestic fire giant.
Whoosh.
At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred in the sky and gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons gradually formed. 10,
20,
30. The number was still increasing. Under the stunned gaze of the group of people, the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes finally stopped increasing and came to a stop. The strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Luo Fu sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, "First level advanced concept of fire. Zishang, why you've actually comprehended the void transformation concept?" Void transformation concept. At once, the other 8 Skywolf Fort's young disciples were petrified. They stared blankly at the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Zishang's head. They could not regain their senses for a long time. Zishang, why your fire concept was only at the void initiation concept before you entered the profound assimilation formation, right? At this moment, Ningkan asked in a daze. Void initiation concept? The moment Ningkan's words left his mouth, Luo Fu and the other 4 vice fort masters were petrified as well. Before he entered the profound assimilation formation, his concept was only at the void initiation concept. After he came out, his concept had risen to the void transformation concept? Did that not mean he had surpassed the void interpretation concept?
Yes.
Zishang nodded. He was secretly delighted when he saw the stunned and shocked expression on everyone's face. He enjoyed this feeling very much. Subsequently, with just a thought in his mind, a gust of terrifying green wind condensed and formed around his body and merged with the scorching flame continuously. At this moment, the flame skyrocketed and rose higher and higher. At the same time, 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above Zishang's head before another 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. The strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. Third level advance. Wind concept. The strength of 100 ancient horned dragons is the strength of the first level advanced fire concept after the first level advanced fire concept uses the wind concept. It's similar to the earth concept using the earth energy. Chapter 920. The 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort had dumbstruck expressions as they looked at the 700 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Zishang, and besides shock, there was only shock in their hearts. Third level advance, wind concept. It was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. First level advance fire concept. It was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Not only that, but the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons could be added to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons through the fire concept. In total, it was equivalent to the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons. The other 8 Skywolf Fort's disciples who were present were stunned. They could not regain their senses for a long time. After a while, one of the Skywolf Fort's disciples regained his senses. He gulped and muttered, "Didn't the Vice Fort Masters say that after we entered the profound assimilation formation? Perhaps the low-level void interpretation concept can be raised by 2 or 3 levels, but the high-level void interpretation concept can only raise 1 or 2 levels." He looked at Zishang and said, Perhaps something's wrong with the profound assimilation formation. I feel like I've been in there for more than 3 hours. Perhaps our improvement is as big as Zishang's. Before I entered the profound assimilation formation, I comprehended the 5th level intermediate thunder concept. If I'm not mistaken, I should have comprehended the void transformation concept as well, said the other Skywolf Fort's disciple as he hurriedly adjusted his concept. Before I entered the profound assimilation formation, I've comprehended the 5th level intermediate thunder concept. If I'm not mistaken, I should have comprehended the void transformation concept as well. At this moment, everyone, including Zishang, shifted their attention to the sky above the Skywolf Fort's disciple. The heaven and earth energy was stirring and brewing there, and the heaven and earth phenomenon was gradually forming. A cold smile appeared on Zishang's face. How could trash like this be compared to him? Soon after, silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above the Skywolf Fort's disciple one after another. The number continued to increase until it finally stopped at 80 silhouettes. The strength of 80 ancient horned dragons represented the 7th level void interpretation concept. 7th level intermediate thunder concept? How's that possible? Looking at the 80 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head, the Skywolf Fort's disciple's face turned grave. Isn't the difference between this and Zishang a little too big? At this moment, the remaining Skywolf Fort's disciples, including Yiling, began to test out their concepts one by one. In the end, they discovered that the person who improved the most amongst them had only improved by 3 levels. A disciple of the Skywolf Fort had comprehended the 4th level of void interpretation concept to the 6th level. For a time, numerous gazes converged onto Zishang, and their gazes were filled with surprise and bewilderment. Zishang revealed a smug smile on his face. He enjoyed this feeling very much. Unfortunately, my cultivation base is still slightly lacking. I hope I can smoothly break through to the 7th level void interpretation when I enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Zishang thought to himself. Blade Sect. As one of the 4 great factions of power in the southern of the northern desert, Blade Sect was stationed in 2 vast valleys adjacent to each other. Of the 2 valleys, one was the Saber Valley, which belonged to the Saber School, while the other was the Sword Valley, which belonged to the Sword School. In the middle of the Saber Valley and the Sword Valley, there was a towering hill with continuous buildings standing on it. It was the place where the Blade Sect's high-ranking officials usually lived and cultivated. Currently, in a palace on the hill, 5 people stood in front of a high platform. The high platform was shrouded in fog. Among the 5 people, there were 2 old men and 3 middle-aged men. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize the 3 middle-aged men with just a glance. They were none other than Sword 13, the vice sect leader of Sword School, Saber 5, the vice sect leader of Saber School, and the elder of Sword School, Feng Wudao. However, Feng Wudao's face was a little solemn as he stared at the fog on the high platform in front of him. He was a little nervous. Sect leaders. Feng Wudao could not help but look at the 2 old men and asked solemnly, "This profound assimilation formation, will it really not harm the fire spirit body?" Theoretically, it won't. Moreover, I've never heard of anything happening to the innate spirit body after entering the profound assimilation formation. One of the old men who was tall and sturdy shook his head. "Don't worry. Since Tianwu, that girl, has an innate spirit body, there'll only be benefits in the profound assimilation formation that's filled with concept energy. There won't be any harm at all." Another skinny old man chimed in. The 2 old men were the 2 sect leaders of Blade Sect. They were in charge of Saber School and Sword School, respectively. It's a pity that Tianwu, that girl, can't consume this spirit fruit. Otherwise, with the fire concept that she has comprehended and her terrifying strength, she'll definitely be able to accomplish something after entering Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Sword 13 sighed. Upon hearing this, Feng Wudao and the 2 old men fell silent. Feng Tianwu's comprehension of the fire concept was extremely shocking. However, her cultivation base was still at the 3rd level void interpretation. It was even inferior to many of the Blade Sect's disciples. If it was not for her shocking fire concept, she would not even be qualified to enter the profound assimilation formation and enjoy the baptism of hundreds of concept fragments. It's going to be 3 hours soon. Saber 5, who was standing at the side, suddenly brightened up. He looked at the profound assimilation formation that shrouded the high platform in anticipation. Upon hearing Saber 5's words, the other 4 people looked at the profound assimilation formation together. After a short while, the mist on the high platform disappeared and revealed its true appearance. The 10 young men and women who were sitting cross-legged at different places finally woke up one by one after a while. Wu-er. Looking at the beautiful figure who slowly stood up, a joyful smile appeared on Feng Wudao's face. His heart that was hanging in the air was finally at ease.
Father.
Upon hearing the voice, Feng Tianwu looked at Feng Wudao. A smile appeared on her beautiful face. "I'm sorry to have made you worry. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine." Feng Wudao shook his head. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred as the wind and clouds changed. It was the other 9 Blade Sect's disciples, including Su Li, Long Yun, and Zhang Shouyong. One by one, they displayed their concepts and triggered the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Their concepts had more or less risen by 2 or 3 levels. "Tianwu, let's see how much your fire concept has risen." The skinny old man looked at Feng Tianwu kindly. "Yes, sect leader." Upon hearing the sect leader of Sword Sect's words, Feng Tianwu did not dare to slack off at all. The red robe on her body fluttered as though it had transformed into a burning flame. "Su Li, are you really not interested in this, Feng Tianwu? If you're not interested, your senior brother, won't hold back anymore." A green-clothed young man that stood by Su Li's side looked at Feng Tianwu with a gaze that seemed to have traces of burning desire, and he wished for nothing more than to take her for himself. "Senior brother Lian, I've already told you. Tianwu already has someone in her heart." Su Li frowned and said, "That person is not someone you can afford to offend. You're talking about that Duan Lingtian who originally wanted to come to our Blade Sect with all of you, but was chased by the people from Skywolf Fort halfway and even went missing?" The young man in green smiled disdainfully. "Putting aside the fact that he's dead now, even if he's not dead, I'm still not afraid of him." First place in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? That kind of trashy martial competition is not worth mentioning at all. Upon hearing the young man in green cursing Duan Lingtian, Su Li's face turned grave. His eyes gleamed coldly as he clenched his fists tightly. However, he did not flare up in the end. Put aside the fact that this young man in green had a high status, just his strength alone had far surpassed his current strength. His cultivation base was at the 8th level void interpretation, and he had comprehended the 9th level sword concept. It was not something the current him could compare to. Due to the fact that everyone's attention was on Feng Tianwu, nobody heard the conversation between Su Li and the young man in green.
Whoosh.
At the same time, waves of scorching aura swept out from Feng Tianwu's body, setting off waves of scorching wind that blew in all directions.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
The fierce wind that brought with it a scorching hot aura caused the expressions of the Blade sect disciples with weaker chi realms to change, and they turned pale. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Feng Tianwu was completely enveloped by flames that shot up into the sky. It set off the long red robe on her body, causing her to look as though she had transformed into a fire elf.
Whoosh.
In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred, and the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared. In just a few moments, hundreds of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. S9th level intermediate fire concept? Looking at the 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Feng Tianwu's head, everyone present on the scene was petrified. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Soon after, they regained their senses, and horror dawned on them. The reason they regained their senses was because after the appearance of the 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, another 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared as the flames on Feng Tianwu's body continued to rise. 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared before the crowd in just a blink of an eye. First level advanced fire concept. At this moment, everyone, including the 2 sect leaders from the Saber sect and the Sword sect, could not help but narrow their eyes. Their faces were filled with shock. Before Feng Tianwu entered the profound assimilation formation, she seemed to have only comprehended the 5th level intermediate fire concept. However, right now, she had actually comprehended the 1st level advanced fire concept after coming out of the profound assimilation formation. When they saw the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons turning into 300 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in just a few moments, everyone was numb as they stared at the scene before them with their mouths agape. T2nd level advanced fire concept. Su Li sucked in a cold breath. It's not just the 2nd level advanced fire concept. The number of ancient horned dragons is still increasing. Zhang Shouyong muttered with his eyes wide open. Indeed, the number of ancient horned dragons above Feng Tianwu's head was still increasing. The 300 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons soon turned into 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Then, it turned into 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons again. It was still increasing. Unknowingly, everyone was numb to it. So this is the fire spirit body? Don't tell me she has absorbed all of the fire concept fragments that were refined by the profound assimilation formation? Chapter 9:21. Emotions Severing Sect. In a quiet little courtyard, a young man dressed in green sat there. Around his body, there seemed to be waves of aqua blue waves sweeping past.
It was the water concept.
In the sky, 200 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes spiraled down. They stayed there quietly, accumulating their energy. At this moment, the young man sitting there did not use any origin energy at all. In other words, he could mobilize the heaven and earth energy to condense 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes with his water concept alone. It was obvious that he had comprehended the 1st level advanced water concept. Time passed by quietly. After an unknown amount of time, the waves of aqua blue ripples around the young man's body suddenly stirred. They emitted waves of mist that spread out like a gentle breeze. Droplets of water swept out from the mist and landed on the flowers and plants planted in the courtyard like stars in the sky. It added some vitality to the flowers and plants. Supreme emotion forgetting technique. Extreme water. Condense ice. All of a sudden, the young man in the aqua blue ripples opened his eyes. A gleam flashed across his eyes as he muttered. Almost at the instant his words left his mouth, the waves of aqua blue ripples around his body emitted waves of bone-chilling coldness until they no longer emitted any mist. It didn't take long for the blue waves to completely condense together, turning into a thick layer of ice. The thick layer of ice covered the young man's entire body. However, the young man did not seem to notice it at all. His face was still cold as he continued to mutter without stopping. Whoosh! Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in the sky out of thin air. It was an expressionless middle-aged man. I didn't expect that our emotion-severing sect, which has been passed down for thousands of years, and no one has been able to cultivate the supreme emotion-forsaking technique, has been successfully cultivated by him. The extremity of water condenses ice. The extremity of ice gives birth to fire. The extremity of fire gathers lightning. The middle-aged man muttered to himself, with his current progress, I think it won't be long before he successfully nurtures the fire concept with the ice concept. At that time, he'll be able to unleash both ice and fire at the same time. The power of both ice and fire will multiply.
Huh.
Suddenly, as though he had noticed something, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly.
Whoosh!
When he lowered his head and looked down, he saw that the young man in the small courtyard was covered in a thick layer of ice. Wisps of flames were rising from the ice around his body. The blazing flames emitted a hot aura, but they did not fuse with the extremely cold ice, and the extremely cold ice did not extinguish the flames either. It looked extremely strange. The peaceful coexistence of the two seemed to have completely violated the principle of water restrains fire. Whoosh! At this moment, another 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above the young man's head. All of a sudden,
bang!
The young man stomped his feet on the ground, and the thick bricks on the ground cracked apart. Cracks spread out in all directions, as if forming a huge spider web. On this spider web, waves of cold air were left behind, and within the cold air, there were also wisps of scorching aura. The combination of contradictions caused the flowers and plants in the courtyard to completely lose their vitality. Whoosh! After stomping on the ground, the young man borrowed the force to soar into the air. It was as if he had turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing high into the sky. Supreme emotion forgetting technique. Ice and fire dual heaven. The young man stood in the air and muttered. When he reached the end of his sentence, he suddenly shouted out loud. As he shouted out loud, the ice and flames on his body strangely merged into one, transforming into wisps of brand new azure flames. It looked crystal clear and beautiful. They were like wisps of burning ice flames. The ice flames emitted waves of extreme cold and scorching heat. The combination of contradictions caused the heaven and earth energy in the sky to stir again.
Boom!
Without warning, the young man took a step forward and threw a punch in the air. It was like a cannonball that shot out rapidly. Azure flames instantly surged out of his fist. It was like a shockwave that tore through the sky and swept out, setting off a series of ear-piercing explosions. Waves of air that was a mixture of cold and scorching heat swept out in all directions. In the sky above his head, another 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons had appeared beside the 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. From the beginning until the end, he did not use any origin energy at all. In other words, the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons was not given to him by his origin energy. That's right. Even though the dual heavens of ice and fire is only at the beginner level, it's still enough to help you increase your strength by half. When you've taken another step forward and cultivated it to mastery, you'll be able to increase your strength by 1-fold. Unknowingly, a middle-aged man with a cold expression appeared out of thin air not far from the young man, and a rare wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this middle-aged man as Payan, the sect leader of emotion-severing sect. As for the young man, he was Flame Young Master Zhang Yan. The supreme emotion-forgetting technique was a cultivation method passed down in the emotion-severing sect since ancient times. It was said that even in the entire Cloud continent, it could be considered as a top-notch cultivation method. However, all this while, nobody in the emotion-severing sect could cultivate it successfully. In order to cultivate the supreme emotion-forgetting technique, other than completely severing one's emotions, one must also comprehend the water concept to a certain level. The peak of water was ice. The peak of ice was fire. The peak of fire was thunder. These short words were the outline of the supreme emotion-forgetting mantra. Once a person who cultivated the supreme emotion-forgetting technique succeeded in condensing ice from water and comprehended the ice concept, he would be able to rely on the ice concept to nurture the fire concept that was at the same extreme. Moreover, the fire concept did not need to be comprehended by the cultivator himself. As long as the ice concept improved, the fire concept would also improve at the same time. This was because it originated from the ice concept. It was the same for the thunder concept at the back. As a top-notch cultivation method in the entire Cloud continent, the supreme emotion-forgetting technique's strength was naturally not limited to just this point. Those who cultivated the supreme emotion-forgetting technique would also be able to master a special technique, and it was the Ice and Fire Dual Heaven. The Ice and Fire Dual Heaven was divided into two levels, the rudimentary stage and the mastery stage. Compared to the complicated martial skill, it was much more concise. At the rudimentary stage, one could merge the ice concept and fire concept into one. Not only could one combine the strength of the two, but it could also increase the strength by 50%. Just like Zhang Yan now. His first-level advanced water concept was transformed into the first-level advanced ice concept through the supreme emotion-forgetting technique. It was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The fire concept that was nurtured was at the same level as the first-level advanced fire concept. It was also equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. When the two were combined, it was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. With the ice and fire dual heaven that was at the rudimentary stage, one could increase the strength by 50%, which was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Once the ice and fire dual heaven was cultivated to the mastery stage, one could increase the strength by 50%, which was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. The stronger the ice concept was, the stronger the fire concept was, and the stronger the ice and fire dual heaven would be. In addition, the dual heavens of ice and fire could only be considered as a combination of the ice concept and the fire concept. It did not conflict with a martial skill at all, so it was completely possible to use the dual heavens of ice and fire as a foundation to execute the martial skill. In that case, the strength would increase as well. Master. When Zhang Yan saw the person who came, he hurriedly bowed. He did not dare to be negligent at all. Prepare. We'll depart tomorrow and head to Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Payan nodded. The moment his words left his mouth, he vanished into thin air before Zhang Yan's eyes. After Payan left, a gleam flashed across Zhang Yan's eyes as he muttered to himself, with my current cultivation base at the 7th level void interpretation, coupled with the dual heavens of ice and fire formed from the fusion of ice and fire concept, I can exert the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons without using any spirit weapons. If there's no accident, none of the young powerhouses from the other sects should be a match for me now. As Zhang Yan muttered to himself, his eyes were filled with confidence. Ever since Zhang Yan joined the emotion-severing sect and displayed his innate talent and comprehension ability, he had been constantly fed with spirit fruits. After he had broken through to the 6th level void interpretation, he no longer had any suitable spirit fruits to consume. Although there were many spirit fruits in the emotion-severing sect, they were all spirit fruits that he had consumed in the past. He was already immune to the medicinal efficacy. Due to this reason, since the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held at the Skywolf Fort, he who did not have any spirit fruits to consume had only made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. Duan Lingtian, he just came out from the Dark Han dynasty. I'm sure he didn't consume any spirit fruits that are exclusive to void interpretation martial artists. After he joined the Blade sect, he has no shortage of spirit fruits. It's very likely that his current cultivation base has already surpassed mine. A familiar purple figure appeared in his mind. A rare faint smile crept up the corner of Zhang Yan's mouth. However, even if his cultivation base is higher than mine, and his concept is raised with the help of the profound assimilation formation, his strength is still far from mine after I've successfully cultivated the supreme emotion-forsaking technique. Only that Zishang. Perhaps he can pose a threat to me. A hint of dread appeared between Zhang Yan's brows when he thought of Zishang. He still could not help but shudder when he recalled the secret technique Zishang had cast previously. 2nd level void interpretation. After casting the secret technique, his cultivation base skyrocketed to the 6th level void interpretation. Fortunately, Zishang's concept did not seem to be able to be raised at the same time. Chapter 922. In the southwestern region of the northern desert. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. One after another, swift silhouettes came from the northeast direction. Their speed was extremely fast as they passed through the clouds and mist in the sky, leaving behind a clear heaven road. The group was led by 3 middle-aged men, an old man, and a middle-aged woman. There were 20 people following behind them. All 20 of them were young men and women. With just a glance, one could see that none of them were over 40 years old. We're almost there. The middle-aged man leading the group was none other than Guocheng, the sect leader of 5 Element sect. He withdrew his gaze from the distance and came to a halt as he slowed down. At once, the rest of them slowed down as well. We're here. At once, the 20 young men following behind him could not help but be stunned. It has been more than a month since the day we departed. Right now, we're about to arrive at the place where we're supposed to go. Guocheng's voice entered everyone's ears in a timely manner. We're really here? Duan Lingtian followed behind and slowed down as well. When he heard Guocheng's words, his eyes lit up immediately. Duan Lingtian, we're about to enter the Emperor Wu's secret land. At that time, if both of us join forces, we won't have to worry about not being able to obtain the treasures left behind by Emperor Wu. Huang Dania looked at Duan Lingtian and said excitedly through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by how thick-skinned Huang Dania was. Did he need to join forces with someone else? Even if he wanted to join forces with someone else, it did not seem to be this fellow's turn, right? It was more likely that he would look for Nangong Chen from Gold Peak. Currently, Nangong Chen's cultivation base should have already broken through to the 9th level void interpretation. Coupled with his 1st level advanced earth concept, his strength was so strong that he was only weaker than Duan Lingtian among the younger generation in the entire 5 Element sect. Duan Lingtian did not doubt whether Nangong Chen would be able to break through to the 9th level void interpretation or not. After all, the 2 spirit fruits that he consumed last time were distributed by the 5 Element sect. Wood Peak had 4 while Gold Peak had 3. Thinking about it, at least 2 of Jin Feng's 3 crystals were in Nangong Chen's hands. I'm sure you're all curious about where you're going. Now, I'll tell you. Guocheng's voice continued to ring out. Other than Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, the group of 5 Element sect's disciples' eyes lit up. Even Nangong Chen was no exception. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he heard this. He knew that Guocheng was going to tell him about the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The place we're going to this time is the secret treasure left behind by an expert named Emperor Wu. Guochang's words entered everyone's ears word by word. Apart from the other 4 peak masters who remained calm, apart from Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, the rest of the 5 element sect's disciples were stunned for a moment before they burst into an uproar. The secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu. Oh my god! The secret treasure left behind by an expert named Emperor Wu. How many treasures would there be in there? Even if it's the 9th level concept fragments, grade 1 spirit weapons, and grade 1 medicinal pills, I'm afraid it has everything you need, right? I knew it! The sect leader and the 4 peak masters would bring us out personally. It must be no small matter. However, I never thought that the sect leader and the 4 peak masters would bring us to Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The group of 5 element sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Their faces were filled with excitement. Even the Nangong brothers were no exception. Nangong Yi's face was filled with anticipation. His eyes were gleaming brightly. Although Nangong Chen's face was still cold, his eyes that were gleaming brightly had undoubtedly betrayed his current mood. According to the news that I've obtained, the secret treasure left behind by an expert named Emperor Wu was left behind when he was nearing the end of his life. It contains all of his inheritance, and it's waiting for the fated person in the future. When Guocheng reached the end of his sentence, his voice became louder and louder. How could the inheritance left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu be ordinary? Even he, the sect leader of 5 element sect, could not help but feel excited. Inheritance? The moment Duan Lingtian heard this, he could not help but feel shocked. Although he already knew that they were going to a secret treasure left behind by an Emperor Wu, he only thought that it was a game that an Emperor Wu came up with out of boredom. However, it seemed like that was not the case. Although the things inside the game created by an Emperor Wu and the inheritance left behind by an Emperor Wu were enough to make people fight over it, the latter was obviously more precious. This was because the latter could very well contain the wealth that Emperor Wu had accumulated throughout his life. It was enough to tempt any force or person on Cloud Continent. I'm really looking forward to it. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. At the same time, the group of 5 element sect's young disciples who heard Guocheng's words began to breathe rapidly. The inheritance left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu? What kind of concept was that? The inheritance left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu is the wealth that Emperor Wu had accumulated throughout his life. Whoever can obtain it will definitely soar to the sky. I can't wait anymore. However, since it's the inheritance left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu, why do the 5 peak masters want to bring us to retrieve it? Wouldn't it be more reassuring if we bring the sect elders to retrieve it? Don't tell me there's a reason? The group of 5 element sect's disciples discussed intensely. When they reached the end of their discussion, they looked at Guocheng, the sect leader of 5 element sect, and the other 4 peak masters in confusion. The place that we're going to is Emperor Wu's secret treasure. There are all kinds of tests left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu. If we want to obtain the treasures that he left behind, we'll have to enter and search for them ourselves. Naturally, Guocheng heard the discussion among the group of 5 element sect's disciples. He slowly explained, also, the reason why we brought all of you here is because there's an inscription formation at the entrance of that place. Only people below the age of 40 can enter that inscription formation. Once you force your way in, the entire Emperor Wu's secret treasure will collapse. Now, do you understand the reason why we brought all of you here? Guocheng's words entered the ears of all the 5 element sect's disciples. Other than Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, who were already prepared, the other 18 people could not help but be taken aback. However, after listening to Guocheng's explanation, they finally understood everything. It was not that the sect leader and the 4 peak masters did not want to bring the sect elders. It was just that none of the senior officials in the sect, including themselves, could enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Only people like them who were below the age of 40 could enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Also, the Five Element sect is not the only one who knows about the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. As far as I know, the four major forces in the south of the northern desert all know about the existence of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. When the day of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure opens, they'll definitely bring the most outstanding young disciples from their respective sects here. When Xueqi reached this point, his face turned a little solemn. In other words, it's not only the 20 of you who will enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The most outstanding young disciples from the four major forces in the south of the northern desert will also enter with all of you. As for what's going to happen inside, I'm sure all of you can guess it. For this reason, all of you must be mentally prepared. Xueqi finished his sentence in one breath.
What?
The four major forces in the northern desert also know about the existence of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Oh my God! When the young powerhouses from the four major forces enter with us, even if we find the treasure, we might not be able to keep it once they find it. None of the four major forces is weaker than our Five Element sect. Looks like it's really dangerous to enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. Other than Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, who were already prepared, the group of Five Element sect's disciples was shocked again. Some of them even had dread in their words. Of course, there were also some people whose eyes were burning with passion. For example, Nangong Chun and Nangong Yi. When they heard that the young powerhouses from the other forces would enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure together, they could not help but emit a thick battle intent from their bodies. On the other hand, Hu Fei, Tan Huan, and Tianjun's eyes were also filled with anticipation. Of course, no matter who doesn't want to go in, the sect will definitely not force you. However, before all of you make your decision, I'd like to represent the sect to inform all of you. When Xueqi reached this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. Among the things in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the sect leader is only interested in the profundity fragment. As for the other things, such as the 9th level concept fragment, grade 1 spirit weapon, and so on, they belong to whoever finds them. The sect will definitely not snatch them away by force. Profundity fragment. The moment Xueqi's words left his mouth, other than Duan Lingtian, the 19 young Five Element sect's disciples, including Huang Daniu, could not help but narrow their eyes. They knew very well what a profundity fragment meant. As long as the Five Element sect could obtain a profundity fragment, even if it was just one, it would be able to give birth to a martial monarch powerhouse. However, the Emperor Wu's secret treasure that they were about to enter actually had a profundity fragment. However, when they thought about it again, they felt relieved. After all, that was the place where Emperor Wu's lifelong legacy was stored. Among the wealth that Emperor Wu had accumulated throughout his lifetime, there would definitely be no lack of profundity fragments. No matter who it is, as long as they obtain a profundity fragment, they'll be a great contributor to the sect. In the future, the sect will definitely not reject any disciple who is handed in the profundity fragment to the best of our ability if they have any requests. When Xueqi reached the end of his sentence, he had a serious expression on his face. If you don't hand it in voluntarily, and it's discovered by us, then you won't have such benefits anymore. When Xueqi reached the end of his sentence, he suddenly changed his tone and became stricter. All of the Five Element sect's disciples who come out of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure must hand over the spatial ring in their hands and let us search through it. After we've confirmed that you don't have any profundity fragments, we'll return the spatial ring to you. As for the other things, the sect won't touch them. Chapter 9:23. Xueqi's words completely dispelled some of the Five Element sect's disciples' thoughts of keeping the profundity fragments for themselves after they found them. If they had to search through the spatial ring, it would be difficult for them to keep the profundity fragments for themselves. Search through the spatial ring? The moment Duan Lingtian heard Xueqi's words, he frowned imperceptibly. He was different from the other Five Element sect's disciples. Even if he did not enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he still had 3 profundity fragments in his hands. They were obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure. It would be fine if the profundity fragments that he found in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure were taken away. However, if the 3 profundity fragments were taken away, who would he cry to? Sect leader. Duan Lingtian looked at Guochong and spoke. Huh? Guochong looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. The stern expression on his face had disappeared and was replaced with a smile. Is there anything? In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was the most powerful 5-element sect's young disciples who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. He placed most of his hopes on Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, he did not put on the airs of a sect leader in front of Duan Lingtian. What if a person finds 2 or more profundity fragments in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Don't tell me that you have to hand them all to the sect? Duan Lingtian looked at Guochong and asked slowly, not only can the profundity fragments allow the sect to produce a martial monarch powerhouse, but even if we keep them for ourselves, they can help us to reach the martial monarch stage in the future. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of a sentence, his eyes gleamed brightly. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the other 19 5-element sect's disciples looked at Guochong in unison. It was apparent that they were very concerned about this as well. Duan Lingtian's words hit the nail on the head. That was right. Not only could the profundity fragments allow the 5-element sect to produce a martial monarch powerhouse, but they could also help them to reach the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse in the future. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Guochong hesitated. Sect leader, if the sect really wants us to hand over all the profundity fragments we've obtained, I think not many people would be interested in fighting for the profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Duan Lingtian continued. After all, if it's not ours, what's the use even if we risk our lives to get it? What's the point of taking more? Humph. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, who was standing at the side, snorted coldly. What do you mean by, what's the point of you risking your lives? What's the point of taking more? Don't forget that all of you are disciples of our 5-element sect. The sect has nurtured all of you into geniuses. Now that the sect needs all of you, could it be that all of you shouldn't give your all for the sect and die for it? When Bai reached the end of his sentence, he swept his gaze across the group of 5-element sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian. Peak Master Bai, you sound so righteous. Don't tell me that if you were the one who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, you would be willing to risk your life to fight for the profundity fragments that you would have to hand over to the sect sooner or later. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and stared straight at Bai. Of course. Bai replied as if it was a matter of course. His posture was as if he was willing to sacrifice himself for the sect. If that's the case, Peak Master Bai, do you dare to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation? If what you said is not from your heart, then you would be willing to be killed by the 99 heavenly tribulation. A sneer crept up on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Bai's face turned grave right away. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to bring up the 99 heavenly tribulation again. However, would he dare to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation? Of course not. Looks like the words that you said just now were just words that were not from your heart, Peak Master Bai. Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Bai and sneered. At once, many of the 5-element sect's disciples glanced at Bai with a mocking look on their faces. Some of them even began to hiss at him. It's our duty to search for the profundity fragments for the sect. However, if there's no incentive at all, I'm afraid we won't be able to arouse the passion of the sect's disciples. Duan Lingtian looked at Guochong again and said slowly, Sect leader, why don't you think about it for a moment? How much passion would the sect's disciples have for the profundity fragments when they enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, knowing that it's impossible for them to obtain the profundity fragments? At that time, I'm afraid all of their attention would be placed on those high-level concept fragments and spirit weapons, After all, no matter how many of those things they obtain, they would still belong to them. When Duan Lingtian reached here, he paused for a moment before changing the topic and continued to say, however, if the sect promises that no matter who it is, once the second or third profundity fragment is found, it would belong to them. In that case, I'm afraid all of the sect's disciples would fight for the profundity fragments with all their might. After all, one profundity fragment is enough to change a person's life. Since all of the sect's disciples were selected by the sect, their innate talent and comprehension ability are not weak at all. Sooner or later, they would be able to make a breakthrough to the 9th level void transformation and comprehend the 9th level void transformation concept. To them, the profundity fragment is also a rare treasure that's hard to come by. I hope sect leader can consider this carefully. Otherwise, I don't dare to speak for the others, but I might be willing to search for the profundity fragments for the sect in order to repay the sect's kindness of nurturing me. However, if the profundity fragment appears in the hands of a young powerhouse whose strength is not weaker than mine and who might be able to kill me, I probably won't fight for it with him. After all, we only have one life in this world, and it's very precious. No matter how good the profundity fragment is, it's not ours after all. It's not worth risking your life for it. Duan Lingtian finished his sentence in one breath. Well said, senior brother Lingtian. That's right. If we have to hand in all of the profundity fragments we obtain to the sect, it'll definitely dampen our enthusiasm to search for and fight for the profundity fragments. It's not ours anyway, so there's no need to risk your life for it. However, if the second profundity fragment we obtain can belong to us, I'll definitely fight for it even if I have to risk my life for it. It's related to whether I can become a martial monarch powerhouse in the future or not. That's what I think as well. Senior brother Ling Tian may be young, but every word of his is like a gem. It completely resonates with my thoughts. Before Guocheng could respond, the group of 5 Element Sect's disciples had already begun to make a ruckus. Their words showed that they agreed with Duan Lingtian. Among them were Nangong Yi, Tan Huan, and Tianjun. Nangong Chen's face was cold, but his eyes that were constantly gleaming undoubtedly expressed the same thoughts. Humph. Although Hu Fei was unhappy that these words came out of Duan Lingtian's mouth, he had to admit that he also agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. When Guocheng saw that the situation had gone out of control because of Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but smile wryly. One had to admit that when Duan Lingtian's words struck a chord with the group of 5 Element Sect's disciples, it had also struck a chord with him. Although he was not the party involved, he could roughly guess the thoughts of the group of people involved. It was just like what Duan Lingtian had said. If the group of sect's disciples had to hand in all of the profundity fragments they obtained to the sect, no matter how loyal they were to the sect, their enthusiasm would definitely be dampened. Sect leader, I think what Duan Lingtian said makes sense. At this moment, Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak, stood up and said bluntly, in order to arouse the enthusiasm of the sect's disciples, I hope that sect leader will allow them to keep the second, third, and fourth profundity fragment that they obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure as their own. I also think what Duan Lingtian said makes sense. At this moment, Yufeng, the peak master of Water Peak, and Tiangu, the peak master of Earth Peak, also agreed. Peak Master Chabai, what about you? When Guocheng saw that the 3 peak masters had stood up and agreed with Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but look at Chabai, who had remained silent all this while. Don't tell me you don't agree with Duan Lingtian's words? I don't have any objections. Although Chabai hated Duan Lingtian in his heart, he knew that this was not the time to show off. If he rejected Duan Lingtian's words, his Fire Peak's disciples would probably hate him to death. All right. When Guocheng saw that the 4 peak masters had agreed with him, he nodded his head. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 25 Element Sect's younger generation disciples and said in a clear voice, I, Guocheng, the sect leader of 5 Element Sect, promise all of you on behalf of the sect that no matter how many profundity fragments you obtain from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, each of you will only need to hand in one piece. The disciples who have already handed in one profundity fragment will no longer need to hand in their spatial rings for us to verify. Xueqi finished his sentence in one breath. At once, the eyes of the group of 5-element sect's disciples lit up. Some of them even began to breathe rapidly. Sect leader is so wise. In that case, even if I have to risk my life, I'll still obtain at least 2 profundity fragments. Martial Monarch stage. Wait for me. The group of 5-element sect's disciples burst into an uproar. Each and every one of them was extremely excited. Upon seeing this scene, Xueqi could not help but sigh emotionally. He knew that the enthusiasm of this group of sect's disciples to search for and fight for the profundity fragments had been successfully aroused. Now, all that was left was for them to enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure and show off their skills. When Duan Lingtian saw that things had taken a turn for the better, he heaved a sigh of relief. I hope that I can find a profundity fragment that I won't be able to use in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. In that case, I'll be able to repay the 5-element sect for nurturing me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The 5-element sect had given him 3 spirit fruits and even allowed him to enter the profound assimilation formation, allowing him to achieve a great breakthrough in his strength. These were all thanks to the 5-element sect for nurturing him. If he did not repay them, he would not feel at ease. However, even if it's in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, I don't think there will be many profundity fragments. If I really can't find any profundity fragments in there, I'll have to think of another way to hide the 3 profundity fragments in my hands. Duan Lingtian was already prepared for the worst. It was impossible for him to hand over the 3 profundity fragments in his hands. The wind profundity fragment, the thunder profundity fragment, and the sword profundity fragment. Chapter 924. Let's go! As Xueqi, the sect leader of 5-element sect, shouted softly, he led the group of people from 5-element sect, including Duan Lingtian, and continued to fly forward. Soon, the group of people arrived at a mountain range that was filled with hills. The mountain range was so vast that it seemed as though it had no end in sight. There's someone over there. Suddenly, a 5-element sect's disciple cried out in surprise as though he had discovered something. Instantly, the group of people followed his gaze and saw a group of people flying towards them from afar. The other party was so fast that they arrived in front of them in just a moment. The other party had also discovered them and stopped one by one to confront them. There were a total of 24 people in total. There was a middle-aged man, 3 old men, and 20 young men and women who were no older than 40 years old. Other than the middle-aged man who was dressed casually, the 3 old men and the 20 young men and women all wore red robes with gold and copper edges. The 3 old men were wearing red robes with golden edges, while the 20 young men and women were wearing red robes with copper edges. The badge on their chests was a bright red moon. Uniform? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. The first thing that came to his mind was Skywolf Fort. The group of vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort and the disciples of Skywolf Fort usually wore similar uniforms. Skywolf Fort. I'll settle the score between us sooner or later. When Duan Lingtian thought of Skywolf Fort, his eyes turned red. The scene of Ta Mu blocking the attack for him and dying when he was chased by the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort was still vivid in his mind. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. It's the people from Crimson Moon sect. A commotion entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Many of the 5-element sect's disciples had begun to whisper to each other. Crimson Moon sect. Duan Lingtian looked at the Crimson Moon badge on the chest of the group of people in front of him and suddenly understood. He was no stranger to the Crimson Moon sect. When he was still in the Ye family in Driftcloud Town, Yi Xian had mentioned the Crimson Moon sect to him. For this reason, he knew that Crimson Moon sect was one of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of the Northern Desert, just like the 5-element sect. In terms of strength, they were not inferior to the Five Elements sect. Sect Master Rin. Guocheng looked at the middle-aged man in the lead and greeted nonchalantly. I can't believe that the Crimson Moon sect has received the news as well. This middle-aged man with a medium build and ordinary appearance is none other than Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect. It's said that his cultivation base has already reached the peak of the void. When Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man, he heard a familiar voice. It was Chen Wei who told him the middle-aged man's identity via voice transmission. I didn't expect that your Five-Element sect would be so well-informed. However, the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu can only be obtained by those who are capable. Renji glanced at Guocheng nonchalantly and paused when he reached the end of his sentence. His sharp gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and the other 25 Element sect's young disciples one by one before it finally landed on Duan Lingtian. He sneered, Sect Leader Gua, it seems like your Five Element sect really doesn't have anyone among the younger generation. Shouldn't such a young kid be left at home to drink milk? Ha 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 ha. The moment Renji's words left his mouth, the 3 old men and the 20 young men and women behind him could not help but laugh out loud. Their laughter was filled with mockery.
Sect leader is right.
Such a young kid should be left at home to drink milk. Look at his age, he's only around 25 years old. Is trash like this going to die in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Perhaps he thinks that dying in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure is an honorable thing to do. Many Crimson Moon sect's disciples discussed and mocked Duan Lingtian without restraint. They deliberately raised their voices, intending to cooperate with their sect leader to embarrass the Five Element sect. Humiliation. Blatant humiliation. Although Duan Lingtian's face remained calm, his narrowed eyes were gleaming with a terrifying cold gleam. It was a clear indication of his current mood. His gaze was locked onto the few Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were mocking him happily. As long as he had the chance, he would kill these people without mercy. His dignity would not allow anyone to trample on it. Drink milk? Guocheng's face turned extremely grave as well. The 3 major forces in the eastern district of the northern desert were like fire and water. If any of the forces had the ability to annihilate the other 2 forces, they would definitely not wait until the next day to make their move. However, it had never crossed Guocheng's mind that the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect would be so shameless in such an occasion. The moment they met, he had already mocked the Five Element sect's disciples. Sect leader Ren, as the dignified sect leader, don't you think it's a little inappropriate to treat a junior like this? Guocheng asked in a deep voice. Inappropriate? I don't think so. Renji's face was calm as he said nonchalantly, if he thinks I'm wrong, he can come out and challenge any one of the 20 young disciples from my Crimson Moon sect. As long as he can defeat any one of them, I, Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, take back what I said earlier.
Whoosh.
Almost at the instant Renji's words left his mouth, a purple figure had already leaped over the group of Five Element sect's people and stood in front of Guocheng, the sect leader of Five Element sect. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. Boy, you really dare to stand out? When Renji saw Duan Lingtian walking out from the group of Five Element sect's people, a hint of astonishment could be seen in his eyes. Then he sneered, I must remind you, you might lose your life if you try to be brave. Sect leader Ren, are you planning to take back what you said earlier? Duan Lingtian's eyes were calm. Even when he was facing Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, he was neither servile nor overbearing. His tone was indifferent, as though he was talking to an insignificant person.
Huh.
Renji was stunned at first. Then, he could not help but burst out laughing. It seems like you want to die? Boy, come and challenge me. I'll fight with you. Boy from Five Element sect, challenge me if you have the guts. Me too. The 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples who had followed Renji's words and trampled on Duan Lingtian's dignity wantonly earlier looked at Duan Lingtian and clamored. Their faces were filled with disdain. They did not take Duan Lingtian seriously at all. Since all 7 of you want to fight with me, I'll fulfill your wish then. All 7 of you, come out and fight with me. Duan Lingtian stood in the air and narrowed his eyes as he glanced at the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were clamoring. His voice was cold and emotionless. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, not only were the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples stunned, but the other 13 Crimson Moon sect's disciples were also stunned. The 3 old men who were dressed in red robes with golden edges and Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, were stunned as well. On the other hand, the group of people from 5 Element sect, including Guicheng, the sect leader, remained calm. It was as though the scene in front of them was not enough to cause any ripples in their hearts. Humph. This guy is going to be in the limelight again. Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, and his direct disciple, Hu Fei, secretly snorted coldly. Huh. At this moment, Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, also noticed the 5 Element sect's disciples' expressions. His heart could not help but skip a beat. Could it be that he had misjudged him? The moment Renji thought of this, he began to study the purple-clad young man in front of him seriously. His sharp eyes that seemed to be able to pierce through everything were locked onto Duan Lingtian. It was as though he wanted to see through Duan Lingtian completely. Faced with Renji's serious examination, Duan Lingtian remained calm and collected. He was neither happy nor angry. Ha 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 ha. At the same time, the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were challenged by Duan Lingtian earlier could not help but burst out laughing when they regained their senses. It was as though they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. That guy wants to challenge all 7 of us alone? Is there something wrong with his head? The 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. The words that came out of their mouths were getting more and more unpleasant. At this moment, many of the other 13 Crimson Moon sect's disciples could not help but laugh as well. Of course, there were also a few Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were observant enough to notice the 5 Element sect's group of people's calm demeanor. When they looked at Duan Lingtian, who had a calm expression on his face again, dread could be seen in their eyes. What? You guys don't have the guts? Faced with the repeated provocations from the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change at all. He hovered in the air with Feng Qingyang on his purple robe as he looked at the 7 people in front of him calmly. What? You're saying that we don't have the guts? Do you really think that we're sick cats if we don't show our might? Fellow senior and junior brothers, since he looks down on us so much, let's meet him properly. The 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples were completely enraged by Duan Lingtian. One by one, they flew out and surrounded Duan Lingtian, glaring at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, frowned. He could vaguely feel that something was not right. That purple-clad 5 Element sect's disciple seemed to be a little overconfident. Was he really that confident? Or was he deliberately mystifying things? Right now, looking at the calm expression on the 5 Element sect's disciples, Renji could not say for sure. However, now that things had developed to this stage, could he still open his mouth to stop them? In fact, he was the one who suggested that the other party come out and challenge them. If he stopped them now, would he not be slapping his own face? The 3 old men from Crimson Moon sect who were wearing gold-plated red robes also had a slightly solemn expression on their faces. Just like Renji, they could vaguely feel that something was not right. Sect leader Ren, I remember that you told me just now that I might lose my life because of a moment of bravery. Am I right? Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples, looked at Renji calmly and asked faintly, So, sect leader Ren, do you agree that I should fight to the death with the 7 of you from Crimson Moon sect? The moment Renji heard this, his face turned grave, but he could not refute it. He was indeed the one who said that. You brat from 5 Element sect, it seems like you really want to die. If you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. Chapter 9:25. When they saw that the 7 people from Crimson Moon sect were about to attack Duan Lingtian, both the people from Crimson Moon sect and the people from 5 Element sect watched attentively. The group of people from Crimson Moon sect, led by sect leader Rinji, the 3 old men, and a few of the Crimson Moon sect's disciples with amazing observation skills, had a hint of dread in their eyes. Duan Lingtian's confidence gave them a sense of foreboding that rose from the bottom of their hearts. The remaining Crimson Moon sect's disciples, on the other hand, looked at Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by their 7 senior and junior brothers, with a mocking smile on their faces. Their cold eyes swept across him as though they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, this 5 Element sect's disciple would definitely die. The group of people from the 5 Element sect, including Guichong, the sect leader, thought that Duan Lingtian would use his innate ability to create an illusory realm to affect the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples. At that time, the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples would be like clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of him. They would not be able to withstand a single blow.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
The origin energy on the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples soared as their concepts merged with their origin energy, like a shadow. About 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky above their heads. Among the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples, the strongest one had a cultivation base at the 5th level void interpretation and had comprehended the 6th level void interpretation concept. The weakest one had a cultivation base at the 3rd level void interpretation and had comprehended the 3rd level void interpretation concept.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
As though they had discussed beforehand, the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples attacked at the same time. They did not even use any spirit weapons. Their fists and palms swept out and pressed down on Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by them. In the sky, nearly 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons formed a circle. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they swept towards Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces.
Boom, 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 boom.
The 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples struck out either with their palms or fists, and they carried the strength of around 100 ancient horned dragons as they tore through the sky. Everywhere they passed, waves of ear-piercing sounds of air exploding resounded. At the place where the sound of the air explosion was heard, the air was compressed and then exploded, causing waves of air to surge. The airwaves then spread out and transformed into gusts of vast and violent winds. Some of the 5 Element sect and Crimson Moon sect disciples could not help but squint their eyes. Only the upper echelons of the 5 Element sect and Crimson Moon sect, as well as some of the disciples with high cultivation base, were watching the scene before them without blinking. They did not miss a single detail. When Duan Lingtian saw the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples charging at him and aiming for his vitals, his eyes narrowed into slits again as a cold gleam flashed across them. At the same time as the cold light flashed, he had already raised his hand. The yuan power in his hand condensed and transformed into a milky white 1-meter-long blade. The elemental energy condensed into a sword, and after a moment, it became illusory, turning into a sword that was completely formed from condensed purple electric snakes. At the same time, streaks of purple lightning appeared on the sword, following him like a shadow. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Other than the upper echelons of the 5 Element sect and Crimson Moon sect, and a few disciples with high cultivation base, the rest of the people could not see Duan Lingtian's movements clearly.
Swoosh.
In the next moment, a short-lived sword whistling sound, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of thunder, was clearly heard by everyone at the scene.
Swoosh.
Almost at the same time, when the sword whistling sound that was accompanied by the sound of thunder came to an abrupt end, everyone could only see a purple lightning bolt soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the encirclement of the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples.
Boom, 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 boom.
At the same time, when the purple lightning bolt soared into the sky, everyone could see that the 7 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples who were charging at Duan Lingtian aggressively had blood spurting out from their throats. At the same time, their bodies crashed into each other violently, causing their flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. Due to the inertia, their speed was extremely fast. It was as if 7 sports cars on Earth where Duan Lingtian was from had crashed into each other at top speed, causing them to be smashed into smithereens. Looking at the 7 deformed corpses, the entire scene was dead silent.
Whoosh.
At the same time, above the void above the purple figure in the sky, the heaven and earth anomaly that had yet to condense into a complete form quickly dissipated. Duan Lingtian stood high up in the sky with his hands behind his back. Dressed in purple, he followed behind Feng Qingyang. His handsome face was incomparably cold. His pair of calm eyes stared directly at the 7 falling corpses. There was no emotion in them at all. 7 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples were killed by him with just 1 slash of his sword. 1 slash of his sword killed 7 people. What a fast sword! That slash of his sword contained the thunder concept. Although his short attack did not cause the heaven and earth phenomenon to solidify, with the speed of his attack earlier, it was at least more than the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The group of Crimson Moon Sect's senior officials, led by sect leader Renji, had an extremely grave expression on their faces. Earlier, they had clearly seen Duan Lingtian's attack. They could also see that the 7 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples were definitely going to die under that slash of his sword. At that moment, it was only natural that they wanted to rescue them. However, just as they were about to make a move, they realized that the group of 5 Element Sect senior officials had locked onto them. At that moment, they realized that even if they made a move, they would be stopped by the group of 5 Element Sect senior officials. For this reason, they did not make any move at all. All they could do was watch in grief as the 7 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples who were originally alive turned into 7 bloody corpses in just a blink of an eye. How can he be so strong? How old is he? Renji's face was ghastly pale. He gritted his teeth and stared at the purple figure in the sky. He could not wait to kill him immediately. However, he also knew that as long as Xueqi, the sect leader of 5 Element Sect, was there, it was impossible for him to kill him. The 3 old men in the gold-trimmed red robes, the 3 vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon Sect, had an extremely grave expression on their faces. Although they were furious, none of them made a move against Duan Lingtian. In the end, they were the ones in the wrong for what happened today. Moreover, even if they really wanted to use force, they might not be able to do anything to the group of people from 5 Element Sect. The 5 peak masters of 5 Element Sect had been fighting with them for many years. Their strength was on par with theirs. They could not do anything to each other, and the other party could not do anything to them as well. Once a fight broke out, it would only end in a lose-lose situation. That was not something they wanted to see. Good lad. The group of 5 Element Sect senior officials, including sect leader Xueqi, Qiyu Yufang, and Tiangu, the peak masters of Wood Peak, Water Peak, Yufang, and Earth Peak, all looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. Initially, they thought that Duan Lingtian would use his innate ability to slowly torture the 7 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples to death. It had never crossed their minds that Duan Lingtian would use the most straightforward method to deal with the 7 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples who were charging at him menacingly. He killed them with just a single slash of his sword. At this moment, when they saw the grave expression on the faces of the Crimson Moon Sect's senior officials, a bright smile appeared on their faces. Humph! Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, secretly snorted. Even though he enjoyed this ending, he could not help but feel displeased the moment he thought about how it was brought about by Duan Lingtian. If it was his direct disciple, Hu Fei, who killed the 7 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples, who were replaced by Duan Lingtian, he would definitely be laughing in his sleep. Ha! Duan Lingtian, you're awesome! Huang Daniu waved his fists in excitement as he laughed out loud. Chunwei, who was standing by the side, had a smile on his face as well. Other than Hu Fei, whose face was slightly grave, the other 5-element sect's disciples, including Nangong Yi, Tan Huan, and Tianzhen, had a bright smile on their faces as well. Even Nangong Chen had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Those 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples were still belittling Duan Lingtian and mocking Duan Lingtian. Look at them now. All of them are dead souls under senior brother Ling Tian's sword. That's right. They were so proud when they surrounded senior brother Ling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, all of them are gone. It's a pity that I'm too weak. I didn't see how senior brother Ling Tian struck with his sword. Senior brother Ling Tian's sword is just too fast. The group of 5-element sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Their faces were filled with excited smiles. At this moment, they were no longer divided into the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth peaks. They only belonged to one sect, the 5-element sect. They shared the same honor and disgrace as the 5-element sect. Compared to the excitement of the 5-element sect's disciples, the remaining 13 Crimson Moon sect's disciples had an extremely grave expression on their faces. In just one move, 7 of their Crimson Moon sect's young disciples were killed by a terrifyingly young disciple from the 5-element sect. He killed 7 of them with just one slash of his sword. Until now, they still found it hard to believe. Some of them even suspected that they were dreaming. They could not help but pinch their own thighs. The pain that came from their thighs seemed to be telling them something. Everything that happened earlier was not a dream. It was real. What a fast sword. Senior brother Hong Qing, did you see it clearly? A Crimson Moon sect's disciple asked the other Crimson Moon sect's disciple beside him with a solemn expression. The Crimson Moon sect's disciple, who was addressed as Senior brother Hong Qing, had a strong body. His eyebrows were straight, and his eyes were bright. His chiseled face looked extremely determined. The extraordinary aura that was exuded from his entire body was on a completely different level compared to the other Crimson Moon sect's disciples. I saw it clearly. His cultivation base should be at the 8th level void interpretation or above. Not only that, the thunder concept that he cast earlier should be at the 8th level void interpretation or above as well. Hong Qing nodded his head. His sharp eyes were filled with killing intent. It did not leave the purple figure in the sky at all. It was as though he could not wait to kill him. Senior brother Hong Qing, you mean? Without using any spirit weapon, he could cast the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons just by relying on his origin energy and thunder concept? The Crimson Moon sect's disciple who asked earlier could not help but gasp. Without using any spirit weapon, he could cast the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Such strength was truly shocking. Sect leader Ren, I'm really sorry that your sect has lost so many young powerhouses who are about to enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Guochong looked at Renji and smiled faintly. However, there was no trace of apology on his face at all. It was more like he was mocking him. Chapter 9:26. Master. At this moment, a person walked out from Crimson Moon sect. It was a young man with a strong body, and he came to Renji's side. The young man's eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at the purple figure in the sky far away. I want to fight him. A death duel. The young man's voice was filled with extreme coldness. It made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Its senior brother, Hong Qing. Before Renji could react, many of the Crimson Moon sect's disciples' eyes lit up. When they looked at the young man, their eyes were filled with admiration. Senior brother Hong Qing is the sect leader's favorite disciple. He's only 38 years old, and his cultivation base has already entered the 9th level void interpretation. After he came out from the profound assimilation formation, he even comprehended the 1st level advanced fire concept. Not only that, senior brother Hong Qing has also comprehended the 2nd level intermediate saber concept. Even if he doesn't use any spirit weapon, he can unleash the strength of 350 ancient horned dragons with his full strength. Since senior brother Hong Qing is going to fight, that boy will definitely die. Unless he doesn't dare to accept the challenge. He definitely doesn't dare to accept the challenge. The group of Crimson Moon sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Their voices spread out brazenly and entered the ears of the 5 Element sect's people, causing their faces to turn pale. The young man standing next to Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, had actually comprehended the void transformation concept. Not only that, he was a 9th level void interpretation martial artist. Not only that, he had also comprehended the 2nd level intermediate saber concept. The 9th level void interpretation martial artist's origin energy alone was equivalent to the strength of 120 ancient horned dragons. The 1st level advanced fire concept was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The 2nd level intermediate saber concept was equivalent to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. Indeed, this Hong Qing could unleash the strength of 350 ancient horned dragons even if he did not use any spirit weapon. Everyone from 5 Element sect, including Xueqi, the sect leader of 5 Element sect, and the other peak masters, had a solemn expression on their faces. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was a variant and could cast his innate ability to create that unpredictable illusion, they did not know that he was a variant. But they didn't know. With Duan Lingtian's current spiritual energy, would he be able to affect a 9th level void interpretation martial artist if he cast his innate ability? Duan Lingtian would be in a passive position if he could not influence them. After all, the Duan Lingtian in their eyes had only comprehended 9th level intermediate thunder concept and 3rd level intermediate wind concept. In terms of true strength, he was no match for Hong Qing of the Crimson Moon sect, the proud disciple of the sect leader of the Crimson Moon sect. When Hong Qing took the initiative to challenge Duan Lingtian, Renji's expression was still a little solemn as he carefully observed the changes in the expressions of Xueqi, the sect leader of 5 Element sect, and the other high-ranking officials. This was because he did not know if the 5 Element sect's disciple had held back when he killed the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples. He would not allow his most valued disciple to take such a risk before he had a clear understanding of the other party's true strength. When he saw the slight change in Xueqi and the others' expressions, he instantly realized that even Xueqi and the others did not think that Duan Lingtian could defeat his disciple. Good. Renji could not help but laugh out loud. After a while, the laughter finally stopped. Renji looked straight at Xueqi and said coldly, "Xueqi, weren't you very proud earlier? Now, this useless disciple of mine wants to challenge your 5 Element sect's disciple. Does your 5 Element sect dare to accept the challenge?" Humph. A 38-year-old man wants to challenge our 5 Element sect's disciple who's not even 30 years old. Renji, your Crimson Moon sect is really shameless. Before Xueqi could say anything, Tiangu could not help but snort coldly and mock him. "Shorty, I'm talking to Xueqi. Since when is it your turn to interrupt?" Renji glanced at Tiangu in disdain and said nonchalantly, "What did you say?" Height had always been Tiangu's taboo. Usually in the 5 Element sect and Earth Peak, nobody dared to mention the word short in front of him. Right now, someone had violated his taboo and openly exposed his scars. He was instantly enraged. The vast origin energy on his body surged and transformed into a khaki energy that enveloped his entire body. In the next moment, Tiangu disappeared before the eyes of all the 5 Element sect and Crimson Moon sect's disciples. Of course, he did not really disappear. Instead, his speed was so fast that it was difficult for them to capture it with their naked eyes. How fast? Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air, narrowed his eyes. This was his first time seeing Tiangu, the peak master of Earth Peak, make a move. In his eyes, Tiangu had always been an inscription master with an unattractive appearance. Not only that, but he was also extremely short. It did not cross his mind that Tiangu's strength was actually at the 8th level void transformation stage as well. At this moment, with his spiritual energy that had been raised to the 1st level void transformation stage after his cultivation base had made a breakthrough to the 9th level void interpretation, he could easily detect Tiangu's cultivation base. After his spiritual energy had made a breakthrough to the 1st level void transformation stage, Duan Lingtian could already detect the cultivation base of all void transformation stage martial artists. For example, Guocheng, the sect leader of 5-element sect, and Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak, were both at the 9th level void transformation stage. As for Chabai, the peak master of Fire Peak, and Yufeng, the peak master of Water Peak, they were also at the 8th level void transformation stage, just like Tiangu. Perhaps, with Duan Lingtian's current spiritual energy, he would not be able to detect Guocheng, Qiyu, Chabai, and Yufeng since they were not inscription masters. However, the moment he tried to detect Tiangu, he would be immediately discovered by Tiangu. This was because Tiangu was an inscription master. Due to this reason, he had been holding himself back from detecting Tiangu earlier. It was only at this moment when Tiangu did not have the time to care about anything else that he extended his spiritual energy and detected Tiangu's cultivation base. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Tiangu arrived in front of Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, in just a blink of an eye. Before all the young disciples from 5-element sect and Crimson Moon Sect, including Duan Lingtian, could react, they heard a thunderous sound reverberating in the air.
Boom.
In the next instant, they saw Tiangu's short body was sent flying backward. He only managed to stabilize himself after flying for more than 100 meters.
Pooh.
Tiangu's body trembled. His face turned red as he forcefully spat out a mouthful of blood. Father! Horror dawned on Tianjin's face as he hastily stepped forward to check on Tiangu's injuries. Renji! When Guocheng, the sect leader of 5-element sect, saw that Tiangu, the peak master of Earth Peak, was injured, his face turned extremely grave. When he looked at Renji again, his eyes were gleaming with an extremely cold gleam. Our Crimson Moon sect provoked your 5-element sect first, and our people were killed by your people. We knew that we were in the wrong, so we didn't hold it against you. However, now that your people are provoking us instead, you can't hold it in anymore? Renji glanced at Guocheng nonchalantly and sneered. Guocheng's face turned grave, but he did not make a move in the end. Just like what the other party had said, their 5-element sect was in the wrong this time. Of course, he knew very well in his heart. The reason why Crimson Moon Sect did not avenge the 7 Crimson Moon Sect disciples who were killed by Duan Lingtian was not because they were in the wrong. Instead, it was because they were worried that both sides would suffer great losses. The reason why he did not make a move was not because he felt that his side was in the wrong. Instead, he was worried that both sides would suffer great losses. Once both 5-element sect and Crimson Moon Sect suffered great losses, the Sandstorm Sect, the last of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of the Northern Desert, would take advantage of the situation. Our 5-element sect really can't hold it in anymore. Just when the atmosphere became a little strange, a cold voice resonated in the air. It lifted the spirits of the 5-element sect's disciples as they looked at the source of the voice simultaneously. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian stood in the sky and looked down. He noticed that the person who spoke was none other than Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Qiyu stepped forward and stared at Renji fearlessly. Qiyu?
Why?
Have you recovered from the injury from more than 20 years ago? Renji looked at Qiyu and could not help but sneer. Qiyu, back then, you were widely acknowledged as a rare genius martial artist in the eastern district of the Northern Desert. Many people even said that you would become the first martial monarch in the eastern district of the Northern Desert in the past 1,000 years. Unfortunately, I'm afraid you haven't fully recovered from the injury from more than 20 years ago, right? I'm afraid your current strength is not as strong as it was 20 years ago, right? If you weren't injured more than 20 years ago, I might have been afraid of you. However, in my eyes now, you're no different from that short winter melon." When Renji reached the end of his sentence, he glanced at Tiangu, who had just returned to stand behind Guicheng. At once, Tiangu was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Tianjin, who was supporting Tiangu, turned pale as he glared at Renji. Right now, he hated himself for being too weak and unable to stand up for his father.
Fwa.
Upon hearing Renji's words, all of the 5 Element Sects and Crimson Moon Sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, were shocked as they shifted their attention to Chiyu. It had never crossed their minds that this middle-aged man standing before them would have such a glorious past. He was a rare genius martial artist in the Eastern District of the Northern Desert. He was once widely acknowledged as the first martial monarch in the Eastern District of the Northern Desert in the past 1,000 years. I can't believe that the Peak Master has such a past. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. In fact, it was not only Duan Lingtian. The group of Wood Peak's disciples, including Huang Daniu and Chen Wei, could not help but sigh as well. Similarly, they did not know about Qiyu's past. Whether I'm as strong as 20 years ago or not, why don't you give it a try and find out? Qiyu, who had become the center of attention, said nonchalantly. The moment his words left his mouth, he disappeared into thin air from the eyes of all the 5 Element Sects and Crimson Moon Sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian. His speed was so fast that it was terrifying. Huh? At this moment, Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, seemed to have noticed something as his face turned solemn. All of a sudden, horror dawned on Renji's face. Chapter 9:27.
Boom.
A loud sound reverberated in the air. It was accompanied by a series of continuous air explosions that reverberated like thunder. For a moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, lifted their heads up to look at the source of the sound. There, a wave of blue energy collided with a wave of green energy. After the explosion, the airflow in the air was turbulent. The moment Qiyu and Renji, who were behind the dark blue energy, appeared, they disappeared before everyone's eyes again. At the same time, with the place where the 2 waves of energy collided as the center, a vast airwave was set off. The airwave swept out in all directions. Gusts of strong wind with an extremely oppressive force fell from the sky and pressed down on everyone's body. For a moment, other than the senior officials from 5 Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect who were not affected, all of the 5 Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, were pressed down to a lower height. Some of the 5 Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect's disciples with a lower cultivation base even plummeted. They only managed to stabilize themselves after falling for hundreds of meters. Once again, they struggled to rise up into the sky against the strong wind. What a powerful energy! Is that the energy of a 9th-level void transformation powerhouse? The group of 5 Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect's disciples were shocked. 9th-level advanced water concept and 9th-level advanced wind concept. However, it seems like they're holding back a little. Although he could not see Qiyu and Renji's movements clearly, Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 reincarnations memories, could still see some clues when the 2 waves of energy collided with each other.
Whoosh. Whoosh.
Finally, Qiyu and Renji's silhouettes appeared before everyone's eyes again. Before the crowd could react, a vast amount of energy surged out from both of their bodies. It suddenly swept out and collided with each other violently.
Boom.
The energy of the collision this time was on a completely different level compared to the previous one. A terrifying airwave swept out, and a strong wind that blotted out the sky shrouded the ground. This time, even the 3 peak masters of 5 Element Sect and the 3 vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon Sect had a solemn expression on their faces. A layer of origin energy rose from their bodies and completely shrouded their bodies, forcefully resisting the attack of the strong wind.
Ah.
I can't take it anymore. At this time, all of the Five Element Sect's disciples and Crimson Moon Sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, fell down one after another. Like dumplings being dropped into a pot, they disappeared from the sky in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt a strong wind that he couldn't resist, and it pressed down on him, making him fall straight down. Even if he cast other concepts appropriately, he still continued to fall. Other than the 9th level advanced water concept, the Peak Master has actually comprehended the 9th level advanced fire concept as well. He has comprehended both water and fire concepts at the same time. No wonder he was publicly acknowledged as the first martial monarch in the eastern district of the northern desert in the past 1,000 years. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be shocked when he thought of the scene he saw just before the strong wind came crashing down. Qi Yu was actually a powerhouse at the peak of the void. In the past, although he had some guesses, he could not be 100% sure. However, at this moment, he was completely certain. The Peak Master has comprehended both water and fire concepts that counter each other. Not only that, but he has also comprehended both concepts to the 9th level void transformation concept. Even without the profundity fragment, I'm afraid it won't take long for him to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Experts at the peak of the void stage who had only comprehended 2 types of 9th level void transformation concepts and whose 2 concepts were the water concept and the fire concept were the easiest to break through. Due to the fact that water and fire concepts countered each other, the 2 concepts would, to a certain extent, give the powerhouse at the peak of the void more pressure to comprehend the profundity. Once a powerhouse at the peak of the void comprehended the profundity, it was equivalent to obtaining a pass to enter the martial monarch stage. As long as his origin energy was further enhanced, he would be able to successfully make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also discovered something else. The sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect was also a powerhouse at the peak of the void. When he was fighting with Qi Yu earlier, other than his 9th level advanced wind concept, he had also cast his 9th level advanced thunder concept. If that Renji is killed by the Peak Master will give me the 2 concept fragments that he left behind after his death. Duan Lingtian, who was being pushed down by the strong wind, thought happily in his heart. Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, was a powerhouse at the peak of the void. As long as he died, he would contribute a 9th level wind concept fragment and a 9th level thunder concept fragment to Duan Lingtian. These 2 concept fragments were useful to Duan Lingtian. They were much better than the wind concept fragment and the thunder concept fragment that he currently possessed. Qi Yu, it seems like I've underestimated you. I can't believe that after more than 20 years, not only have you recovered from your injuries, but you've even made a breakthrough and raised your strength to the peak of the void. A loud voice that was filled with dread resonated from the sky. At this moment, the strong wind that was blowing down from the sky earlier finally stopped, allowing all of the 5 Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, to rise to the sky again. After Duan Lingtian rose to the sky again, he glanced at Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, who was hovering even higher in the sky. Renji was the one who said those words to Qi Yu. At this moment, Qi Yu was hovering in the sky not far away from Renji, confronting him. He was neither happy nor angry. His face was calm, as though even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change at all. Today, for the sake of you, Qi Yu, my Crimson Moon Sect will not be calculative with your 5 Element Sect. Let's go. Renji took a deep breath and found a way out for himself. At the same time, he was ready to lead the group of people from Crimson Moon Sect away. This Renji is afraid. Duan Lingtian, whose attention had always been on Renji, noticed a hint of dread in Renji's eyes. It was obvious that he was afraid of the current 5 Element Sect. When he thought about it, it made sense. In the five-element sect, the sect leader, Xueqi, must be a powerhouse at the peak of the void. Right now, there was another person, Qiyu. How could Renji not be afraid? Trying to leave? It's too late. Just when Renji was about to leave, Qiyu suddenly disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already blocking Renji's path. Qiyu, don't you dare cross the line. Horror dawned on Renji's face. Haha. Renji, today, all of your Crimson Moon Sect's people will die here. Almost at the same time when Renji's expression changed, a loud laughter reverberated in the air. It was Xueqi, the sect leader of Five-Element Sect. When Xueqi reached the end of his sentence, his tone turned colder. Xueqi, you, Renji's eyes narrowed. At once, he realized what Xueqi wanted to do. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted again. This was because Qiyu had made a move on him. In front of the group of Five-Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, Qiyu and Renji disappeared again. Leave those three old fellows to me. Bai Yufeng. Both of you lead the sect's disciples and kill the remaining Crimson Moon Sect's disciples. Tiangu, you're in charge of protecting the sect's disciples. Xueqi's loud and clear voice reverberated like a sudden clap of thunder as he gave out his orders. Today, we'll cut off the four most important pillars of Crimson Moon Sect and all the future pillars of Crimson Moon Sect. When we return, we'll kill our way to the Crimson Moon Sect's estate and completely erase their name from the eastern district of the Northern Desert. Xueqi's words were filled with killing intent. His intention was clear. Today, he wanted everyone from Crimson Moon Sect to die here. Xueqi's words immediately lit up the eyes of the Five-Element Sect's people. Crimson Moon Sect, it's over. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. The three vice-sect leaders of Crimson Moon Sect and the remaining 13 disciples, including Hong Qing, were horrified. Some of them were so frightened that their bodies were trembling. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. They knew that the Five-Element Sect was prepared to kill all of them from Crimson Moon Sect. Run! At the same time, Renji, who was being chased by Qiyu, took the time to shout out his order to the group of people from Crimson Moon Sect. Upon hearing Renji's order, the group of people from Crimson Moon Sect no longer dared to hesitate. One by one, they fled in all directions. The current situation was obvious. The Five-Element Sect had two powerhouses at the peak of the void. They could easily suppress Crimson Moon Sect. Run, run, run. The group of people from Crimson Moon Sect, including the three vice-sect leaders, dispersed and fled in all directions. One of the vice-sect leaders was extremely fast and was the first to bear the brunt. In just a blink of an eye, he turned into a small black in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes, causing a gleam to flash across Duan Lingtian's eyes. 9th level void transformation stage. However, as long as the sect leader makes a move, Before Duan Lingtian could finish his thought, he saw the small black in the distance suddenly came to a halt and fell down.
Dead.
At the same time, he saw something else. After the 9th level void transformation vice sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect was killed, Xueqi appeared in front of the other two vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon Sect one after another and killed them as well. In front of a powerhouse at the peak of the void, an ordinary 9th level void transformation stage and two 8th level void transformation stage powerhouses were like paper. They could not even withstand a single blow. After killing the three vice-sect leaders of Crimson Moon Sect, Xueqi's body flashed and disappeared from the spot again to help Qiyu. Two powerhouses at the peak of the void who had comprehended two types of 9th level void transformation concepts would definitely kill another void powerhouse who had also comprehended two types of 9th level void transformation concepts.
Kill. Kill.
Kill. At this moment, a deafening battle cry entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian saw it. Under the lead of Bai Yufeng and Tiangu, Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, Huang Daniu and the rest of the Five Element Sect's disciples began to surround and kill the remaining Crimson Moon Sect's disciples. In just a short moment, the group of Crimson Moon Sect's disciples who had lost their will to fight were mostly dead. Only a few of them were left. Whoosh! At the same time, a swift figure charged towards Duan Lingtian, causing his eyes to turn cold. Hong Qing. The person who came was none other than Hong Qing, the proud disciple of the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect. Since the Five Element Sect destroyed my Crimson Moon Sect, I'll destroy you, the genius disciple of the Five Element Sect. Chapter 928. Hong Qing was the proud disciple of the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect. He was the pride of Crimson Moon Sect. Other than his strength that far surpassed his peers, he also had a clear mind and a calm judgment that allowed him to remain calm in the face of danger. When he saw Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak of Five Element Sect, demonstrating the strength at the peak of the void that was on par with his master, a sense of danger rose in his heart. The result was just as he had expected. His master and Qiyu were evenly matched. It was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. Guochong, the sect leader of Five Element Sect, was the only powerhouse at the peak of the void in Five Element Sect. Without his master's restraint, he easily killed the three vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon Sect. The other Crimson Moon Sect's disciples were also surrounded and killed by the other three peak masters of Five Element Sect. When his master, Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, ordered them to flee, he did not flee because he knew it was impossible for him to do so. Once he fled, he would become an easy target to be hunted down. Just like that, he wandered around the battlefield. Finally, he saw the purple-clad young man standing nearby. He recalled the scene where the purple-clad young man killed the 7 young disciples of Crimson Moon Sect with just a sword. When he thought of the purple-clad young man's age, he was instantly envious. He was not more than 30 years old, but his cultivation base was at the 8th level void interpretation or above. He seemed to have comprehended the intermediate thunder concept at the 8th level or above. Without a spirit weapon, he could unleash the strength of more than 200 ancient horned dragons. When he was at this age, his strength was not even half of his opponent's. At the same time, he also realized that this purple-clad young man must be an important person in Five Element Sect. He must be someone that Five Element Sect would focus on cultivating. He might even be the next sect leader of Five Element Sect. For this reason, under the premise that he knew he would die today, he decided to kill Hong Qing when the other people's attention was not on him. He made up his mind. He would kill this purple-clad young man and destroy the future pillar of Five Element Sect.
Die.
When Hong Qing pounced toward Duan Lingtian, his eyes were bloodshot, as though they were dyed with blood. A spirit saber appeared in his hand out of thin air. Blazing flames rose from the saber and transformed into a flaming saber. Waves of sharp aura swept out along with it.
Whoosh.
Above the void, the power of heaven and earth stirred, and the heaven and earth phenomenon rapidly took shape. Over 440 ancient horned dragon silhouettes bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. It was as if they intended to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Hong Qing was a martial artist at the 9th level of the Void Interpretation stage, and his origin energy was comparable to the strength of 120 ancient horned dragons when fully unleashed. The spirit saber in his hand was a grade 2 spirit weapon. Based on the origin energy, it could increase one's strength by almost 80%. It was equivalent to the strength of over 90 ancient horned dragons. The 9th level intermediate fire concept was equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. 2nd level intermediate saber concept was equivalent to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. Hong Qing's full strength was equivalent to the strength of over 440 ancient horned dragons.
1.
The flaming saber was in Hong Qing's hand. It pierced through the air like a shadow and attacked Duan Lingtian. Wherever it passed, the sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously for a long time. Wave after wave of heat waves swept out in all directions, transforming into waves of scorching strong winds that blew at many of the other 5-element sect members, causing them to shudder and come to their senses one after another. *T. It's that Hong Qing. He's going to kill senior brother Ling Tian. One of the 5-element sect's disciples who reacted the fastest hastily shouted. At once, the remaining 18 5-element sect's disciples, including the 2 peak masters of the 5-element sect, turned pale. Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu, had just killed a Crimson Moon sect's disciple when he heard the voice. He hurriedly looked at Duan Lingtian. When he saw that Hong Qing's flaming saber was so close to Duan Lingtian, horror dawned on his face. Damn it! I didn't notice that Hong Qing. Other than Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, who had a cold expression on his face, Yufeng, the peak masters of Water Peak, and Tiangu, the peak masters of Earth Peak, were horrified when they saw this scene. However, it was too late for them to rescue him, even if they wanted to. Hong Qing's flaming saber was about to land on Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtian, the Nangong brothers, Tan Huan, Tiangu, and the other 5-element sect's disciples could not help but feel their hearts in their mouths. At this moment, they could only hope that Duan Lingtian's innate ability would work on Hong Qing. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. Duan Lingtian, today, I'll avenge the 7 senior and junior brothers of my Crimson Moon sect. Avenge my Crimson Moon sect. Killing you is equivalent to severing an arm of the 5-element sect. When Hong Qing charged towards Duan Lingtian, his voice transmission pierced into Duan Lingtian's ears mercilessly. It was filled with madness, causing Duan Lingtian's eardrums to tremble. Looking at the flaming saber that was so close to him, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. This flaming saber that was extremely fast in the eyes of others seemed to be extremely slow in front of him, causing him to still have the mood to respond to Hong Qing's voice transmission. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Just with this mere strength of 440 over ancient horned dragons? Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice transmission pierced into Hong Qing's ears, causing his face to change slightly. You're deliberately mystifying me. Hong Qing shouted loudly. The blazing flame on the flaming saber in his hand soared up and enveloped Duan Lingtian. If this were to happen, Duan Lingtian would be crippled even if he did not die. Whoosh! The flaming saber slashed through the air like a stroke of God. It set off flames that filled the sky and enveloped Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Lingtian. When many 5-element sect's disciples saw Duan Lingtian being enveloped by the flames that gushed out from the flaming saber, they could not help but close their eyes one by one. They were unwilling to see the scene of Duan Lingtian's blood splattering all over the place. However, in the next moment, the sound of air exploding that was set off by the flaming saber suddenly stopped. Out of curiosity, they could not help but open their eyes. When they looked into the distance, their eyes narrowed instantly. Their faces were filled with disbelief as though they had seen something that they would never forget in their entire lives. This, from Bai, Yufeng, and Tiangu, the peak masters of fire, water, and earth, to Huang Daniu, Chen Wei, the Nangong brothers Tan Huan, Tianjun, and the other 5-element sect's disciples. All of them were dumbfounded. Goodness! What did they just see? In the distance, Hong Qing was still there. The flaming saber was still there. However, the waves of flames that accompanied the descent of the flaming saber were forcefully pushed back by a terrifying force that rose out of nowhere. This, at the same time, Guochong and Qiyu, who had just joined forces to kill Rinji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, happened to witness the scene. They could not help but be stunned. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the purple-clad young man stood there. The purple robe on his body fluttered as though it had transformed into a blazing purple flame that followed Feng Qingyang. At this moment, a wave of khaki energy rose around the purple flame. Bolts of purple lightning that looked like snakes flashed within it, emitting waves of terrifying aura. Not only that, but there was also an extremely sharp aura that rose up from the purple flame. From afar, it looked like a gigantic sword that was flying across the sky. There were even spots of sword-shaped energy swirling around it. However, these were not what attracted the attention of the people present. What really attracted the attention of the people present was the hand that the purple-clad young man raised. His hand was placed horizontally in front of his glabella as he forcefully clasped the spirit saber that was burning with flames that was close to him between two of his fingers. The two fingers were like pillars that supported the sky, causing the spirit saber that contained the strength of more than 440 ancient horned dragons to be unable to move forward at all. He caught the saber with his bare hands. At once, the group of 5 Element Sect's disciples who were watching by the side felt their scalps go numb. Ling Tian. Senior brother Ling Tian caught Hong Qing's spirit saber with his bare hands. Hong Qing is a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist. The spirit saber in his hand is a grade 2 spirit saber, and he has even comprehended the 9th-level intermediate fire concept and 2nd-level intermediate saber concept. His full strength is equivalent to the strength of more than 440 ancient horned dragons. However, he was still stopped by senior brother Ling Tian. Not only that, he stopped it with 2 fingers. While the group of 5 Element Sect's disciples were discussing animatedly, many of them could not help but gasp. To be able to catch a saber that contained the strength of more than 440 ancient horned dragons with his bare hands, how powerful was the person who caught the saber?
Look.
The heaven and earth phenomenon above senior brother Ling Tian's head has solidified. It was unknown who called out. At once, everyone from 5 Element Sect, including the group of senior officials, stared at the sky above Duan Lingtian's head. The ancient horned dragon silhouettes that had gathered there clearly entered their eyes. There was a total of 500 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. These 500 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were separated in a regular pattern. At least, in the eyes of Guichong, the sect leader of 5 Element Sect, and Shiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak. As powerhouses at the peak of the void, their eyesight was not something that ordinary people could compare to.
They could see that.
The 500 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were divided into 200 silhouettes, 100 silhouettes, 100 silhouettes, and 100 silhouettes. This Duan Lingtian, he has actually made a breakthrough to the void transformation stage? Guocheng was shocked. He could not help but look at Qiyu, who was next to him. I don't know when he made a breakthrough to the 1st level void transformation stage. Logically speaking, those 2 spirit fruits should not be enough for him to make a breakthrough from the 7th level void interpretation to the 1st level void interpretation. Qiyu shook his head. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of confusion could be seen on his face. Perhaps he had a fortuitous encounter. Guocheng's gaze shifted to the purple figure in the distance again, and he sighed. It's fine if it's just the 1st level void transformation stage. But this little fellow has not only comprehended the 9th level intermediate thunder concept, but he has also comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept and the 9th level intermediate sword concept. With such a level of comprehension, how can he possibly let others live? When Guocheng reached the end of his sentence, a hint of bitterness could be seen at the corner of his mouth. He's a complete little monster. Qiyu smiled wryly. Now, do you still think that I'm deliberately mystifying him? Chapter 929. You, upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hong Qing snapped back to reality. Fear could be seen in his eyes, and he could not even finish his sentence. He tried his best to retrieve the spirit saber, but he realized that the spirit saber was held in the hands of the purple-clad young man in front of him. It was as though it had grown roots and could not be moved at all. "You're a void transformation martial artist?" Hong Qing gasped and looked at Duan Lingtian with fear in his eyes as he asked in a trembling voice.
Why?
"Don't you want to kill me?" Duan Lingtian did not answer Hong Qing. Instead, a brilliant smile appeared on his face as he replied with a question. In Hong Qing's eyes, the bright smile on Duan Lingtian's face was no different from a devil's smile. Soon, Hong Qing's eyes that were filled with fear flashed. He no longer dared to hesitate and let go of his hand that was holding the spirit saber.
Whoosh.
After Hong Qing threw away the Grade 2 spirit saber, he turned around and fled as fast as lightning. Seeing Hong Qing's silhouette was getting further and further away, Duan Lingtian stood in the air. He had no intention of chasing after him. His hand that was holding the spirit saber with only 2 fingers had already grasped the spirit saber in his hand and weighed it lightly. Why didn't senior brother Ling Tian chase after him? Don't tell me that senior brother Ling Tian wants to let Hong Qing go. Many of the 5 Element Sect's disciples were puzzled. Only the 5 Element Sect's senior officials looked at the spirit saber in Duan Lingtian's hand thoughtfully. That was the Grade 2 spirit saber that Hong Qing left behind. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian made his move. His hand that was holding the Grade 2 spirit saber suddenly lifted up and stretched backward. It was as though it had transformed into a strong bow. It was so tight that the muscles on his back began to tremble slightly. Soon, the Grade 2 spirit saber was covered with a layer of khaki energy. It was surrounded by streaks of purple lightning, and it was emitting a fierce aura.
Whoosh.
The originally quiet 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head suddenly became restless. Moreover, another 150 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air beside the 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. It was the boost from the Grade 2 spirit saber.
Kill.
Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. The Grade 2 spirit saber that contained all his strength left his hand. It was like an arrow that was shot out from a powerful bow. Its speed was so fast that it was terrifying.
Wang.
The Grade 2 spirit saber shot out swiftly along with the 650 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky. Their speed was much faster than Hong Qing, who had fled first. While Hong Qing was fleeing, the heaven and earth energy above his head transformed into 350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Now, the Grade 2 spirit saber not only contained Duan Lingtian's strength, but it also contained the amplification power of the Grade 2 spirit saber. Its speed was nearly twice as fast as his. With such a difference, the result was obvious. The Grade 2 spirit saber caught up with Hong Qing in just a moment and pierced through his back. The white saber went in, and the red saber came out. It pierced through Hong Qing's body and killed him. Senior brother Ling Tian is so powerful. I knew it. How could senior brother Ling Tian let Hong Qing go? As it turns out, he didn't even bother to chase after Hong Qing. He only threw the saber out and killed Hong Qing. Hong Qing said senior brother Ling Tian is a void interpretation martial artist. When senior brother Ling Tian threw out the Grade 2 spirit saber, the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head had an amplification of 150 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The strength contained in his origin energy should be equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. A first-level void transformation martial artist's origin energy is equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. It seems like senior brother Ling Tian is already a first-level void transformation martial artist. After they saw that Duan Ling Tian was a first-level void transformation martial artist, the group of 5 Element Sect's disciples could not help but be shocked. Duan Ling Tian, when did you make a breakthrough to the void transformation stage? Huang Daniel rushed to the front of Duan Ling Tian and sized up Duan Ling Tian as though he was looking at a monster. After a long while, he finally asked in disbelief. He remembered that Duan Ling Tian was only at the 9th level void interpretation before they departed. They had only traveled for a month and Duan Lingtian had already made a breakthrough, and he had even made a breakthrough to the void transformation stage. I just made a breakthrough a few days ago, Duan Lingtian replied with a faint smile. Although Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised that he had made a breakthrough to the void transformation stage a few days ago, he was not surprised at all. One must know that before he left the five-element sect, the bottleneck to the first-level void transformation in his body was already very loose. He only needed to put in a little more effort to make a breakthrough. During this journey, he would still cultivate a little when he had free time. It just so happened that he had made the final breakthrough a few days ago. The origin energy in his body transformed like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate and made a breakthrough to the first-level void transformation in one go. That's right. When senior brother Ling Tian made his move earlier, he mobilized the heaven and earth energy and consolidated 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Other than the thunder concept, it seems like there's also the earth concept. It's not just the earth concept. It seems like there's also the sword concept. 3 concepts combined, and it's equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. Senior brother Ling Tian's strength is really terrifying. Soon, the group of 5-element sect's disciples began to make a ruckus again. Duan Ling Tian, Hu Fei stood inconspicuously at the side as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. His eyes were filled with endless hatred. However, there was also a hint of dread in the depth of his eyes. Duan Ling Tian's strength made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. He knew that if Duan Ling Tian really wanted to kill him, he would not be able to escape from death. I can't touch you in the open, then I'll do it in the dark. When we reach Emperor Wu's secret treasure, all the young powerhouses from the major sects will swarm in. I don't believe that you'll be able to defeat all of them. As if he had thought of something, a wicked smile crept up on the corner of Hu Fei's mouth. He had a plan to deal with Duan Ling Tian in his heart. He believed that as long as this plan was carried out successfully, even if Duan Ling Tian had 10 lives, it would still not be enough for him to survive. Duan Ling Tian immediately noticed Hu Fei's gaze that was as venomous as a snake's. His expression turned grave as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. This Hu Fei is really like a haunting ghost. I'll definitely kill him once I find an opportunity in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Hu Fei gave Duan Ling Tian a very uncomfortable feeling. This feeling was no different from Zishang in the past. Perhaps this kind of person could not do anything to him in the open, but it would be impossible for him to guard against them when they were secretly plotting against him. In Duan Ling Tian's heart, he had already sentenced Hu Fei to death. This Duan Ling Tian is really insane. Nangong Yi and his brother stood in the distance. Their gazes landed on Duan Ling Tian. Nangong Yi could not help but curse. Naturally, there was no malicious intent in his tone. Even though Nangong Yi did not say anything, his eyes were still gleaming brightly. It was as though Duan Ling Tian was a bright lamp that lit up the direction for him to move forward. Since this Duan Ling Tian can make a breakthrough to the void transformation stage, it means that he has at least comprehended one type of void transformation concept. While the 5-element sect's disciples were marveling at Duan Ling Tian's strength, the group of 5-element sect's senior officials could not help but recall the 3 types of concepts that Duan Ling Tian cast earlier. None of the 3 types of concepts was the void transformation concept. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Duan Ling Tian's strength to only be at the strength of 500 ancient horned dragons. At this moment, they obtained a shocking fact. Duan Ling Tian is still concealing another type of void transformation concept. Cha Bai, the peak masters of Fire Peak, Yufeng, and Tiangu, the peak masters of Water Peak, looked at each other. All of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. This was especially true for Cha Bai. After he recovered from the shock, his face turned ghastly pale. In the end, he took a deep breath as though he had made up his mind about something. Hu Fei. Then, Cha Bai looked at his direct disciple, Hu Fei, and said solemnly through voice transmission, "From this moment onward, forget about the enmity between you and Duan Lingtian. You can't afford to offend him." Initially, Hu Fei was still proud of his plan. However, when he heard Cha Bai's voice transmission, he could not help but be stunned. Before he could reply, Cha Bai's voice continued to enter his ears. "I suspect that this Duan Lingtian was still holding back when he attacked earlier. It's very likely that he has comprehended another type of void transformation concept." Void transformation concept. Cha Bai's words caused Hu Fei's expression to change slightly. Void transformation concept. In the beginning, Hu Fei still could not believe it. He thought that his master had made a mistake. However, after Cha Bai's explanation, he had no choice but to believe it even if he did not want to. "Yes, master. I won't take the initiative to offend him in the future." Hu Fei took a deep breath and replied to Cha Bai. However, even though he said so, he did not think so in his heart. "Duan Lingtian, so what if you've really comprehended the void transformation concept? When you become the target of public criticism in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, you'll still die for sure." When Hu Fei thought of this, a cold gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes. It was as though he was about to devour someone. Asking him to let go of Duan Lingtian? Impossible. Unless he died. Naturally, Cha Bai was unaware of Hu Fei's thoughts. However, when he heard Hu Fei's promise, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He knew that the current Duan Lingtian was someone that even he would have to think twice before offending, let alone his disciple, Hu Fei. Unless he could completely kill Duan Lingtian to prevent any future troubles. Otherwise, what awaited him would be endless revenge from Duan Lingtian in the future. "Duan Lingtian, you've really hidden your strength well." High up in the sky, two silhouettes disappeared into thin air. When they reappeared, they were already not far away from Duan Lingtian. Guocheng stared deeply at Duan Lingtian as he spoke.
"Take it."
At this moment, Qiyu, who was standing next to Guocheng, lifted his head and shot out two rays of light towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian hurriedly reached out his hand to catch them. When he lowered his head, he realized that they were two concept fragments. Two concept fragments. One was green while the other was purple. The color was extremely deep. It was obvious that the level was not low. Are these the two concept fragments in the body of Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect? Chapter 930. Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, was a powerhouse at the peak of the void. He had comprehended the 9th level advanced wind concept and the 9th level advanced thunder concept. For this reason, the two concept fragments in his body were the 9th level wind concept fragment and the 9th level thunder concept fragment. Both of them were top-notch concept fragments. They could be considered as priceless treasures. With these two concept fragments, Duan Lingtian could quickly raise his wind concept and thunder concept to the 9th level advanced stage. At that time, the next step would be to comprehend the profundity. "Thank you, Peak Master." Duan Lingtian quickly thanked Qiyu. This surprise was just too great. At the same time, when the gazes of the other 3 Peak Masters and the group of disciples from the 5-element sect landed on Duan Lingtian, hints of envy and jealousy could be seen in their eyes. Those were 2 9th-level concept fragments after all. Even the 5-element sect only had a few pieces of such concept fragments. However, Duan Lingtian had obtained 2 of them. Of course, although they were envious and jealous, none of them said anything. Put aside the fact that those were Qiyu's spoils of war, he could distribute them as he wished. Even if they belonged to the sect, with the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed that far surpassed the group of young disciples from 5-element sect, he was still qualified for the sect to bestow these 2 concept fragments to him. Junior brother Qiyu, you've hidden your strength even better than Duan Lingtian. If you had told me earlier that you've already reached the peak of the void, I wouldn't have been so afraid of Renji earlier. At this moment, Guocheng, the sect leader of Five Element Sect, shifted his gaze away from Duan Lingtian and stared at Qiyu, who was next to him.
He could not help but sigh.
If he had known earlier that Qiyu was a powerhouse at the peak of the void, he would have made his move immediately when the group of people from Crimson Moon Sect appeared. As one of the three major forces in the eastern district of the Northern Desert, the enmity between the Five Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect had been going on for thousands of years. The two major sects were always thinking about annihilating each other. However, due to the fact that the two major sects had always been on par with each other, none of them had ever been able to gain the upper hand. Currently, Qiyu had comprehended two types of ninth-level void transformation concept and reached the peak of the void. It could be said that he had broken the balance between the two major forces. Five Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect's three vice sect leaders had easily killed Rin Ji and killed the three vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon Sect as well. The moment Guocheng opened his mouth, everyone from Five Element Sect shifted their gaze from Duan Lingtian to Qiyu, as though they had discussed this beforehand. At this moment Qiyu used peak. Sect leaders of Five Sect Leader, I didn't expect Peak Master Qiyu to be so strong. From today onwards, Peak Master Qiyu is no longer the second strongest person in our Five Element Sect. He's now a peak void stage expert who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sect leader, and he's qualified to be ranked as the strongest person in our Five Element Sect. The people from Crimson Moon Sect are really unlucky. Especially that sect leader Ren Ji of Crimson Moon Sect. He had been provoking our Five Element Sect since the beginning. In the end, he became even more fearless. Later on, when he found out that Peak Master Qiyu was also a powerhouse at the peak of the void, I still remember the expression on his face clearly. I saw it as well. It was an extremely fearful and horrified expression. Before he died, I'm afraid he was regretting provoking our Five Element Sect. Now that the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect is dead, Crimson Moon Sect will only exist in name. After we return from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, sect leader and the others will definitely wipe Crimson Moon Sect off the face of Cloud Continent. Each of the Five Element Sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Excitement could be seen on their faces as they held their heads high. Peak Stage Void. Many people looked at Qiyu with eyes full of admiration and admiration. The other three peak masters of Five Element Sect, Chabai, Yufeng, and Tiangu, looked at Qiyu with a complicated gaze. They did not expect Qiyu's strength to be so terrifying. When they recalled how the three of them treated Wood Peak in the past, they could not help but break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, Qiyu did not make a fuss about it at that time. Otherwise, even if the three of them joined forces, they would not be a match for Qiyu at all. A peak stage void powerhouse was just too terrifying. That was an existence that had half a foot in the martial monarch stage. The two types of ninth-level void interpretation concepts that Qiyu comprehended are the water concept and fire concept. Even if the sect's disciples don't manage to obtain the profundity fragment from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, I'm afraid it won't take long for him to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. Yufeng glanced at Chabai and Tiangu before speaking to them through voice transmission. After being reminded by Yufeng, Chabai and Tiangu finally remembered. When Qiyu fought with Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, he had cast the 9th level advanced water concept and 9th level advanced fire concept. Perhaps he might be able to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage earlier than sect leader and become a martial monarch powerhouse in one fell swoop. Tiangu sucked in a cold breath. Peak Master Qiyu, congratulations. At once, Yufeng and Tiangu exchanged glances before looking at Qiyu in unison. They congratulated him for achieving the peak stage void strength. Congratulations. Even Chabai, the peak master of Fire Peak who had always been at odds with Qiyu, put aside his pride and congratulated Qiyu. There was no lack of subservience in his words. Haha. Hu Fei, look at the expression on your face. It's as if your parents have just died. Do you regret betraying our Wood Peak? Suddenly, A burst of laughter resonated in the air. It was Huang Daniel looking at Hu Fei, who was standing in the distance with a grave expression on his face. Hu Fei's expression changed drastically when Huang Daniel exposed his thoughts in front of so many people. He glared at Huang Daniel angrily, but he did not dare to say anything harsh. Put aside the fact that Huang Daniel and Duan Lingtian were quite close. Even if it was Huang Daniel himself, he would not dare to provoke him. Perhaps, during the Battle of the Five Peaks, Huang Daniel had to rely on the earth energy to defeat him. However, right now, Huang Daniel could still defeat him easily even if he did not rely on the earth energy. Previously, when Huang Daniel came out of the profound assimilation formation, he had already comprehended the 9th level advanced earth concept. When he fought with the people from Crimson Moon's sect earlier, he even displayed a cultivation base that was not any weaker than his. At that time, he already knew that the current Huang Daniel could easily defeat him even if he did not rely on the earth energy. Duan Lingtian. Hu Fei's face turned grave when he felt the mocking gazes from the surroundings landing on him. His eyes were cold as he stared at Duan Lingtian from afar. Until now, he still believed that it was Duan Lingtian who had caused him to lose his chance to reap any benefits from the profound assimilation formation. Idiot. When Duan Lingtian noticed Hu Fei's gaze, he could vaguely guess what was going on in Hu Fei's mind. He glanced at Hu Fei coldly and sent his voice transmission into Hu Fei's ears. You? Horror dawned on Hu Fei's face right away. In a fit of anger, his internal organs trembled as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Why is this Hu Fei spitting out blood? He must be regretting his decision after seeing the strength that Peak Master Qiyu displayed and how powerful Wood Peak is now. Looks like he's angry at himself for making such a stupid decision. So what if he's angry? An ingrate is still an ingrate after all. Even though the group of 5 Element Sect's disciples were whispering, they did not intentionally lower their voices. Every single word entered Hu Fei's ears clearly, causing him to be so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Let's continue our journey. When Guocheng noticed that Chabai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, had a grave expression on his face, he wanted to help him, so he called out to the others and took the lead to fly forward. At once, the 5 Element Sect's disciples followed closely behind him. We're not there yet? After flying for a while, Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked down at the hills below his feet. There are quite a lot of people there. Don't tell me that the secret treasure that Emperor Wu left behind is there? Suddenly, a surprised voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was a 5 Element Sect's disciple who exclaimed as he pointed to the front. His voice was filled with excitement. Many of the 5 Element Sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, followed his gaze when they heard his voice. In front of them, after bypassing a towering mountain forest, a gigantic valley appeared before their eyes. Above the valley, there were 2 groups of people standing in the air. There were more than 20 people in each of the 2 groups. It was similar to the 5 Element Sect's disciples. There's a group of bald heads there. Don't tell me they're from the Empyrean Temple, one of the 4 major forces in the southern of the Northern Desert. In the entire Northern Desert, only the Empyrean Temple has so many bald monks. When Duan Lingtian noticed that there were many monks wearing kasayas with rings on their heads in the group, many of the 5 Element Sect's disciples began to discuss among themselves. Empyrean Temple, Hui Ming, Hui Jing, and that little monk. Very soon, Duan Lingtian found 3 familiar figures among the group of people who were mostly bald. They were the 3 monks from the Empyrean Temple whom he had met in the Skywolf Fort. Abbot Huikong, long time no see. How have you been? The 5 Element Sect's group flew over and attracted the attention of the Empyrean Temple's group and another group of people. Guocheng was the first to look at the Empyrean Temple's group. His gaze landed on the old monk who was leading the group. The old monk had 9 rings on his head. His 2 white eyebrows were bent down, making him look kind and amiable. He was the abbot of the Empyrean Temple, Huikong. The abbot of the Empyrean Temple was also the highest leader of the Empyrean Temple. Amitabha. Sect leader Gua. This humble monk greets you. Hui Kong squinted his eyes and looked at Guachong. He clasped his palms together in a respectful manner. Duan Lingtian? At this moment, an exclamation resonated from the group of people from the Empyrean Temple, attracting many people's attention. Subsequently, everyone saw a monk disciple from the Empyrean Temple who had not shaved his head staring at one of the 5 Element Sect's disciples. It was a purple-clad young man. There's actually someone from the Empyrean Temple who knows Senior Brother Ling Tian? Senior Brother Ling Tian is really amazing. Even the people from the Empyrean Temple in the southern of the northern desert know him. Chapter 931. When he heard someone calling his name, and it was not Hui Ming, Hui Jing, or the little monk, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel slightly curious. At the same time, he glanced at the source of the voice. With just a glance, he saw a somewhat familiar figure, as if he had seen it before. Oh Chen. When he saw the young man standing among the group of people from the Empyrean Temple, Duan Lingtian raised his brows. He finally recalled the identity of this Empyrean Temple's monk disciple. During the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he had met the number 1 person among the younger generation in the Darchu dynasty, Ochen. He still remembered that Ochen was the first young genius from the 10 great dynasties who chose to enter the Empyrean Temple after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended. When he saw the young genius from the 10 great dynasties here, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a sense of familiarity. Duan Lingtian? Ochen's voice had also alarmed Hui Ming, Hui Jing, and the young monk beside them. For a moment, their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian as well. They were rather surprised that Duan Lingtian did not appear among the group of people from the 5 Element Sect. According to their knowledge, after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended, Duan Lingtian seemed to have entered the Blade Sect. Logically speaking, he should have come with the people from the Blade Sect. However, now, before the people from the Blade Sect had arrived, Duan Lingtian had appeared. Moreover, he had come with the people from the 5 Element Sect. The 5 Element Sect was one of the 3 great forces in the eastern area of the northern desert. This was something that they knew. Duan Lingtian, we meet again. A familiar voice suddenly entered Duan Lingtian's ears, through voice transmission. At the first moment, Duan Lingtian recognized the voice of the young monk standing beside Hui Ming and Hui Jing. Yes, we meet again. However, until now, I still don't know how to address you. Duan Lingtian looked at the young monk with a calm expression as he replied via voice transmission. I'm called Xianbei. The young monk continued to speak through voice transmission. Xianbei? I'll remember it. Duan Lingtian replied again. Don't forget, we still have a promise between us. Xianbei said again. Of course I didn't forget. Duan Lingtian replied. He still remembered that Xianbei had once issued a challenge to him during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At that time, he had accepted the challenge without any hesitation. However, up until now, that challenge had yet to be realized. That's good. Xianbei nodded with satisfaction. So your young benefactor Duan.
I've heard so much about you.
Just when most of the people's gazes were on Duan Lingtian, a loud and clear voice suddenly sounded. It shocked many people to the point that they were dumbstruck. The abbot of the Empyrean Temple, Hui Kong, looked at Duan Lingtian and greeted Duan Lingtian with his palms together. You are too polite, abbot. When Duan Lingtian saw Hui Kong, the leader of one of the 4 major forces in the south of the northern desert, taking the initiative to greet him, although he was surprised, he did not find it strange. Presumably, Hui Ming and Hui Jing had already told Hui Kong everything about him. In Hui Ming and Hui Jing's eyes, he was a variant who knew how to cast his innate ability. In terms of innate ability and strength, he was far superior to ordinary martial artists. The reason why Hui Kong greeted him was probably more because he was a variant. There was no other meaning behind it. Only a few people were surprised when Ochen greeted Duan Lingtian. However, when Huikong took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian and even said something like, "I've heard so much about you," it shocked everyone present. Who was Huikong? The abbot of the Empyrean Temple, a powerhouse at the peak of the void. However, such an existence took the initiative to greet a five-element sect's disciple who appeared to be only 25 years old. They could not help but be shocked. Even Guichong, the sect leader of the five-element sect, could not help but turn pale with fright. He knew Huikong, this old monk, very well. He knew that if it was not someone that Huikong took a fancy to, it was absolutely impossible for Huikong to take the initiative to greet him. In other words, Duan Lingtian had caught Huikong's eye. "Abbot Huikong, you've heard of Duan Lingtian before?" Guichong could not help but ask Huikong curiously.
Yes.
Huikong nodded lightly and then said, "Although I don't know how little benefactor Duan joined the five-element sect, the five-element sect will be like a tiger that has grown wings with little benefactor Duan's help this time. Congratulations, sect leader Gua." "Haha, you have a good eye, Abbot Huikong." Guichong could not help but laugh when he heard this. He was still very confident in Duan Lingtian's strength. Now, among the younger generation of the five-element sect, as long as Duan Lingtian claimed to be second, there was absolutely no one who dared to claim to be first. Of course, there were still many people in the Empyrean Temple who looked at Duan Lingtian with a doubtful expression. They really could not figure out why such a young man who looked to be only 25 years old would receive such exaggerated praise from their Empyrean Temple's abbot. Could the abbot have made a mistake? Just him alone will make the five-element sect like a tiger that has grown wings? Many of the Empyrean Temple's secular disciples whispered to each other and expressed their doubts. Humph! What five-element sect? Empyrean Temple. Looks like there's really no one left in your two great forces. A little kid who's not even 30 years old can be regarded as a treasure by all of you? How laughable! A cold snort that was filled with disdain, accompanied by a voice that was neither loud nor soft, resonated from the group of people in the distance. Everyone from the five-element sect and the Empyrean Temple, including Duan Lingtian, could not help but look over when they heard the voice. They discovered that the person who spoke was the leader of the group of people, an old man in black clothes. The old man's face was cold, and his eyes were extremely sharp. It was as though there were wisps of terrifying cold gleams flashing in them, causing people to not dare to look at him directly. Similar to the old man, the other 4 old men behind him and the remaining 20 young men and women were also dressed in black. There was a badge pinned on each of their chests. The badge on the chest of the old man in the lead was a blazing sun. The badge on the chest of the 4 old men who stood side by side behind him was a bright moon. As for the remaining 20 young men and women, the badge on their chests was a star. One of the 2 great forces in the western district of the northern desert, the Sun-Moon sect. Guichong muttered to himself when he saw the attire of the group of people in front of him. His gaze then shifted to the old man in the lead and asked, "You must be the sect leader of the Sun-Moon sect, right?" "That's right. It's me, the sect leader," the old man replied nonchalantly. "How should I address you, sect leader?" Guichong asked again. "Chenfeng," the old man replied impatiently. "Sect leader Chenfeng." Guichong nodded before asking again. "Earlier, you said there's no one left in our five-element sect." "Humph." Chenfeng snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Isn't that the case? Only your five-element sect and Empyrean Temple would treat a young boy like a treasure. In our Sun-Moon sect, a disciple of this age is not qualified to leave the sect." "Young boy? It seems like you're looking down on this disciple of our five-element sect, sect leader Chenfeng. I wonder how many of the 20 young disciples from your sect are confident in defeating him?" Guichong asked bluntly as he narrowed his eyes and a smile crept up on the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing Guichong's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He knew the sect leader was going to use him as a tool to trick the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect and the group of Sun Moon Sect's disciples. Although Duan Lingtian did not like being used as a tool, he did not know why he did not resist at all. Instead, he was looking forward to it. Perhaps it was because the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect, Qin Feng, had used him as a topic to provoke the Five-Element Sect and Empyrean Temple. Defeat him? Upon hearing Guo Chang's words, Qin Feng looked at Duan Lingtian. After sizing him up for a while, he could not help but scoff. A young boy like this can be easily defeated by any young disciple from our Sun Moon Sect. If that's the case, why don't we give it a try? Guo Chang's eyes that were narrowed suddenly opened. The smile on his face grew wider as he asked bluntly.
Huh?
Guo Chang's straightforwardness stunned Qin Feng. He could vaguely sense that something was amiss.
Why?
Sect leader Qin Feng. Don't tell me you're afraid? Guo Chang smiled. It was a smile filled with contempt. Why wouldn't I dare? Qin Feng was enraged by Guo Chang. He shouted coldly before he turned to look at one of the Sun Moon Sect's disciples. Lu Kai, you, come out and meet that young boy from Five-Element Sect. The Sun Moon Sect's disciple who was called out was a young man who looked about 35 years old. He was skinny and had a cold expression on his face. Coupled with his black clothes, he gave off a gloomy and cold feeling.
Yes.
The moment Lu Kai heard Qin Feng's words, he immediately flew out. His emotionless eyes instantly locked onto Duan Lingtian.
Huh?
Horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. Just a glance from the other party was enough to make him feel as though he had fallen into an ice cave. It was obvious that the other party's strength was extraordinary. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and instantly probed the other party's cultivation base. 9th level void interpretation. It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that Qin Feng would actually be so cautious. The moment he opened his mouth, he immediately asked a young disciple from Sun Moon Sect who was at the 9th level void interpretation to come out and fight him. The strength of this young disciple was most likely one of the best among the 20 young disciples in Sun Moon Sect.
Whoosh.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian flew out and stood opposite Lu Kai. His face was calm and did not show any emotion at all. At this moment, no matter if it was the Five-Element Sect's disciples, the Empyrean Temple's disciples, or the Sun Moon Sect's disciples, all of them were staring at the two people who were standing opposite each other without blinking. They were anticipating the battle between the two of them. Sect leader Qin Feng, this is the first time we've met each other. Why don't we each put up some prizes for our disciple sparring? Guo Chang looked at Qin Feng when he saw that Duan Lingtian and Lu Kai were about to fight. That's exactly what I want. Qin Feng sneered when he heard Guo Chang's words. Chapter 932. 9th Level Sword Concept Fragment. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words and seeing the concept fragment in his hand, many people from Five-Element Sect and Empyrean Temple were shocked. They did not expect the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect to be so daring. A 9th level concept fragment was considered extremely precious even to the forces they belonged to. After all, the forces they belonged to were merely third-rate forces on Cloud Continent. The most powerful one among them was only a person who had comprehended the 9th level void transformation concept. The 9th level concept fragments in the hands of the forces they belonged to were either left behind by their ancestors who had died of old age, or obtained by killing martial artists who had comprehended the 9th level void transformation concept. For a third-rate force, it was not an easy task to kill a martial artist who had comprehended the 9th level void transformation concept. However, Qin Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect, had taken out a 9th level sword concept fragment as the wager for the battle between Lu Kai, the Sun Moon Sect's disciple, and Duan Lingtian, the Five-Element Sect's disciple. As long as Duan Lingtian won, he would lose this 9th level sword concept fragment to the Five-Element Sect. Sect leader Qin Feng is so daring. When Guocheng, the sect leader of Five Element Sect, saw Chen Feng taking out a 9th-level sword concept fragment as the wager, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. "What? Sect leader Gua, are you satisfied with the wager that I took out?" When Chen Feng saw the surprise on Guocheng's face, he thought Guocheng was frightened by him. A hint of disdain appeared on his face. "Stingy." Before Guocheng could open his mouth, an unbridled voice broke the temporary silence at the scene. It said that Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect, was stingy. Stingy? He took out a 9th-level concept fragment as the wager and was called stingy? Who was so arrogant? At once, everyone from the 3 major forces shifted their attention to the source of the voice. A young man in purple clothes was standing there. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said that the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect is stingy. Many people from the Empyrean Temple widened their eyes in shock, disbelief written all over their faces. In their opinion, a 9th-level concept fragment was something extraordinary even in the eyes of the sect leader of Five Element Sect, let alone a mere Five Element Sect's disciple. In the face of a person who took out a 9th-level concept fragment as a wager, even the sect leader of the Five Element Sect would not be able to say that the other party was stingy. Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? That's a 9th-level concept fragment. I think he's deliberately saying this to make things difficult for the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect. No matter what the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect offers, he can always say that the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect is stingy. At that time, he can use this as an excuse to not make a move. If that's really the case, then this Duan Lingtian from the Five Element Sect is really too sinister. Many of the Empyrean Temple's lay disciples were whispering. Although their voices were not loud, everyone present could hear them clearly. The Five Element Sect's disciples scoffed at the words of these Empyrean Temple's lay disciples and did not take them seriously. They knew Duan Lingtian's strength very well. It was absolutely impossible for him to back down in front of a mere Sun Moon Sect's disciple, let alone back down in such a roundabout way. What's Duan Lingtian doing? The sect leader of Sun Moon Sect took out a 9th-level concept fragment, and he actually said that the other party is stingy? Huang Daniu, Nangong Yi, Tan Huan, Tianjun, and the others looked at each other. They could see the same doubt in each other's eyes. The Peak Masters of Fire Peak, Water Peak, and Earth Peak also had a puzzled look on their faces. Only Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, had a smile on his face as though he had understood something. It was as though he had guessed what Duan Lingtian was going to do next. This little fellow is really greedy. Guocheng was stunned at first. Then, as though he had recalled something, he stared deeply at Duan Lingtian's back without saying anything. Ridiculous. How dare he say that our sect leader is stingy? That's a 9th-level concept fragment we're talking about. You're just a brat from Five Element Sect. This must be your first time seeing it, right? Many Sun Moon Sect's disciples finally regained their senses and glared at Duan Lingtian as they mocked him. If you're so capable, take out a 9th-level concept fragment as well, or take out something more valuable. Otherwise, you're just a coward who doesn't dare to fight with senior brother Lu Kai. Ask him to take out a 9th-level concept fragment? I think he won't be able to take it out even if we kill him. In my opinion, he's just afraid of senior brother Lu Kai. That's why he's looking for an excuse to avoid the battle with senior brother Lu Kai. The group of Sun Moon Sect's disciples began to discuss among themselves. Their words were filled with disdain toward Duan Lingtian, a Five Element Sect's disciple. In their opinion, how strong could a young man who looked like he was only 25 years old be, even if he had a high innate talent and comprehension ability? As Chen Feng raised his hand, the group of Sun Moon Sect's disciples finally quieted down. However, their eyes were still filled with disdain when they looked at Duan Lingtian. It was a disdain that came from the bottom of their hearts. Are you saying that I'm stingy? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and stared straight at Duan Lingtian as he asked in a deep voice. Aren't you? Duan Lingtian acted as though he did not hear the mockery from the group of Sun Moon sect's disciples. When he heard Qinfeng's question, he replied in a matter-of-fact manner, "As the sect leader of Sun Moon sect, you only took out a 9th-level concept fragment as the wager. Don't you think you're stingy?" Humph. Qinfeng's eyes gleamed sharply as he snorted. "The 9th-level sword concept fragment in my hand is just the first wager that I took out. If sect leader Gui thinks it's not enough, I can add in some other wagers." Of course, it's not enough. The moment Qinfeng's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian immediately replied, "Let alone our sect leader, even I, a nobody from the 5-element sect, feel that the wager you took out is not enough. You also said that you're a nobody. Do you think you can represent the sect leader of your 5-element sect?" Qinfeng sneered. "Of course, I can't represent our sect leader. However, I can wager with you myself." Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and said word by word, You want to wager with me yourself?" When Qinfeng heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but be stunned. "Haha, what a joke. This 5-element sect brat said that he wants to wager with our sect leader himself. Does he really think that a 9th-level concept fragment is a cabbage? First, he said that our sect leader is stingy. Now, he wants to wager with our sect leader himself. I really want to see what he can take out to wager with our sect leader." The Sun Moon sect's disciples became restless again. Each of them looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile on their faces, waiting for Duan Lingtian to make a fool of himself. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. If he can't take out something that's worth more than the 9th-level sword concept fragment now, he's going to make a fool of himself. He's definitely going to make a fool of himself. The group of Empyrean Temple's monk disciples shook their heads and looked at Duan Lingtian with pity on their faces. The abbot of Empyrean Temple, Xueqi, stood at the side and stared at Duan Lingtian kindly. Even though Duan Lingtian had made such a boast, he did not seem surprised at all. On the other hand, many of the 5-element sect's disciples laughed. They did not know anything else. However, when it came to 9th-level concept fragments, Duan Lingtian did not lack them at all. In fact, he had just obtained 2 of them not too long ago. They came from Rinji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect who was killed. "That's right. I'll wager with you myself." Duan Lingtian looked straight at Qinfeng and nodded solemnly. "Boy, do you know the value of this 9th-level sword concept fragment in my hand? Let me tell you, not everything is as valuable as this concept fragment in my hand." Qinfeng weighed the fragment in his hand and said mockingly, "I don't know about other things, but I know that the combined value of these 2 things definitely surpasses the value of the 9th-level sword concept fragment in your hand." In the face of Qinfeng's mockery, Duan Lingtian remained calm. With a raise of his hand, 2 fragments appeared in his hand. One of them was green while the other was purple. Regardless of whether it was the green or purple fragment, the color was so deep that it would cause one to be shocked at first glance. "Sect leader Qinfeng, what do you think?" Duan Lingtian weighed the 2 fragments in his hand and smiled faintly. 9th-level wind concept fragment. 9th-level thunder concept fragment. When Qinfeng's eyes were completely attracted by the concept fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand, horror dawned on the few Sun Moon sect's vice sect leaders standing behind Qinfeng as they exclaimed in surprise. "It's really the 9th-level wind concept fragment and the 9th-level thunder concept fragment." At the Empyrean Temple's side, Huijing could not help but exclaim in a low voice. Earlier, Duan Lingtian's unrestrained behavior had made him break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. He felt that Duan Lingtian was going to be humiliated in front of so many people. However, at this moment, he finally realized that Duan Lingtian only dared to behave in such a manner because he had a card up his sleeve. This could be seen from the fact that he casually took out 2 9th-level concept fragments. Those are really 2 9th-level concept fragments? The group of Sun Moon sect's disciples' faces that were filled with mockery froze completely. Their faces flushed red as though someone had grabbed them by the neck. They could not make a sound for a long time. Oh my god. Who's this Duan Lingtian? He can take out 2 9th-level concept fragments so casually. Don't tell me he's the illegitimate son of the sect leader of 5-element sect? What right does he have to possess 2 9th-level concept fragments? When the group of Empyrean Temple's monk disciples saw the 2 concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hand, their eyes turned completely red. They could not wait to snatch them away. In this regard, the people from 5-element sect appeared to be much calmer. This fellow Duan Lingtian actually took out 2 9th-level concept fragments at this time. Don't tell me he's trying to cheat the sect leader of Sun Moon sect out of another 9th-level concept fragment? Huang Daniu was stunned. He could vaguely guess what was going on. Naturally, there were many people who had the same thought as him. For example, the Peak Masters of Water, Fire, and Earth Peak, the brothers Nangong, Tan Huan, Tianjun, and the others. Duan Lingtian, you want to cheat the sect leader of Sun Moon sect? I won't let you do as you wish. Chapter 933. Sect Leader Qinfeng, if I take out these 2 9th-level concept fragments as the wager for the battle between me and your Sun Moon sect's disciple, Lu Kai, shouldn't you take out another 9th-level concept fragment as well? Duan Lingtian stared at Qinfeng as he enunciated each and every word clearly. When Qinfeng regained his senses, his face turned grave. It did not cross his mind that the purple-clad young man in front of him would actually take out 2 9th-level concept fragments and even want him to bet with him using 2 9th-level concept fragments as the wager. As the sect leader of Sun Moon sect, naturally, he was not a fool. Since the other party dared to make this wager and was willing to take out 2 9th-level concept fragments as the wager, he must be very confident in himself. For a moment, Qinfeng was in a dilemma. It wasn't difficult for him to take out another 9th-level concept fragment. However, the problem was, if the purple-clad young man in front of him won, not only would their Sun Moon sect be humiliated, but they would also lose 2 9th-level concept fragments. The reason he took out a 9th-level concept fragment earlier was because he thought he would definitely win. He wanted to use that 9th-level concept fragment to win the other 9th-level concept fragment from the 5-element sect. However, what happened next was beyond his expectations. First, the purple-clad young man in front of him said he was stingy. Then he stood out and wanted him to bet with him. Moreover, he wanted to use 2 9th-level concept fragments as the wager. He had to admit that he hesitated when he saw the other party's confident expression. Although he did not dare to believe that such a young man would be able to defeat his Sun Moon sect's disciple, Lu Kai, who was at the 9th-level void interpretation. However, the moment he thought about the 2 9th-level concept fragments, he had to be extremely cautious.
Why?
Sect Leader Qinfeng, don't tell me you're afraid? When Duan Lingtian saw Qinfeng hesitating, he could easily guess what was on his mind. He could not help but laugh. He deliberately raised his voice so that everyone could hear him. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a disdainful smile crept up the corner of his mouth. Afraid? When Qinfeng heard Duan Lingtian's words and noticed the gazes around him, he was instantly enraged. However, just as his anger rose to his head, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him, and he completely calmed down. He faintly realized that this was the opponent's provocation. Right at this moment, a voice transmission came from afar and pierced into Qinfeng's ears. Sect Master Qinfeng, you mustn't agree to this Duan Lingtian. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Actually, he's a first-level void transformation martial artist. Apart from comprehending a void transformation concept, he's also comprehended 3 9th-level void interpretation concepts. Right now, this Duan Lingtian is trying to infuriate you so that you will agree to his request. Don't fall into his trap. Otherwise, your Sun Moon sect will definitely lose 2 9th-level concept fragments. The voice transmission stopped abruptly at this point. When Qinfeng heard this voice transmission, his expression changed drastically. First level void transformation stage comprehended a void transformation concept and 3/9 level void interpretation concepts. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng studied the purple-clad young man in front of him from top to bottom. He kept asking himself in his heart, is this Duan Lingtian really that capable? He did not dare to believe it. In his opinion, it was almost impossible for such a thing to happen. It was inevitable for a first-level void transformation martial artist to comprehend a void transformation concept. Comprehending a 9th-level void interpretation concept was already considered as monstrous. However, the voice transmission said that other than being a first-level void transformation martial artist and comprehending a void transformation concept, Duan Lingtian had also comprehended 3 void interpretation concepts. Ridiculous. This was too ridiculous. Chen Feng shook his head. He immediately concluded that the other party was lying to him. Moreover, the voice transmission came from the group of people from the 5-element sect. Unfortunately, the voice transmission came so suddenly that he could not identify which 5-element sect's disciple it was. However, he was certain of one thing. The other party was lying to him. As for the purpose of lying to him, it was easy for him to guess. The reason the other party did this was because they did not want him to bet with Duan Lingtian. They wanted the Sun Moon sect to admit defeat in front of the 5-element sect and embarrass themselves in front of the people from the Empyrean Temple. It seemed like the other party was helping him by doing this, wanting to help him keep the 2 9th-level concept fragments. However, if one were to look deeper into it, the other party was actually helping Duan Lingtian and the 5-element sect by doing this. This was because if he refused now, Duan Lingtian would not be defeated by the Sun Moon sect's disciple in public. The 5-element sect would also win without a fight and firmly suppress the Sun Moon sect. Duan Lingtian, I have to say that you're very smart. Chen Feng looked at Duan Lingtian and said through his voice transmission, you actually know how to take a step back in order to advance. You asked someone to exaggerate your strength in front of me so that my Sun Moon sect and I will retreat in the face of difficulties so that you and the 5-element sect will win without a fight. If it was someone from the Empyrean Temple who reminded me through voice transmission, I might have believed it. However, you actually asked someone from your 5-element sect to remind me through voice transmission. How stupid. Chen Feng's voice transmission was filled with disdain. When Duan Lingtian heard Chen Feng's voice transmission, he could not help but be stunned. He asked someone from the 5-element sect to use voice transmission to exaggerate his strength in front of Chen Feng. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian was a little confused. He could not help but look at the group of people from the 5-element sect curiously.
Soon he noticed something.
When he looked at Hu Fei, he found that Hu Fei seemed to be avoiding his gaze, not daring to look him in the eye, which was unusual. Hu Fei. A cold gleam flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes as anger rose in his heart. At this moment, he was certain that the person who warned him through voice transmission was none other than Hu Fei. However, Chen Feng did not seem to believe Hu Fei's words. This made Duan Lingtian heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, the killing intent in the depth of Duan Lingtian's eyes intensified. That killing intent was directed at Hu Fei. Just as he had expected, as long as Hu Fei was alive, he would not be able to have a day of peace. What a pity, what a pity. Initially, I was still a little hesitant when I saw you so confidently taking out 2 9th-level concept fragments to bet with me. At that time, I even thought that in order to protect the 2 9th-level concept fragments, I would reject your bet even if it would embarrass me and the Sun Moon sect. Chen Feng's voice transmission continued to enter Duan Lingtian's ears. It was filled with pride. Unfortunately, you actually asked the people from the 5-element sect to remind me through voice transmission to exaggerate your strength. Not only did he exaggerate, he even exaggerated it to such an outrageous extent. Therefore, the ones who will be embarrassed today will not be me and the Sun Moon sect. It will be you, Duan Lingtian, and the 5-element sect. Chen Feng's voice transmission came to an end. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Did Hu Fei actually help him? If Hu Fei knew the outcome would be like this, he would most likely be so angry that he would throw up 3 liters of blood. However, Duan Lingtian did not lose his killing intent toward Hu Fei because of this. In his heart, Hu Fei was already a dead man. As long as he had the chance, he would make Hu Fei die in his hands. Humph! Upon hearing Chen Feng's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian snorted. His face turned solemn on purpose. When Chen Feng saw Duan Lingtian's expression, a mocking smile appeared on his face. With a raise of his hand, he took out another concept fragment. Duan Lingtian, since you want to bet big, then I'll bet big with you. This is a 9th level saber concept fragment. Together with the 9th level sword concept fragment in my hand, they'll be the wager for the Sun Moon sect. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Chen Feng announced loudly. At the same time, without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Chen Feng looked at the Empyrean Temple's abbot, Huikong. Huikong, you old bald donkey. Although I've never had any dealings with you before, I've heard that you're a decent person. Today, you'll be the witness for the wager between me and this 5-element sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian. As for the wager, it should be kept by you as well. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he raised his hand and shot the 2 9th level concept fragments in his hand at Huikong. Ba. Since sect leader Chen trusts me, I'll naturally follow sect leader Chen's wishes. Huikong placed his palms together and said after he caught the 2 9th level concept fragments, Duan Lingtian now. Shouldn't you hand over your prize to that old baldy Huikong for safekeeping? Chen Feng looked at Duan Lingtian. A smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The reason he did this was because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would go back on his word. If things developed to that point, although Duan Lingtian and the 5-element sect would be humiliated, his Sun Moon sect would not be able to obtain the 2 concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hand. The reason he did this was to put Duan Lingtian in a difficult position. Of course, Duan Lingtian could still reject it. However, the price of rejecting it would be extremely high. It would far exceed the value of the 2 9th level concept fragments. If Duan Lingtian rejected it, not only Duan Lingtian but even the 5-element sect would not be able to hold their heads up high in the northern desert in the future. Sect leader Chen Feng, you're really something. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could guess Chen Feng's thoughts. After taking a deep look at Chen Feng, he casually shot the 2 9th level concept fragments to Huikong. Abbot Huikong, I'll have to trouble you. Ba. You're too kind, young benefactor Duan. Huikong placed his palms together and said after he caught the 2 9th level concept fragments.
Huh.
Chen Feng could not help but frown when he saw Duan Lingtian handing the 2 9th level concept fragments to Huikong without hesitation. However, his frown quickly disappeared. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was puffing himself up at his own cost. No matter what, he would not believe that a young boy like Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Lu Kai, who was ranked in the top 3 among the younger generation in the Sun Moon sect.
Whoosh.
At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already returned to the opposite side of Lu Kai. He stood opposite Lu Kai, who had a cold expression on his face. Young benefactor Duan, young benefactor Lu. Although your battle will determine the ownership of the 2 9th level concept fragments, this poor monk still hopes that both of you will know when to stop. Chapter 934. I have no objections. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said with an indifferent expression. He only wanted to win the 2 9th level concept fragments in this battle. He did not care if he killed or not. Of course, the most important thing was, until now, this young Sun Moon sect's disciple, Lu Kai, had not done anything that made him want to kill him. Those who provoke our Sun Moon sect will definitely die. Lu Kai's voice was cold and gloomy. His words revealed his determination to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a hint of coldness crept up the corner of his mouth. He was still wondering if he should spare Lu Kai's life earlier. However, Lu Kai's words completely destroyed this thought of his. Everyone had to pay the price for what they said. Duan Lingtian and Lu Kai stood opposite each other, facing each other. They instantly attracted everyone's attention. This Duan Lingtian can actually take out 2 9th-level concept fragments. This is really shocking. However, what's even more shocking is that he actually dared to make a bet with the sect leader of Sun Moon sect. Don't tell me he really thinks he can win against that Sun Moon sect's disciple? That Sun Moon sect's disciple must have extraordinary strength to be called out by the sect leader of Sun Moon sect personally. I'm afraid this Duan Lingtian is going to go for wool and come home shorn. Many of the Empyrean Temple's monk disciples were discussing among themselves. It was obvious that they did not think highly of Duan Lingtian. Of course, the main reason was that Duan Lingtian was too young. So young that it was terrifying. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the black robe on Lu Kai, the Sun Moon sect's disciple who was facing off against Duan Lingtian, fluttered. The origin energy on his body rose and merged with a fierce aura. At that moment, the raging origin energy on Lu Kai's body transformed into a gigantic saber that emitted an aura that seemed to be able to cut through everything. In the air, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon condensed and formed. First, 120 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared before another 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. 9th level void interpretation. 9th level intermediate saber concept. Lu Kai's strength shocked many of the Empyrean Temple's disciples. They were even more convinced that Duan Lingtian could not defeat Lu Kai. Duan Lingtian, I hope you won't disappoint me. Xianbei stared at the back of Duan Lingtian and muttered to himself. Just as a thin spiritual saber appeared in Lu Kai's hand and he was about to attack, he suddenly seemed to have noticed something. He shook his head and looked into the distance. At this time, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, looked into the distance. There was a group of people coming over in a grandiose manner. After a short while, he arrived near them. Elder Brother Duan. A gentle and pleasant voice sounded out from the group of people, and it was filled with excitement and joy. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a figure that looked like a fire spirit flew out and headed straight for the purple figure in the distance. Its speed was as fast as lightning. When Duan Lingtian heard this familiar voice, he could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. In the next moment, before he could even react, he noticed a fiery red figure had already arrived in front of him. They stood facing each other and looked at each other. The person who stood in front of Duan Lingtian was a beautiful lady. A smile that could turn the world upside down was blooming on her face. For a moment, everything around her was overshadowed. Tianwu. Looking at the red-clad lady in front of him, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. The person who came was none other than Feng Tianwu. Elder Brother Duan, why are you here? Feng Tianwu, who was excited to see the person she missed, calmed down a little. She took a deep breath and asked softly. She did not expect to see her elder brother Duan here. Logically speaking, elder brother Duan should have been taken away by a martial monarch powerhouse, right? Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian. At this moment, 2 figures tailed Feng Tianwu and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Both of their faces were filled with surprise. It was obvious they did not expect to see Duan Lingtian here. Su Li, Big Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian smiled and greeted the two of them. The 2 people who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian were none other than Su Li and Zhang Shouyong. Duan Lingtian, where have you been all this time? Why are you here? Su Li could not help but ask curiously. Although Zhang Shouyong did not ask, his eyes that were filled with doubt showed he was very concerned about this. It's a long story. I'll tell you in detail when I have the time in the future. As for why I'm here, my purpose is the same as yours. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, however, there's a difference. You're representing Blade Sect while I'm representing 5-Element Sect. 5-Element Sect. When Su Li heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but be shocked. The 5-Element Sect, that's one of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of the Northern Desert? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Elder brother Duan, why did you go to 5-Element Sect? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with doubt. Before Duan Lingtian could answer, a middle-aged man among the 4 people who had just arrived in the distance looked at Duan Lingtian with a gleam in his eyes.
Duan Lingtian.
The middle-aged man greeted Duan Lingtian. When he heard this voice, Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man, and his eyes lit up as he greeted with slight pleasant surprise. Senior. The middle-aged man was none other than the vice-sect leader of the House of Swords and Su Li's master, Jian 13. Jian 13 had done him a favor, and he'd always engraved it in his heart. You said earlier that you're representing 5-Element Sect this time? Jian 13 frowned slightly as he asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said apologetically, Senior, I'm truly sorry. Because the 5-Element Sect has done me a favor, so I'm entering the Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time to contribute to the 5-Element Sect. I'm unable to represent the Blade Sect. The group of people from the 5-Element Sect were slightly surprised when they saw many people recognize Duan Lingtian in the group that had just arrived. Now that they heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Jian 13, they were shocked once more. In the past, Duan Lingtian was intending to represent the Blade Sect to enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, even though they didn't know what happened later on. But when they heard what Duan Lingtian said now, they couldn't help but feel slightly fortunate. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was a great weapon of slaughter. The 5-Element Sect that had Duan Lingtian would surely be able to obtain the greatest benefits from the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Humph. Jian 13 hadn't spoken when a cold snort sounded out. Subsequently, a green figure flashed out from the group of people from the Blade Sect. It was a green-clothed young man, and he was precisely one of the 20 young disciples from the Blade Sect that had come this time. After the green-clothed young man came out, he looked at Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment and asked with a deep voice, You're Duan Lingtian? Who are you? Duan Lingtian frowned when faced with a green-clothed young man who had come with ill intentions. You don't have to know who I am.
You just have to answer me.
Did you promise Junior Uncle Jian to join our Blade Sect, and even join the Sword Sect? The green-clothed young man glanced at Duan Lingtian with disdain before he asked again in a deep voice.
Yes.
But Duan Lingtian nodded. Just when he was about to explain, he was interrupted by the green-clothed young man. That's enough. In other words, you, the prospective Sword Sect disciple of our Blade Sect, has switched to the 5-Element Sect. Even if you're only a prospective Sword Sect disciple, according to the rules of our Blade Sect, a prospective disciple who has switched to another sect will be regarded as a traitor. Today, I, Lian Xiong, will enforce the law on behalf of the sect's enforcement elder and get rid of a traitor like you. The green-clothed young man, Lian Xiong, spoke very quickly. Before the crowd could react, he had already transformed into a green lightning bolt and charged towards Duan Lingtian.
Whoosh!
A swift sword ray accompanied him as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, the sword ray had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian's glabella. The speed of the sword ray was so fast that it was terrifying.
Whoosh!
At the same time, more than 270 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above Lian Xiong's head. In other words, the sword that he stabbed towards Duan Lingtian contained the strength of more than 270 ancient horned dragons. 8th level Void Interpretation. 8th level Intermediate Sword Concept. Grade 3 Spirit Sword. In the eyes of most people present, the speed of the green-clothed young man was shockingly fast. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, it was pitifully slow. When Duan Lingtian saw that the Grade 3 Spirit Sword in the green-clothed young man's hand was only a foot away from his glabella, he was already prepared to reach out to grab the sword. To him, stopping the sword with his bare hands was not a problem at all. However, just when Duan Lingtian was about to make his move, he heard a short-lived piercing sound.
Slap.
At the same time, a sound entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw that the sword that was a foot away from his glabella disappeared before his eyes in just a blink of an eye. To be more precise, it flew into the distant sky. Along with it, an arm that was forcefully torn off flew out. Dazzling fresh blood was still spurting out from the wound on the arm. The blood splattered across the sky and condensed into red roses.
Ah!
At the same time, a shrill scream reverberated in the air. It was Lian Xiong who was standing near Duan Lingtian. He pressed on the wound on his severed arm with one hand and stopped the bleeding as he screamed in pain.
Who's that?
When he caught his breath, he glared at the person who attacked him. However, when he saw the red-clad lady standing there with a long whip that looked like a red spirit snake in her hand, horror dawned on his face. Junior Sister Foam, he betrayed the sect. He should atone for his sins with his death. Why are you helping him? The person who crippled Lian Xiong was none other than Foam Tianwu. Foam Tianwu was the first to react and stopped Lian Xiong in time. Her whip swept out and coiled around Lian Xiong's arm that was holding the sword. In the next moment, she forcefully tore the arm off Lian Xiong's shoulder and flung it away. Her entire action was as smooth as flowing water. Because he's my elder brother Duan. Chapter 935. It's because he's my elder brother Duan. Foam Tianwu's short sentence caused many young men from various forces to look at Duan Lingtian with jealousy in their eyes. They could not wait to replace him. At this moment, as long as one was not blind, one could see the affection Foam Tianwu had for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, this fellow really has a lot of luck with women, Huang Daniu said with an envious expression on his face. When Foam Tianwu was such a peerless beauty, everyone, including him, could not help but be tempted when they first laid their eyes on her. Junior Sister Foam, why you'll regret this. Lian Xiong gritted his teeth and said to Foam Tianwu with a jealous expression on his face. Then, he flew away and chased after his arm that was severed and thrown away by Foam Tianwu. If he could find and reattach his arm in time, there might still be a chance for him to recover. When that Blade Sect's disciple made his move earlier, he mobilized the heaven and earth energy and consolidated more than 270 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. He's very powerful, but his arm was still severed by this fairy-like Blade Sect's female disciple. This Blade Sect's female disciple looks like she's only in her early 20s. She already possesses such terrifying strength at such a young age. It's really shocking. She's really blessed by the heavens. Not only does she have a devastatingly beautiful appearance, but she also has an innate talent and comprehension ability that makes people jealous. Whether it was the Five Element Sect, the Empyrean Temple, or the Sun Moon Sect's young disciples, all of them could not help but whisper among themselves. The shock that Foam Tianwu brought to them was just too great. Although Foam Tianwu's attack was very fast, and she did not even mobilize the heaven and earth energy to consolidate the heaven and earth phenomenon, they could see that Foam Tianwu's strength was far above the Blade Sect's disciple whose arm was severed by her. Tianwu girl, this time, you've gone a little overboard. The skinny old man who was the leader of the two old men from Blade Sect looked at Foam Tianwu with a slightly reproachful expression. Sect leader, I held back just now. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse now. In the face of the old man's reproach, Foam Tianwu replied calmly with a hint of coldness in her voice. As the saying went, a dragon has a reverse scale. Touch it and you'll die. In her world, Duan Lingtian was her reverse scale. The reason she did not kill Lian Xiong today was because her father, Feng Wudao, was the Sword Sect's elder in Blade Sect. She did not want to put her father in a difficult position. The sect leader of Blade Sect? Although he did not know the old man's name, he had to admit, Duan Lingtian, he had a bad impression. What did he mean when a little overboard? That Blade sect's disciple, Lian Xiong, had wanted to kill him the moment he attacked. The sword in his hand was inches away from his glabella, and he had nearly killed him. If Tianwu had not made the first move, and it was him instead, Lian Xiong would have already become a corpse. Was a Tian, he's a very well was Tian. You're Duan Lingtian? The prospective disciple of Blade Sect? Soon after, the old man's gaze shifted from Feng Tianwu to Duan Lingtian. His tone was calm and cold. From now on, I, Duan Lingtian, have nothing to do with Blade Sect anymore. Duan Lingtian announced calmly as he looked at the old man. When he heard the old man reproach Feng Tianwu, he no longer had any interest in joining Blade Sect.
Duan Lingtian.
Horror dawned on Jian Shisan when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to speak to the sect leader of Blade Sect in such a manner. Moreover, he wanted to cut ties with Blade Sect as soon as he opened his mouth. When the old man regained his senses, horror dawned on his face as he said in a deep voice, "Do you think you can join Blade Sect as you please?" "That's exactly the case for me." Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly, "The reason I agreed to join the Blade Sect was because I owed him a favor. As for now, I'm not interested in joining the Blade Sect at all." Duan Lingtian no longer bothered with the old man when he reached this point. Instead, he looked at Jian Shisan and said, "Senior, I, Duan Lingtian, will definitely repay your kindness in the future. As for Blade Sect, I won't join it anymore." The old man's attitude earlier had chilled Duan Lingtian's heart. Although there might be other reasons, such as Lian Xiong's identity and background, etc. In his opinion, those were not excuses. When Jian Shisan saw the determination on Duan Lingtian's face, he realized the situation was irreversible. He did not know what to say and could only smile wryly.
All right.
Today, for the sake of little Tianwu, I won't fuss about it with you. The old man was angered by Duan Lingtian until his face turned gloomy. When he reached the end of his sentence, he took a deep breath and continued, "Since you're unwilling to join Blade Sect, we won't force you either. From now on, you're no longer a prospective disciple of Blade Sect. There are many young powerhouses in Blade Sect. We don't need someone like you." When the old man reached the end of his sentence, his interest waned. It was obvious that he did not take Duan Lingtian seriously. "That would be great." Duan Lingtian nodded and turned around to look at Sun Moon Sect's disciple, Lu Kai, who was waiting there. He said in a deep voice, "Let's continue." He did not forget about the bet with Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect. It was impossible for him to forget about the 2 9th-level concept fragments. "Elder brother Duan, what are you doing?" Feng Tianwu glanced at Lu Kai. Although Lu Kai had already retracted his origin energy and concept, she could still see the strength he displayed when she first arrived. He did not use any spirit weapon, but he could mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form 220 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Due to this reason, Feng Tianwu could see that Lu Kai was a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th-level void interpretation concept. "It's nothing. I have a bet with him. You can just watch from the side." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he gave Feng Tianwu a reassuring look. The moment Feng Tianwu heard this, she obediently retreated. "Duan Lingtian, be careful." At this moment, Su Li and Zhang Shouyong had also retreated. They watched from afar as Duan Lingtian confronted the black-clad young man. The young man gave them an extremely dangerous feeling. As Duan Lingtian confronted Lu Kai again, the origin energy and saber concept on Lu Kai's body reappeared. At the same time, the group of Empyrean Temple's monk disciples began to discuss again. From the Empyrean Temple's monk disciples, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, Zhang Shouyong, and the rest of the Blade Sect's people quickly understood the ins and outs of the matter. Each of them could not help but be shocked. The wager for each side in this bet is 2 9th-level concept fragments. That Sun-Moon Sect's disciple, Xueqi, is a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who has comprehended the 9th-level intermediate saber concept. One by one, the Blade Sect's disciples began to discuss. Although they were shocked, they could not help but feel excited about the battle between Duan Lingtian and Xueqi. Of course, most of them felt that Xueqi had a higher chance of winning.
Whoosh.
At this moment, a figure flew over from afar. It was Lian Xiong who had returned from picking up his severed arm. Lian Xiong's severed arm had already been reattached by him, but his face was still extremely pale. It was no different from a dead person's face. After he returned, Lian Xiong looked at Feng Tianwu. The depth of his eyes was filled with extreme coldness. Lian Xiong, the matter of Tianwu little girl cutting off your arm ends here. The skinny old man, who was also the sect leader of Sword Sect, glanced at Lian Xiong indifferently. His tone was cold and did not contain any emotion. Sect leader, she, upon hearing the old man's words, horror dawned on Lian Xiong's face. He wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the old man again. Did you not hear what I said clearly, or do you want me to repeat it for you? When the old man reached the end of his sentence, his voice seemed to have come from an ice cave. It scared Lian Xiong so much that he could not help but shudder. He glanced at Feng Tianwu reluctantly, but he did not dare to have any thoughts of revenge. He knew very well in his heart, unless he did not want to stay in Blade Sect anymore, or the old man was dead. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take revenge on Feng Tianwu. Otherwise, if the old man found out about it, he would definitely die. Lian Xiong took a deep breath and shifted his gaze away. He began to search for Duan Lingtian's figure. Soon after, he discovered Duan Lingtian was standing opposite a black-clad young man. Moreover, the black-clad young man displayed a strength that far surpassed his own. He was at the 9th-level void interpretation and had comprehended the 9th-level void interpretation concept. What's going on? Lian Xiong could not understand why Duan Lingtian would be facing such a young powerhouse. When he found out the reason from the others, he could not help but sneer inwardly. So that's how it is. This Duan Lingtian is really seeking death. Does he really think he can defeat a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who has comprehended the 9th-level void interpretation concept? Count yourself lucky that you didn't die in my hands. Lian Xiong's cold gaze was locked onto Duan Lingtian's back. A sneer crept up the corner of his mouth. However, in the next moment, his smile froze completely.
God.
What did he just see? In the distance, the Sun-Moon Sect's disciple, Xueqi, made his move. The spirit saber in his hand that was as thin as a cicada's wing shook. All of his energy surged into the spirit saber as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. In the sky, more than 310 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced toward Duan Lingtian.
Whoosh.
Where the saber light that was as thin as a cicada's wing pointed, the airflow in the air was split apart and set off a series of clear whistling sound. The whistling sound grew louder and louder, giving off an extremely ear-piercing feeling. The saber that contained the strength of more than 310 ancient horned dragons charged toward Duan Lingtian like a shadow. It was as though it wanted to split Duan Lingtian into two. Faced with Xueqi's menacing saber, Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold. He suddenly took a step forward. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian made his move. He clenched his right hand into a fist and pulled it backward abruptly. His broad back was like a strong bow being pulled. All of a sudden,
whoosh.
Chapter 936. When they saw Duan Lingtian punching his empty hand toward the grade 2 spirit saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing in the hand of the Sun-Moon Sect's disciple, Xueqi, other than the people from 5 Element Sect, Most of the people could not help but feel their scalps go numb. However, all of this did not last for long.
Whoosh.
Duan Lingtian's fist that was shot out like a cannonball was instantly surrounded by a raging origin energy. The moment the origin energy appeared, it underwent an earth-shattering change. The milky white origin energy transformed into a vast and majestic khaki energy. Surrounding the khaki energy were thunderbolts that were as thick as purple electric snakes. Not only that, but it was also emitting waves of fierce aura. Not only that, but there were also gusts of solid astral wind that twined around his fist like a shadow. Of course, all of these changes could only be seen clearly by the high-ranking officials of the major forces who were present with their amazing eyesight. In the eyes of the young disciples from the major forces, after Duan Lingtian punched out, they could no longer see the situation of Duan Lingtian's fist. All they could see was the airflow in the air moving rapidly before it was compressed and exploded. It set off a series of ear-piercing explosions that reverberated in their ears like thunder.
Boom, 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 boom.
The explosions became louder and louder, causing some of the young disciples with weaker strength from the major forces to feel their eardrums vibrate. Their faces turned pale. Some of the young disciples with weaker cultivation base felt their eardrums explode. Blood spurted out from their ears.
Boom.
Suddenly, a loud noise reverberated in the air, causing everyone's eyes to narrow involuntarily. When the energy contained in Duan Lingtian's fist collided with a grade 2 spirit saber in the hand of the Sun Moon sect's disciple, Lu Kai, it easily sent the grade 2 spirit saber flying before it continued to envelop Lu Kai's body. In an instant, Lu Kai's body exploded into pieces of flesh and blood that filled the air. Not a single piece of him was left intact. He could not be any more dead.
Whoosh.
After completely crushing Lu Kai with just one punch, Duan Lingtian withdrew the origin energy and the 4 types of concepts in his hand. The heaven and earth energy that was surging in the air above his head dissipated as well. Because he had only attacked in the blink of an eye, the phenomenon of heaven and earth had dissipated before it could take form. Duan Lingtian stood in the air. Not far in front of him, a rain of blood filled the sky like blooming fireworks, celebrating his final victory in this gambling battle. Fireworks filled the sky, looking extremely gorgeous, eye-catching, and dazzling. Duan Lingtian's purple robes fluttered in the wind as he stood there. In the eyes of the onlookers, he appeared incomparably tall. Hiss, 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 hiss. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths suddenly rang out, rising and falling one after another, continuous and unending. This Duan Lingtian is so strong. Isn't his strength too terrifying? With just one punch, he killed the Sun Moon sect's disciple who had comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept.
How old is he?
He's simply a monster. For a moment, whether it was the Empyrean Temple's disciples, the Sun Moon sect's disciples, or the Blade sect's disciples, all of them could not help but whisper among themselves. When they mentioned Duan Lingtian, there was a hint of fear in their voices. It was fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's eyes lit up, and a smile that could turn the world upside down appeared on her beautiful face. Her graceful body stood there with a smile that was like a flower. It was as though she had transformed into a beautiful painting. Although Feng Tianwu had always been very confident in Duan Lingtian, when she saw Duan Lingtian displaying such a powerful strength and killing his opponent with just one punch, she could not help but feel happy for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength has actually become so powerful. Su Li's eyes narrowed, and his face was filled with astonishment. I originally thought that when we met again, the gap between us would be narrowed. Who would have thought that he has already left me far behind? Duan Lingtian had killed a 9th level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept with just one punch. This caused him to feel inexplicably shocked from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Shouyang's eyes narrowed as well. Although he did not say anything, his current expression was enough to show the shock in his heart. It could be said that he had watched Duan Lingtian step by step until today. The young man who needed his help to survive at the Eternal Jade restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast had unknowingly grown to the point where he had to look up to him. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Brother Lingtian, now that I recall the first time we met, the world has really changed, Zhang Shouyang thought to himself. On the blade sect side, it was not only Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang who were shocked. Even Sword 13 and the other 3 blade sect's high-ranking officials could not help but be shocked. In just a few months, Duan Lingtian's strength has actually risen to such a level. What a monster! Sword 13 sighed. As expected of a variant. Saber 5, who was standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Variant? Saber 5's words caused the 2 old men standing at the side to narrow their eyes. The sturdy old man looked at Saber 5 and asked in a deep voice, Saber 5, you said Duan Lingtian is a variant. Yes. Saber 5 nodded. He's a variant who can cast his innate ability. A variant who can cast his innate ability. The sturdy old man, who was also the sect leader of Saber Sect, sucked in a breath of cold air. The skinny old man standing next to him, the sect leader of Sword Sect, trembled imperceptibly before his body stiffened. At that moment, he felt his face burning. He seemed to recall the words he said to Duan Lingtian earlier by the side of his ears. There are many young powerhouses in Blade Sect. We don't need someone like you. At that moment, he only wanted to slap himself. The reason he said that earlier was because he did not know Duan Lingtian's strength was so terrifying. He also did not know that Duan Lingtian was a variant that was 1 in a million. Why didn't the 2 of you say so earlier? The sect leader of Sword Sect glared at Sword 13 and Saber 5. There was a hint of anger in his tone. If he had known that Duan Lingtian was so strong and knew that Duan Lingtian was a variant, he would definitely not have treated Duan Lingtian the way he did earlier. A single slip would cause everlasting regret. That was how the sect leader of Sword Sect felt at that moment. Senior Brother Saber, and I thought that Duan Lingtian was taken away by a martial monarch powerhouse. That's why we didn't mention anything about him. Sword 13 smiled wryly. Saber 5 nodded his head. Forget it. Since things have come to this, there's no turning back now. Our Blade Sect is not fated with him. It has nothing to do with anything else. The sect leader of Saber Sect shook his head and said, as he guessed what the sect leader of Sword Sect was thinking. How's that possible? Lian Xiong looked at the purple figure standing proudly in the air in the distance. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He kept shaking his head, unwilling to believe that this was real. I heard from Su Li that he's only 28 years old. He killed a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th-level void interpretation concept with just a punch at 28 years old. Lian Xiong's heartbeat gradually quickened. It took a long time for him to calm down. With his strength. Earlier, when I attacked him, if he had attacked me before junior sister Foam, wouldn't I have died without a doubt? The moment Lian Xiong thought of this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He no longer dared to make an enemy out of Duan Lingtian. He was scared now. Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength had completely destroyed the hatred he had for Duan Lingtian in his heart. Senior Brother Lingtian is really amazing. That's right. He killed that 9th-level void interpretation Sun Moon Sect's disciple who had comprehended the 9th-level void interpretation concept with just a punch. Looking at all the younger generation in our 5-element sect, only Senior Brother Lingtian alone can do that. That Blade Sect senior official said that their Blade Sect has a lot of young powerhouses, and they don't lack Senior Brother Lingtian alone. What a joke. Other than that red-clad girl who admires Senior Brother Lingtian, how can the rest of the Blade Sect's disciples be compared to Senior Brother Lingtian? The 5-element sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Many of them looked at the sect leader of Sword Sect from Blade's sect mockingly, as though they were mocking him for being blind. The group of 5 Element Sect senior officials, apart from Guichong and Qiyu, had a smile on their faces. Even Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, who had a grudge with Duan Lingtian in the past, seemed to have forgotten about the conflict between him and Duan Lingtian. A sincere smile appeared on his face. Humph, that Chenfeng actually doesn't believe me. Hu Fei stood at the side and glanced at Chenfeng, the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect, who had a grave expression on his face from afar. A sneer crept up the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, Chenfeng only had himself to blame for losing to Duan Lingtian this time. How's this possible? Chenfeng's face was as grave as it could get. It had never crossed his mind that a 5 Element Sect's disciple who looked only 25 years old would be so terrifying. With just a punch, he had killed Lu Kai, who was ranked 3rd among the younger generation in Sun Moon Sect. On top of that, it was under the premise that Lu Kai had used a Grade 2 Spirit Saber. The few vice sect leaders of Sun Moon Sect and the group of Sun Moon Sect's disciples also had a grave expression on their faces. 2 of the Sun Moon Sect's disciples who stood alone at the side looked at each other. Are you confident? One of them suddenly opened his mouth and asked in a deep voice.
Nope. How about you?
The other person shook his head and asked in return. Nope. The former also shook his head. At once, both of them became silent. They were the 2 most powerful people among the younger generation in Sun Moon Sect. However, they did not see the punch that Duan Lingtian, the 5 Element Sect's disciple, threw out. Not only that, when faced with Lu Kai, who had used a Grade 2 Spirit Saber and unleashed his full strength, none of them dared to say that they could kill him with their bare hands. However, Duan Lingtian had done it. How powerful! Over at the Empyrean Temple's side, Xianbei's eyes narrowed in shock. It had never crossed his mind that Duan Lingtian's strength would be elevated to such a level in just a few months' time. Now, this is interesting. However, the moment Xianbei recalled the battle between him and Duan Lingtian, excitement surged in his heart. He began to look forward to it. Chapter 937. Amit Ba. Congratulations, little benefactor Duan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Empyrean Temple's abbot, Huikong, slowly raised his hand and directly shot out 4 fragments that flew towards Duan Lingtian. 9th-level concept fragments. Although they were already mentally prepared, when they saw the 4 9th-level concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hands, many of them could not help but feel shocked, and their eyes turned red. That was a 9th-level concept fragment. Even the forces they belonged to would only have a few fragments at most. However, Duan Lingtian, a mere 5 Element Sect's disciple, had already monopolized 4 9th-level concept fragments. Even many of the high-ranking officials from the major forces could not help but feel envious and jealous. Thank you, Master Huikong. Duan Lingtian took the 4 9th-level concept fragments and put them away into his spatial ring. At the same time, he thanked Huikong from the Empyrean Temple. You're too kind, little benefactor Duan. It's just a small matter. Huikong said nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian nodded and stared at Chenfeng, the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect, whose face was ghastly pale. He grinned and said, Sect leader Chenfeng, thank you for the 2 9th-level concept fragments. Chenfeng's face, which was already ghastly pale, turned even gloomier. He sneered and said, Duan Lingtian, so what if you manage to obtain the 2 9th-level concept fragments? You're only capable if you have the ability to protect them. Otherwise, you'll just be paving the way for someone else in the end. The moment Chenfeng's words left his mouth, many of the Empyrean Temple's, Blade Sect's, and Sun Moon Sect's disciples' eyes lit up. That was right. Duan Lingtian had 4 9th-level concept fragments in his hands. After they entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, would they not be able to snatch them away? Of course, The moment this thought appeared in most of their minds, it was mercilessly shattered by him. What a joke. If they wanted to snatch the 9th-level concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hands, they would need to have the ability to do so. Otherwise, they would only be courting death. Earlier, the scene of Duan Lingtian killing a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended 9th-level void interpretation concept with a single punch still reverberated in their minds, and it took a long time for it to fade away. Of course, there were also some young disciples with comparatively stronger strengths from the 3 great powers that privately sent voice transmissions to discuss the possibility of cooperation. After all, Duan Lingtian had 4 9th-level concept fragments. Even if the 4 people joined forces and killed him, they would still be able to each obtain 1 9th-level concept fragment. However, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian did not take Duan Lingtian. However, he did Duan Lingtian. However, he did not pay attention to him. Thank you for your concern, Sect Master Chinfeng. Duan Lingtian replied Chinfeng calmly, before looking at the group of young disciples from the 3 major forces, who were eyeing him covetously. If there's really someone who wants the 4 9th-level concept fragments in my possession, I'm very interested in getting close to them. A bright and confident smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. When they heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the confident smile on Duan Lingtian's face, many young disciples immediately dismissed the idea of fighting with Duan Lingtian and snatching the 4 9th-level concept fragments. Of course, there were many exceptions as well. After all, the temptation of the 4 9th-level concept fragments was too great. Even if they knew Duan Lingtian's ability was extraordinary, they still wanted to give it a try. As the saying went, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong once again gathered together. At the same time, he beckoned the 3 of them to come before the group of people from 5 Element Sect. Then, Duan Lingtian introduced Feng Tianwu and the other 2 to Guochong, Qiyu, Huang Daniu, and Qinwei. At the same time, he also introduced Guochong and the other 3 to Feng Tianwu and the other 2. Sect Leader Gua, Peak Master Qi. Feng Tianwu and the other 2 greeted Guochong and Qiyu politely. At the same time, they nodded and smiled at Huang Daniu and Chen Wei. I've never heard Duan Lingtian mention before that he even knows a peerless genius like you, Miss Duan Lingtian. In my opinion, I'm afraid your ability is not inferior to Duan Lingtian, right? Qiyu asked with a smile, as he looked deeply at Feng Tianwu. You flatter me, Peak Master Qi. How can I possibly be compared to elder brother Duan? Feng Tianwu quickly replied humbly. Tianwu, you don't have to be so humble. When Lian Xiong made his move on me earlier, even I couldn't react in time since I was completely unprepared. Duan Lingtian shook his head. At that time, even he couldn't help but be shocked by the strength Feng Tianwu revealed. Unfortunately, Feng Tianwu had already withdrawn her origin energy and fire concept by the time he'd completely reacted to it, so he didn't have the time to use his spiritual energy to investigate. However, he was certain that Feng Tianwu's current ability was not inferior to his. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian immediately extended his spiritual energy and swept towards Feng Tianwu in an attempt to probe Feng Tianwu's strength. In the next moment, he probed Feng Tianwu's cultivation base. It would have been better if he did not probe her cultivation base. However, the moment he did, he was so shocked that Duan Lingtian could not regain his senses for a long time. He stood there blankly, as though he was possessed. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. How's this possible? Tianwu, she's actually only a 3rd-level void interpretation martial artist. According to Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy probe, Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had not even entered the 4th-level void interpretation. She was only at the 3rd-level void interpretation. How could a mere 3rd-level void interpretation martial artist help him stop Lian Xiong? He was slightly hesitant at this moment. However, when he recalled the scene when Feng Tianwu severed the arm of the Blade Sect's disciple, Lian Xiong, he could not help but feel refreshed. Lian Xiong is an 8th-level void interpretation martial artist who has comprehended the 8th-level intermediate sword concept. Tianwu was able to sever his arm before he could react. This means that her ability is much stronger than him. But Tianwu is indeed only a 3rd-level void interpretation martial artist. Could it be the fire concept that Tianwu has comprehended? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was certain. Feng Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body. The speed at which she comprehended the fire concept could be said to be extremely fast. In the process of comprehending the fire concept, it was almost impossible for her to encounter a bottleneck. Moreover, once she used the fire concept fragment to assist her comprehension, the speed at which she comprehended the fire concept would make all martial artists who did not possess the innate spirit body feel embarrassed. However, even if she uses the fire concept fragment to assist her cultivation, Tianwu shouldn't be able to defeat Lian Xiong with just her 3rd-level void interpretation cultivation base, right? The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more curious he became. Lian Xiong was an 8th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 8th-level intermediate sword concept. With the help of his spirit sword, his strength was equivalent to the strength of over 270 ancient horned dragons. With Tianwu's 3rd-level void interpretation martial artist cultivation base, even if she used the grade 3 spirit whip that he refined, she would only be able to exert the strength of 68 ancient horned dragons at the most. The strength of a 3rd-level void interpretation martial artist was equivalent to the strength of 40 ancient horned dragons when he fully unleashed his origin energy. The grade 3 spirit whip that he refined himself could amplify the strength by 70%. It was equivalent to the strength of 28 ancient horned dragons. When the two were added together, it was the strength of 68 ancient horned dragons. In other words, even if Tianwu has comprehended the 1st-level advanced fire concept, she would only have the strength of 268 ancient horned dragons in addition to the strength of 68 ancient horned dragons. She's not as good as Lian Xiong. Unless Tianwu has comprehended the 2nd-level advanced fire concept. In that case, she would be able to crush Lian Xiong with the strength of 368 ancient horned dragons if she unleashes all of her techniques. Duan Lingtian thought as he cleared his mind. As he cleared his mind, he could not help but gasp. If Tianwu only relied on the fire concept fragment to assist her, it's impossible for her to elevate her fire concept to such a level in such a short time. In that case, it must be the profound assimilation formation. The Blade Sect also had the profound assimilation formation. If it was the profound assimilation formation that allowed Feng Tianwu to undergo such a transformation, then everything would not be strange anymore. The profound assimilation formation is the inscription formation that the reincarnation Emperor Wu created back then. It has a miraculous effect that far surpasses ordinary people when it comes to innate spirit bodies like Tianwu's fire spirit body. It was easy for Duan Lingtian to find out about this after he searched through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Moreover, according to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's judgment, the profound assimilation formation could elevate an innate spirit body far beyond ordinary people's imagination. In other words, Tianwu's fire concept might not be as simple as the 3rd-level advanced fire concept. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he gasped to himself. Duan Lingtian, I can't believe you actually know a peerless beauty like Miss Feng. What a surprise. A voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to snap back to his senses. It was Huang Daniu who was talking to him. Do you think that all the people I know are big idiots like you? Duan Lingtian said snappily as he rolled his eyes at Huang Daniu. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, the few people who were close to them, including Guochong and Qiyu, could not help but laugh. Whoosh, 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 whoosh,
Whoosh.
All of a sudden, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from afar. It seemed to have merged into two. Upon hearing the sound, the people from the four major forces present on the scene immediately looked over. With just a glance, they saw two groups of people walking toward them in a grandiose manner. In just a moment, they arrived near them and stopped moving. It's the people from Skywolf Fort and the people from Emotion's Severing Sect. Many of the Blade Sect's and Empyrean Temple's disciples exclaimed in a low voice at once. As one of the four major forces in the south of the Northern Desert, the people from Blade Sect and Empyrean Temple knew more about Skywolf Fort and Emotion's Severing Sect than the Five-Element Sect from the east of the Northern Desert and the Sun-Moon Sect from the west of the Northern Desert. Skywolf Fort. Duan Lingtian's eyes were already fixed on four of the five people in the lead when the group of people from Skywolf Fort appeared. There were three old men and one middle-aged man. Meng Li, Ning Can, Yukong, and Feng Wei. Chapter 938. Naturally, Meng Li and the other three noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze at the first possible moment. If it was in the past, they would definitely look back at Duan Lingtian with contempt. However, now that they knew about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and that little grandaunt, they did not dare to do so. Of course, although they would not deepen the conflict between Skywolf Fort and Duan Lingtian, they would not take the initiative to apologize to Duan Lingtian either. Not to mention that Zishang would be displeased if they did so, and he would no longer do his best for their Skywolf Fort. Even if it was their Skywolf Fort, they could not afford to lose face in front of the people from the various great powers. Due to this reason, they chose to ignore Duan Lingtian completely. However, even if they chose to ignore it, it didn't mean that it could extinguish Duan Lingtian's rage. After Duan Lingtian's cold and fierce gaze swept past Meng Li's group of four, it descended onto a white-clothed young man behind them.
Zishang.
When Duan Lingtian looked at Zishang, Zishang was also looking at him. Moreover, when he looked over, Zishang's voice transmission had already entered his ears in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian, I really didn't expect that you're so lucky. You actually managed to survive the joint attack of four Vice Fort Masters. Upon hearing Zishang's words, Duan Lingtian's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He had long guessed that the reason the four Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort had brought along 10 elders from Skywolf Fort to hunt him down was because of Zishang. However, after he confirmed it from Zishang's mouth, his emotions were still greatly affected. A cold light flickered in his eyes that were filled with killing intent. Zishang, Emperor Wu's secret treasure, will be your grave. After Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed his agitated emotions, his voice transmission pierced into Zishang's ears without any emotion. That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. What Duan Lingtian did not expect was that Zishang, who could only admit defeat in front of him in the past, was exceptionally tough this time. It was as if he had the confidence to kill him. Looks like your strength has improved a lot. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so confident. Duan Lingtian sneered. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hands. Zishang replied coldly. I'll wait and see. The sharp light in Duan Lingtian's eyes grew brighter as he spoke word by word. Ba. Vice Fort Master Luo, Fort Master Qing didn't come? The abbot of the Empyrean Temple, Xueqi, looked at an old man among the 5 leaders of the Skywolf Fort and asked with his palms pressed together. The latter was none other than the leader of the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. Abbot Xueqi. Faced with Xueqi, the leader of the Empyrean Temple, Luo Fu did not dare to be disrespectful. He quickly replied, Our Fort Master has encountered some matters recently, so he didn't have the time to come. Fort Master Qing didn't even come personally for such a big matter as the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It seems like he's been busy with something important recently. Xueqi's eyes flashed as he smiled. Yes, it's very important. Luo Fu nodded, but the corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. At this moment, the other 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort had an awkward expression on their faces.
It was hard for them to imagine.
If the people from the other 5 major forces found out that the reason their fort master of Skywolf Fort did not come was because he had become a mount for a young girl, what kind of expression would they have? Naturally, they would not reveal this matter. If they did, not only would Skywolf Fort become the laughingstock of the northern desert, even the disciples of Skywolf Fort would not be able to accept this fact. Sect Leader Pei, long time no see. I didn't expect you to have taken over the position of the sect leader of Emotions Severing Sect. Greetings. After Hui Kong greeted Luo Fu, he looked at the leader of the group of people from Emotions Severing Sect. It was a middle-aged man with a cold expression who wore plain clothes. The middle-aged man in plain clothes was none other than Pei En, the sect leader of Emotion Severing Sect. Abbot Hui Kong. Even when faced with Hui Kong, the Empyrean Temple's abbot, Pei En's expression was still cold. He nodded nonchalantly and greeted him casually. However, Hui Kong was not unhappy because of this. After smiling lightly, he stood there quietly. At the same time, the high-ranking officials of the 6 major forces greeted each other. Time continued to pass by quietly. Not long after, the sun set in the west. The sky was filled with a crimson sunset glow, causing the entire world to seem as though it was dyed red. It looked magnificent. Time's up. Suddenly, the high-ranking officials of the 6 major forces looked at each other before diving down one after another into the complicated terrain of the mountains. Let's go. When Duan Lingtian and the other young disciples of the 6 major forces saw this, they hurriedly followed after them, not daring to be slow at all. They knew that the Emperor Wu's secret treasure was about to be opened. On the way here, the disciples of the 6 major forces, including Duan Lingtian and the other 5 Element Sect's disciples, had all learned about Emperor Wu's secret treasure from the high-ranking officials of their respective forces. Emperor Wu's secret treasure had a specific opening time. It would only be open for a day, and they had to enter on that day. Otherwise, they would not have the chance to enter again. Of course, there was a time limit for entering, but there was no time limit for exiting. The inscription formation at the entrance of Emperor Wu's secret treasure only prohibited entry and exit. Moreover, it was said that the secret treasure of Emperor Wu that they were going to enter this time was buried deep underground. There were countless inscription formations with powerful destructive force surrounding it. Once someone forcefully destroyed the entrance, those powerful destructive inscription formations would automatically activate and destroy the entire Emperor Wu's secret treasure in one fell swoop. In that case, many of the treasures in Emperor Wu's secret treasure would be buried underground forever. It was precisely because of this that the major forces who knew about the existence of Emperor Wu's secret treasure did not dare to use force. They could only obediently follow the rules set by the powerhouse Emperor Wu. They allowed the young disciples below the age of 40 to enter and search for the profundity fragments that they needed. Very soon, under the leadership of the 6 major forces' high-ranking officials, Duan Lingtian and the other young disciples of the 6 major forces arrived at a spacious valley. It was the valley below the sky where they were just now. The valley was spacious and filled with forests. There was nothing special about it. The entrance to Emperor Wu's secret treasure is here? All the young disciples of the 6 major forces, including Duan Lingtian, had a puzzled expression on their faces. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and extended his spiritual energy. Very soon, he found a clue in the forest in the valley. There was a dense aura of an inscription formation there. As a person who had merged with the lifetime of reincarnation Emperor Wu's inscription memories, Duan Lingtian had a rich understanding of inscription formations. It was easy for him to identify the few inscription formations. There were a total of 5 inscription formations. The one at the top was an inscription formation that was activated at a fixed time. It would only be activated once. Below this inscription formation was an inscription formation that used the age-measuring pearl as its foundation. It was an inscription formation that tested the age of a martial artist. Moreover, there were 3 other inscription formations below this inscription formation. When Duan Lingtian discovered them, he could not help but gasp. That Emperor Wu powerhouse is really bold. He actually set up 3 killing formations at the entrance. Once these 3 killing formations are activated, I'm afraid even a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse would be killed immediately. Duan Lingtian understood how terrifying these 3 killing formations were from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Apart from the extremely precious materials required to set up these 3 killing formations, they also required Emperor Wu's stage spiritual energy to set up. Every intersecting inscription inside could only be inscribed by an inscription master at the Emperor Wu stage. It seems like that Emperor Wu powerhouse is most likely an inscription master as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Elder brother Duan, what did you discover? Feng Tianwu, who was following beside Duan Lingtian, besides observing everything in the valley, would occasionally look at Duan Lingtian. She just happened to notice Duan Lingtian's solemn expression, and she immediately asked via voice transmission. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and replied via voice transmission. If I'm not mistaken, the entrance to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure is right below the forest. Apart from an inscription formation that activates at a fixed time and an inscription formation that tests the age of a person who enters, there are also 3 inscription formations that have extremely terrifying lethality. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at the place where he sensed the inscription formation. Almost at the same time Duan Lingtian finished speaking via voice transmission. The higher-ups of the 6 great powers arrived in the sky above the forest with tacit understanding, and then they attacked together and swept the forest clean. Every single one of the higher-ups of the 6 great powers was in existence at the void transformation stage or above. They controlled their origin energy and concept to form a saber and cleared the forest in a short moment. After the forest was cleared, a magnificent door that lay on the ground appeared before everyone's eyes. The door was embedded on the ground just like that. Its shape was huge and simple, and it wasn't tainted by a trace of dust, and it gave off an extremely aged feeling. The aged feeling that greeted them seemed to be telling how long the door had existed for. Then what should we do? Should we still go in? When she heard Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face had a trace of vigilance. Don't worry. Those 3 killing formations are only targeted at people who forcefully enter and those who are over the age of 40. Under other circumstances, those 3 killing formations won't be activated. Duan Lingtian consoled. Feng Tianwu came to a sudden understanding when she heard this. So that's how it is. This is the entrance to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure? This door looks extremely old. I wonder how long it has existed. The young disciples of the 6 great powers followed behind the higher-ups of their respective powers as they looked down at the gigantic door embedded on the ground. At the same time, their faces were filled with curiosity. It's said that the Emperor Wu's secret treasure under this door has existed for 1,000 years. The martial emperor powerhouse who left behind this secret treasure died of old age 1,000 years ago. Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 great vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, slowly explained when he heard the discussion of the young disciples of the various powers. 1,000 years? Chapter 939. Setting up an inscription formation so that the secret treasure he left behind would be opened after 1,000 years. What kind of powerful technique was this? Apart from Duan Lingtian and the senior officials of the various major forces who knew about all this from other sources, the others were shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The strength of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu was beyond their imagination. Even Zhang Yan, who had been standing quietly behind Pei and without the slightest sense of existence, could not help but be slightly moved at this moment. This Zhang Yan seems to be a little different from before. Earlier, when the group of people from a motion-severing sect had just arrived, Duan Lingtian casually glanced at Zhang Yan a few times and did not pay much attention to him. Therefore, he did not notice the slight changes on Zhang Yan. However, now that he took a closer look, he noticed the clues immediately. Compared to a few months ago, the current Zhang Yan seemed to have an indescribable peculiar aura on his body. Duan Lingtian faintly realized that something might have happened to Zhang Yan in the past few months. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and swept towards Zhang Yan. He immediately detected Zhang Yan's cultivation base. It was the 7th level void interpretation. A few months ago, Zhang Yan's cultivation base was at the 6th level void interpretation. Now that he had broken through to the 7th level void interpretation, Duan Lingtian was not surprised. After all, Zhang Yan was different from him. Zhang Yan had long left the Darkhan dynasty and came to the northern desert of the foreign lands. He even joined a motion-severing sect and took Pei-in as his master. During Zhang Yan's cultivation process, he definitely did not lack various spirit fruits that were exclusive to void interpretation martial artists. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess a cultivation base at the 6th level void interpretation a few months ago. Previously, he had consumed a large amount of spirit fruits exclusive to void interpretation martial artists. This meant that unless Zhang Yan obtained spirit fruits exclusive to void interpretation martial artists that he had never consumed before, otherwise, it would be difficult for him to rely on the medicinal efficacy of the spirit fruits to raise his cultivation base. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? Duan Lingtian frowned for a moment before relaxing again. Earlier, at the same time that he sensed an indescribable peculiar aura from Zhang Yan, he also felt a trace of danger from Zhang Yan. It was as if Zhang Yan could pose a threat to him. When he probed Zhang Yan's current cultivation base with his psychic power, his first thought was that he was mistaken. It was impossible for Zhang Yan, who was at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage, to pose a threat to him. After all, not everyone was Feng Tianwu. Why hasn't the Emperor Wu's secret treasure been opened yet? Half an hour later, Tiangu, the peak master of the 5-element sect's Earth Peak, frowned slightly as he asked in bewilderment. Almost as soon as Tiangu finished speaking, a translucent light shield appeared on the outside of the magnificent door that was embedded in the ground, enveloping the entire door. Whoosh! Seeing the sudden appearance of this translucent light barrier, everyone present couldn't help but burst into an uproar. This is the inscription formation? I think so. The young disciples of the 6 major forces discussed animatedly as they looked at the translucent light shield with curiosity in their eyes. One of the monk disciples from the Empyrean Temple even flew forward curiously and reached out his hand to touch the translucent light shield as though he wanted to feel how it felt. This Empyrean Temple disciple's speed was so fast that the others could not react in time. When Duan Lingtian was the first to react, the Empyrean Temple disciple had already touched the translucent light shield and even put his hand into it. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He knew that this Empyrean Temple disciple was finished. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that the first of the 3 killing formations had suddenly moved. It was obvious that it had been activated. Stop. The senior officials of the 6 major forces reacted one after another. The Empyrean Temple's abbot, Xueqi, had a change of expression as he cried out in shock. He lost his composure and no longer looked as calm as before. Xueqi's cry shocked many of the young disciples from the major forces to the point that they could not help but shudder. Abbot, this light shield can, upon hearing Xueqi's cry, the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple whose hand went through the light shield did not seem to realize the danger he was in. Instead, he looked at Xueqi as though he was asking for credit. It was as though he wanted to say to Xueqi, Abbot, I've tried it. Abbot, I've tried. This light barrier can be passed through. However, before he could finish speaking, the entire valley suddenly shook as though an extremely violent earthquake had occurred, interrupting his words. The Empyrean Temple's monk disciple's expression changed. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was, he realized that he was in trouble. Without any hesitation, he quickly pulled his hand out of the translucent light shield. Unfortunately, it was too late. The people present did not even see any energy appear, but the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple's body suddenly stiffened before he exploded with a bang and turned into a bloody rain that filled the sky. It was fortunate that the people nearby had evacuated in time. Otherwise, they would have been splattered with blood. Even so, the young disciples from the major forces could not help but gasp. When they looked at the translucent light shield that enveloped the door again, their eyes were filled with dread and fear. All Empyrean Temple disciples, listen up. Unless this light shield disappears on its own, nobody is allowed to get close to it. Xueqi's expression was slightly grave as he warned the other Empyrean Temple disciples. The upper echelons of the other 5 major forces, including the 5-element sect, also warned their disciples one by one. The young disciples from the various forces nodded without any hesitation. Even without the warning, they did not dare to get close to the translucent light shield. In their eyes, the translucent light shield was no different from a scourge. When the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple came into contact with the translucent light shield, his body inexplicably exploded. They were terrified from the bottom of their hearts after learning this lesson from their predecessors. Elder Brother Duan, is that the power of the killing formation? Feng Tianwu's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it seemed to contain traces of terror mixed within.
Yes.
Duan Ling Tian nodded in response. Moreover, that's only the power of the first killing formation among the 3. My spiritual energy can sense that the other 2 killing formations that are even more powerful have yet to be activated. Even more powerful killing formations?
How powerful are they?
Feng Tianwu was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. It's hard for me to describe exactly how powerful they are. Let me put it this way. Among the 3 killing formations, once the 3rd one at the bottom is activated, even a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse would follow in the footsteps of the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple. After pondering for a moment, Duan Lingtian replied to Feng Tianwu through voice transmission. His tone was solemn. Once the 3rd killing formation was activated, it could even kill a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face turned pale at once. In her opinion, a martial monarch stage powerhouse was extremely powerful. Even the Blade sect had gone to great lengths for the sake of Emperor Wu's secret treasure to obtain the Profundity Fragment so that a martial monarch stage powerhouse could be born in the sect. However, the newly born martial monarch stage powerhouse was only at the 1st-level martial monarch stage. Such a powerhouse was like an ant in front of a 9th-level Emperor Wu stage powerhouse. It was not worth mentioning at all. However, the killing formation at the entrance of Emperor Wu's secret treasure could kill a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse instantly, let alone a group of martial artists who had not even entered the Emperor Wu stage. After the death of the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple, the entire spacious valley regained its tranquility. However, soon after, another loud noise reverberated in the air. Many people were so frightened that they trembled instinctively. Rumble. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the door that was shrouded in a translucent light slowly opened, revealing the true face underneath. Under the door, a high platform appeared before everyone's eyes. On one side of the high platform, there was an endless stone staircase that led to the depths of the ground. Looking down from above, it was pitch black. As for the other 3 sides, it was deep and boundless, like a bottomless abyss. Flight, prohibiting formation? When most of the people's attention was on the high platform and the stone staircase, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy that had penetrated the 5 inscription formations could clearly sense the aura of the inscription formations that permeated the high platform. It was none other than the flight prohibiting formation. The flight prohibiting formation was an inscription formation that prevented a martial artist above the void stage from flying in the air once they entered it, unless their own strength could break free from the shackles of the inscription formation. Otherwise, in the flight prohibiting formation, one could only obediently walk on the ground. This flight prohibiting formation must have been left behind by that martial emperor powerhouse as well. In this case, even a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse can only walk on the ground once he enters it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although there were many inscription masters among the senior officials of the 6 major forces who could more or less sense the aura of the flight prohibiting formation, they could not identify what kind of inscription formation it was. After all, they were different from Duan Lingtian, who possessed Reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifetime of inscription formation memories. Reincarnation Emperor Wu had lived 2 lives. In his second life, he had studied inscription formations to the extreme. Not only did he create many inscriptions and inscription formations, but he also understood all the common inscriptions and inscription formations on Cloud Continent. Of course, there were also some obscure inscription formations and inscription formations that Reincarnation Emperor Wu had only heard of, but he did not know how to inscribe and set them up. Just like the split and unite inscription formation that Duan Lingtian obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure, it could allow a spirit sword to temporarily split into 9 and unite into 1. Reincarnation Emperor Wu did not know how to inscribe and set it up. With my current 2nd-level void transformation stage spiritual energy, I wonder how many swords I can control if I cultivate the 9 tribulation sword control technique? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart when he thought of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Only now did he recall that when he obtained the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and 3 profundity fragments from the Sword Monarch's treasure, he also obtained a sword skill left behind by the white-clothed Sword Monarch. 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique. Chapter 940. The Emperor Wu's secret treasure is at the bottom of the stone stairs. I think so. I was still guessing what would be behind this magnificent door that was embedded in the ground, but I didn't expect that it would be a lonely, high platform. After we pass through the door, we'll land on the high platform and walk down the stone stairs. As for what's at the end of the stone stairs, we have no idea. The unknown is the scariest. It seems like we'll have to be careful after we enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The young disciples from the various forces discussed among themselves. Most of them had a hint of anxiety on their faces. Some of them even had the thought of retreating. However, as soon as they thought of retreating, they recalled the many treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Their spirits were lifted, and they completely dismissed the thought of retreating. Wealth came from danger. If they did not even have the courage to take risks, they were destined to be mediocre for life. As long as I can obtain more than 2 profundity fragments, I'll soar into the sky. Many young disciples in the various major forces were muttering the same words to themselves. It seems like the other forces have the same distribution of profundity fragments as our 5-element sect. Huang Daniu, who was standing near Duan Lingtian, laughed. Of course. Otherwise, who would risk their lives for the profundity fragments? Duan Lingtian did not take it to heart. In his opinion, the various forces must know how to make a choice if they wanted to motivate their disciples. The door to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure is open. Shouldn't we go in now? It was unknown who said this. However, no one dared to be the first to stand out. Everyone's eyes fell on the translucent light shield above the open door. Ever since the monk disciple from the Empyrean Temple was killed by the explosion, this translucent light shield had become a shadow in their hearts. As long as the light shield did not disappear, they would never cross the line. Whoosh! Suddenly, a soft sound resonated. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the translucent light shield disappeared into thin air as though it was never there. It's finally gone. If it didn't disappear, I'm afraid nobody would dare to enter. When the young disciples of the various forces saw this, they heaved a sigh of relief. Shouldn't we go in? At the same time, many young disciples of the various forces stared at the senior members of their respective forces with puzzlement in their eyes. Before the upper echelons of the various forces could open their mouths, a layer of gray light appeared out of thin air above the open door. This caused the expressions of the people from the various forces to change, except for Duan Lingtian. Seeing everyone's expression, Duan Lingtian was momentarily speechless. Isn't it just an inscription formation that tests the age of the person who enters? Is there a need for such a big reaction? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When the translucent light shield disappeared, he had already sensed that another inscription formation to test his age had been activated. What the hell is going on? The door is open, and the translucent light barrier is gone. Why is there another layer of gray light barrier? Could this gray light shield be the same as the previous translucent light shield? One touch and you'll die, right? The young disciples of the various forces were worried, and no one dared to try. Even the upper echelons of the various forces had dread written all over their faces. Let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong who were next to him. Then, he stepped on the air and descended toward the gray light shield at an extremely fast speed. In just a few moments, Duan Lingtian arrived near the gray light shield. You're seeking death. When Zishang and Hu Fei saw Duan Lingtian's action, a hint of coldness crept up the corner of their mouths. Both of them felt that Duan Lingtian would definitely die. Duan Lingtian, Xian Bei, who was standing among the group of people from Empyrean Temple, and Zhang Yan, who was standing among the group of people from Emotion-Severing Sect, raised their eyebrows. They were shocked by Duan Lingtian's action. Among the group of 5-element sect's upper echelons, other than Tiangu, who was deep in thought, turned pale. This little fella is too reckless. Guochong and Qi's expression turned grave. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already touched the gray light shield. Even if there was something wrong with the gray light shield, they would not be able to save him in time. Just when most of the people thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be killed, Duan Lingtian passed through the gray light shield smoothly, as though nothing had happened. Through the setting sun that sprinkled on the ground like blood, everyone could see that the black shadow behind the gray light shield had landed steadily on the high platform inside. Duan Lingtian is actually fine. It seems like the gray light shield doesn't have any lethality. Realization dawned on the disciples of the various forces. Before the others could fully realize it, a figure that looked like a fire elf had already followed Duan Lingtian through the gray light shield, the door, and entered. It was none other than Feng Tianwu. When Su Li, Zhang Shouyong, and Huang Daniu were shocked by Duan Lingtian's actions, Feng Tianwu was the only one who followed Duan Lingtian like a shadow. This showed that she had unconditional trust in Duan Lingtian. I can't believe that a few of us men can't even be compared to a woman. Huang Daniu smiled wryly and shook his head before he followed suit. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong looked at each other and smiled wryly. After that, they passed through the gray light shield and stepped on the mysterious high platform below the door. I understand now. At this moment, Tiangu, the peak master of Earth Peak of 5-element sect, exclaimed in a low voice, "This gray light shield is the inscription formation that's used to test the age of the person who enters." The moment Tiangu's words left his mouth, the group of inscription masters present on the scene was enlightened. At the same time, they could not help but wonder how Duan Lingtian knew that the gray light shield would not harm him. Could it be that he was also an inscription master? If he was really an inscription master, how powerful would his attainment in the inscription Tao be to be able to be the first one among all the inscription masters present on the scene to react to it?
Whoosh.
Soon after, another person from the 5-element sect passed through the gray light shield and entered. It was none other than Nangong Chen. Since even Nangong Chen had entered, it was only natural that Nangong Yi would enter as well. Subsequently, the 5-element sect's disciples followed suit and entered one after another. It looked like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Humph, he's lucky. Zishang stood behind the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. His face was extremely gloomy. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would be killed by the inscription formation at the entrance of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Who would have thought that not only was Duan Lingtian not killed, but he even became the first person to enter and stole the limelight. What's the hurry? Why don't you go in now and kill him directly? A gloomy, hoarse, and old voice reverberated in Zishang's mind, bewitching him. The moment Zishang heard this, his eyes lit up immediately.
Kill.
Without waiting for the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort to say anything, Zishang flew out and entered the gray light shield, entering Emperor Wu's secret treasure. A terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. Below the gray light shield, on the high platform under the wide open door, a group of 5-element sect's disciples led by Duan Lingtian stood on the high platform and looked around curiously. Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong were also standing next to Duan Lingtian. The high platform was square in shape. All 3 directions were pitch black. It was so deep that one could not see the end of it. It was like a bottomless abyss. Only the last direction had a stone staircase that led to the bottom. I can't see the end of this stone staircase at first glance. I wonder where it leads to. Huang Daniu frowned and muttered to himself. No matter where it leads to, we have no choice. We can only follow it down. Duan Lingtian said, "Why don't we fly down from the other 3 directions and have a look?"
Su Li suggested.
Fly? Upon hearing Su Li's words, Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. From the moment they stepped on this high platform, they had already entered the area covered by the flight-prohibiting formation. You want to fly?
Sure.
As long as you have the strength, that's on par with Emperor Wu's powerhouse. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to explain, his expression changed as though he had noticed something. He lifted his head abruptly and looked at the sky not far away in front of him. There, a white figure appeared. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into a white lightning and charged toward him. Zishang. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. He immediately recognized the white-clad young man who was charging toward him.
It was Zishang.
He did not expect Zishang's speed to be so fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of him.
Bang!
An explosive sound of air exploding sounded out. It was Zishang who had arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He raised his hand and smashed out a punch. The flames on his fists skyrocketed, accompanied by waves of piercingly cold azure wind that grew stronger and stronger. His punch was like a collapsing mountain that flashed directly toward Duan Lingtian. Its speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian had no time to block it. He could only instinctively stomp on the ground and retreat swiftly. You're courting death. At almost the exact same moment, a delicate shout sounded out. It was Feng Tianwu who stood nearby that made her move. Her entire body was enveloped by flames that shot into the sky. She seemed to have transformed into a true fire spirit as she flashed towards Zishang, who was chasing after Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! A long whip that was like a red spirit snake shot directly towards Zishang's hand that had punched out. Right at this moment, under the gazes of everyone present, the figures of Duan Lingtian and Zishang, who flashed out of the high platform, swayed. They actually lost control and fell down swiftly, as if they were about to fall into the bottomless abyss. At the same time, the long whip in Feng Tianwu's hand missed as well. Zishang's rapid fall had exceeded her expectations. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu, who stood at the side of the high platform, looked at the violet figure that gradually disappeared into the bottomless abyss. Her face went grim, and then she didn't even think before jumping down as well. When she jumped down, she finally realized why her elder brother Duan and Zishang would lose control and fall down. It turned out that no matter how one circulated their origin energy, they were unable to fly in this place. Young Miss Tianwu. Su Li, Zhang Shouyong, and Huang Dania's faces went grim. They stood at the side of the high platform and looked at Feng Tianwu, who was falling down as well. They were completely unaware of what had happened. Why can't we fly here? Chapter 941. After dodging Zishang's attack and retreating from the high platform, Duan Lingtian initially wanted to use his energy to attack the air. He wanted to use the air resistance to create a recoil force to propel his body back to the high platform. After all, there was a flight prohibiting formation here, and he could not fly. However, after trying a few times, he realized that the air around him did not create any resistance at all. His energy swept out and disappeared completely, as though it had entered a ball of cotton. It was as though it had never appeared. Let alone the sound of air exploding, even the sound of wind whistling could not be heard. What's going on? Under his great shock, the memories of the rebirth martial emperor flashed past Duan Lingtian's mind. In the end, he finally found the answer. So that's how it is. If it's a flight-prohibiting formation set up by an inscription inscribed by an Emperor Wu stage inscription master, other than forbidding a martial artist from flying, the air resistance would also be removed. After finding out the reason, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. At this moment, he could clearly feel that he was falling faster and faster. If this continued, he would most likely be smashed into minced meat when he reached the end. Whoosh! Suddenly, a soft sound resonated by Duan Lingtian's ears. It shocked him so much that he could not help but narrow his eyes. When he turned his head to look, he realized that Zishang, who was falling with him, actually wanted to attack him in such an environment. The milky white origin energy on Zishang's hand swayed and transformed into a vast red flame. When strands of solidified green wind merged with it, the flame suddenly soared. At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above Zishang's head was constantly changing. Initially, there were only 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Subsequently, another 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. Subsequently, another 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. In the end, as the green energy merged with the flame soared, and another 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. I knew it. This Zishang is only a 7th level void interpretation martial artist. How could his speed be so fast? He arrived in front of me in just a blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but narrow. His face was filled with shock. As it turns out, he has comprehended the 1st level advanced fire concept and 3rd level advanced wind concept. Not only that, with the addition of the wind force prowess to his fire concept can gain an additional strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian gasped. He had never expected that Zishang's strength would improve so much in just a few months. He still remembered. When the Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties all those years ago, Zishang was only a 2nd level void interpretation stage martial artist, and only his wind concept was slightly stronger from the 2 concepts he'd comprehended, yet it wasn't very strong. Today, when he saw Zishang again, his spiritual energy immediately probed Zishang's current cultivation base, the 7th level void interpretation. He was not surprised by this. Although Zishang was only a 2nd level void interpretation martial artist, if Skywolf Fort really saw him as their trump card to enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they would definitely spare no effort to cultivate him. The spirit fruits in Skywolf Fort would definitely be used on him. With the strength of the Skywolf Fort, it wasn't difficult for them to make Zishang go from a 2nd level void interpretation stage martial artist to a 7th level void interpretation stage martial artist in a few months of time. However, the problem was a martial artist's cultivation base could be raised in a short period of time with spirit fruits, but concept could not. No matter how many concept fragments there were, there was a limit to how fast one could raise one's concept. Perhaps there's a profound assimilation formation in Skywolf Fort, but the profound assimilation formation is not enough to raise Zishang's strength so much. Unless he can merge his spiritual energy with it like I did. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's face froze. His eyes narrowed as he muttered, could it be that the remnant soul of the powerhouse suspected to be Emperor Wu hiding in Zishang's body has some kind of technique that allows Zishang to gain benefits that are not inferior to mine in the profound assimilation formation? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally came to a realization. Although it was only a remnant soul, it was still the remnant soul of the powerhouse suspected to be Emperor Wu after all. It was not surprising that it had some special technique. Moreover, the profound assimilation formation was only an inscription formation set up by a martial monarch stage inscription master. It did not seem difficult for the soul of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu to enter it.
Huh?
At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had inadvertently glanced at Zishang, noticed a 7-foot-long spear had appeared in Zishang's hand. It was a spirit spear. The 7-foot-long spear was completely shrouded by the wind and flames in Zishang's hand as it merged into the spear. It was surrounded by green energy and red energy. Whoosh! At the same time, another 78 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky above Zishang's head. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was not surprised at all. When Zishang took out the 7-foot-long spear, he could already tell it was a Grade 2 spirit spear. A Grade 2 spirit weapon refined by an ordinary Grade 2 weapon craftsman would only have a 78% increase in strength at most, just like the 7-foot-long spear in Zishang's hand. The heaven and earth phenomenon above Zishang's head had now gathered into 878 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. They were ready to attack at any time. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a sword that emitted an unusual aura. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. When the Grade 2 spirit spear in Zishang's hand was about to stab him, he did not hesitate at all. The origin energy in his hand entered the quasi-royal grade spirit sword easily. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon quickly consolidated. 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air. A first-level void transformation martial artist's origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword could double the strength. With Duan Lingtian's origin energy as the foundation, it could double the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. In total, it was the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. This was Duan Lingtian's concept that he did not use. As the waves of concepts merged with the origin energy like shadows and entwined around the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, a khaki-colored energy appeared, and purple lightning followed like a shadow. On top of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, there was an additional fierce aura. Not only that, but there were also gusts of solidified wind entwining around the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon underwent a tremendous change. Next to the 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air. In total, there were 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The strength of the 4 types of concepts combined was equivalent to the strength of 600 ancient horned dragons. Among the 300 ancient horned dragons, the earth concept, thunder concept, and sword concept each accounted for 100 ancient horned dragons. The remaining 300 ancient horned dragons were exclusive to the wind concept. Before entering the profound assimilation formation, among the 4 types of concepts that Duan Lingtian had comprehended, only the wind concept was the void interpretation concept. The other 3 were only the void initiation concepts. For this reason, in the profound assimilation formation, Duan Lingtian's wind concept had undoubtedly improved the most. It had risen to the second-level advanced stage in one fell swoop. The second-level advanced wind concept was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. In the face of Zishang's spear attack that contained the strength of 878 ancient horned dragons, Duan Lingtian stood with his sword in hand. A disdainful sneer crept up on the corner of his mouth. Above his head, 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons hovered there, accumulating their strength and waiting to strike. Ha! Zishang thrust his spear out with all his might. The wind and fire energy on the spear skyrocketed before transforming into a swift windfire spear ray that shot toward Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. Due to the fact that the flight-prohibiting formation had sucked away all the air resistance, Zishang's windfire spear ray did not set off any wind whistling or air explosion, even though it contained an extremely powerful force. Everything was exceptionally quiet. It was so quiet that it was a little strange. Humph. Let's see if you can still survive this time. After the spear ray shot out from the Grade 2 spirit spear in his hand, a sneer crept up on the corner of Zishang's mouth. However, the sneer on the corner of Zishang's mouth quickly froze. Impossible. Zishang raised his head. He originally wanted to see the scene of Duan Lingtian's body being penetrated by the spear ray, but he did not expect to see a scene that made his guts burst. I must be dreaming, Zishang roared in his heart. Looking at the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the distant sky, Zishang's pupils constricted. His face was filled with astonishment, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How can this Duan Lingtian possess such a powerful force? Zishang was unwilling to believe that all of this was real. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian made his move. Faced with Zishang's swift spear ray that was silently approaching, a sneer crept up on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook as it went up against the spear ray that was approaching menacingly. Sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian made his move as fast as lightning. The spirit sword in his hand pointed at the side of the spear ray. The strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons swept out and did not encounter any resistance. It easily destroyed the spear ray that contained the strength of 878 ancient horned dragons. Bang! A loud noise reverberated. It was the sound of the spear ray exploding. At the same time, Duan Lingtian made use of the recoil force produced when the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand destroyed the spear ray and suddenly shot into the distance. That was the direction where Zishang was. Zishang's body was still falling, but his falling speed was not worth mentioning at all in front of Duan Lingtian's swift speed. Zishang. When Duan Lingtian charged toward Zishang, his eyes were extremely cold and filled with killing intent. Zishang had caused him a lot of trouble in the past. Last time, he was almost killed by the 6 Skywolf Fort's elders. At that time, Tamu stood in front of him and lost his life because of him. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Chapter 942. Horror dawned on Zishang's face when he saw Duan Lingtian borrowing the force from his spear ray and charging toward him with his sword. At this moment, the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head that were charging toward him were like a ferocious beast in Zishang's eyes. The 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged toward him. They grew larger and larger in Zishang's eyes, causing him to shudder with fear. That was the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. If it landed on him, he would definitely die. Elder Ghost. Due to the flight-prohibiting formation, Zishang could not escape at all. He could only ask for help from the remnant soul hidden in his body. His voice reverberated in his mind in an extremely urgent manner. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was charging towards Zishang with his sword, clearly saw a small black appearing out of thin air between Zishang's brows. The small black that was growing rapidly. "Old fellow, how dare you be dishonest in front of me?" Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian naturally realized that the remnant soul in Zishang's body that was suspected to be Emperor Wu had temporarily taken over Zishang's body. At this moment, a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He raised his other hand, and a stone tablet that was partially broken appeared in his hand. At this moment, the broken stone tablet trembled as though it had discovered its prey and was about to pounce on it. "Damn it!" At the same time, a gloomy and old voice resonated in the depths of Zishang's mind. There was a hint of exasperation in the voice, and it was filled with fear toward the broken stone tablet. At the same time, the small black between Zishang's brows did not even have the time to transform into a black flame mark before it disappeared again. Zishang regained control of his body, but he was not happy at all. "Humph." Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly and casually grabbed the Devil Seal tablet in his hand. He held the Devil Seal tablet in one hand and the sword in the other as he continued to charge toward Zishang. Duan Lingtian moved like a bolt of lightning and arrived near Zishang's position in just a blink of an eye. He would be in a good position to attack and kill Zishang soon. "Ghost Elder." Zishang's expression changed drastically when he saw this, and he once again sought help from the strand of remnant soul hidden within his body. "What should I do now? If this Duan Lingtian really succeeds, then not only will I die for sure, but even you won't be able to escape the fate of being suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet." Zishang panicked, completely panicked. He originally thought that with his current strength, it would not be difficult to kill Duan Lingtian. But he never expected that. In the past few months, the improvement in Duan Lingtian's strength was even more terrifying than the improvement in his strength. When he unleashed all his techniques, he could exert the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. He had a strength of over 100 ancient horned dragons more than him, and he was completely crushed. There's only one way now. Throw out the Devil Seal tablet fragment in your hand. In that way, not only will you be able to borrow the strength to escape, but you'll also be able to make the Devil Seal tablet fragment resonate with the Devil Seal tablet in his hand, causing him to have no time to chase after you. Ghost Flame's voice reverberated in Zishang's mind and told him the method to survive before Duan Lingtian. "Ghost Elder, if you throw out the Devil Seal tablet fragment, I'll indeed be able to borrow the strength to escape. But even if I escape, I'll still be unable to escape death if I keep falling, right?" Zishang took a deep breath and said hastily, "If I fall from such a high place and don't have the help of the Devil Seal tablet fragment when I'm close to the ground, then even if I exert my full strength, I'll still be unable to resist the force of the fall. At that time, I'll surely fall to my death." "Don't worry. Even if you keep falling, you'll be fine. I'm sure of this." Ghost Flame spoke again with a voice filled with confidence. Zishang's eyes lit up when he heard Ghost Flame's words. He had been with Ghost Flame for a long time, and he believed that Ghost Flame would not lie to him. After all, this matter was related to Ghost Flame's life and death. Once he died, his soul would be annihilated as well. At that time, Ghost Flame's remnant soul would be trapped in his body. Once Ghost Flame's remnant soul was exposed to the air, it would not take long for it to be completely annihilated. "Ghost Elder, I believe in you." Zishang took a deep breath and raised his hand. A stone that was the size of 3 adult fists appeared in his hand. There were some ancient words on the stone that were difficult to decipher.
Ha!
Almost at the same time Zishang took out the stone, Duan Lingtian, who was about to attack and kill Zishang, suddenly had a change in expression. At this moment, he clearly noticed that the Devil Seal tablet in his hand had suddenly become restless, as though it had sensed something. It looked as though it wanted to break free from his restraints. The Devil Seal tablet continued to tremble violently, causing Duan Lingtian's body to tremble as well, causing his hand that was holding the sword to loosen.
Bang.
At this moment, a loud noise resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. When he looked over, he saw that Zishang's legs had kicked the stone that was suspended in the air. As Zishang's legs landed on the narrow stone, his entire body seemed to have transformed into an arrow that was released from a bow. He borrowed the force and flew down rapidly. In an instant, Zishang's body completely disappeared into the bottomless abyss before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Is he looking for death? Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb when he saw Zishang's body falling rapidly. Zishang's actions would undoubtedly increase the speed of his fall. Once he reached the ground, would he not be smashed into a pulp? However, Duan Lingtian had no time to care about Zishang. He was shocked to discover that, at this moment, the Devil Seal tablet in his hand was similar to the stone that Zishang had used to borrow force. It was suspended in the air, and even lifted him up so he would not continue falling. This Devil Seal tablet is really terrifying. Even the flight-prohibiting formation set up by Emperor Wu's stage inscription masters can't do anything to it. Duan Lingtian slightly exerted force in his hand that was holding the Devil Seal tablet and used the force to leap up. He landed on the Devil Seal tablet and stood up. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was even more curious about the Devil Seal tablet's origin. Suddenly, the Devil Seal tablet flew out from under Duan Lingtian's feet. Its target was the stone that Zishang had left behind. It was like a hunter that had discovered its prey. What's going on? When Duan Lingtian's gaze had just landed on the stone that was the size of 3 adult fists, he noticed that the stone had also transformed into a streak of light that shot toward the Devil Seal tablet under his feet. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's face tensed up. He exerted force in his feet and tried his best to stand firm. He was really worried that the Devil Seal tablet would collide with the stone and send him flying. In that case, he could only continue falling. What awaited him would be a pile of mush. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that his worries were completely unnecessary. When the Devil Seal tablet and the stone were close to each other, they actually stopped at the same time. They seemed to have reached some sort of tacit understanding and gave off a peaceful feeling. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who finally saw the appearance of the stone, clearly could not help but narrow his eyes. It was as if he had seen something that shocked him. Heavens! What did he see? This stone that was the size of 3 adult fists was actually carved with ancient words that were exactly the same as the words on the Devil Seal tablet. Even the handwriting was exactly the same. Before Duan Lingtian could react, he saw that the Devil Seal tablet under his feet and the stone were slowly approaching each other. After they were stuck together, not a single gap could be seen. The Devil Seal tablet that originally had a large gap was now perfectly stuck to the stone, leaving only a shattered corner. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he was dumbstruck. This stone that Zishang took out is actually a part of the Devil Seal tablet? Duan Lingtian looked at the Devil Seal tablet under his feet with a face full of shock. He clearly saw that after the Devil Seal tablet and the stone were stuck together, the words on the two were also perfectly aligned. There was not a single trace of disharmony. Although Duan Lingtian did not recognize these words, when the two were put together, the words were neatly arranged on the stone. This made him deeply aware of a problem. The Devil Seal tablet and the stone were originally a part of the same body. This means, if I can find the shattered corner of the Devil Seal tablet now, the Devil Seal tablet will be restored to its original state and become a complete Devil Seal tablet? Looking at the Devil Seal tablet that was missing a corner, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. When he recalled the terrifying power that the Devil Seal tablet had given him after he was devilified by the broken Devil Seal tablet, he was certain that once the Devil Seal tablet was restored, it would become even more powerful. Elder Brother Duan. Before Duan Lingtian could finish his thoughts, he heard a familiar voice coming from the sky. When he raised his head to look over, he discovered that Feng Tianwu had actually fallen as well. However, the place where Feng Tianwu was falling was not where he was standing on the Devil Seal tablet that was floating in the air. This caused him to become slightly anxious. In his anxiety, Duan Lingtian instinctively thought of controlling the Devil Seal tablet to fly toward Feng Tianwu so that he could catch Feng Tianwu. Originally, Duan Lingtian was not completely confident that he could control the Devil Seal tablet. He only heaved a sigh of relief when the Devil Seal tablet flew toward the place where Feng Tianwu was falling according to his thoughts.
Whoosh!
Duan Lingtian put away the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. His hands moved like the wind as he extended strands of gentle origin energy to help Feng Tianwu decelerate step by step. When Feng Tianwu's falling speed had completely slowed down, Duan Lingtian extended his hand and held onto Feng Tianwu's slender hand before bringing her to stand on the Devil Seal tablet. Elder brother Duan, this tablet of yours seems to be different from before? Feng Tianwu glanced at the Devil Seal tablet beneath her feet with surprise. She was not unfamiliar with this broken tablet. During the martial competition of the 10 dynasties a few months ago, Duan Lingtian had lent it to her. You're tuning into the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.